And Mark Watt replaced Matt Lamb, Tom Wood and Nick Potts from the side that lost to Glamorgan on Sunday. And I'm delighted to say, genuinely delighted to say, that alongside me from BBC Sussex is Adrian Harms.
Helps if I put my microphone on flesh,
yes,
doesn't it?
Yeah, that's always a good thing.
Yeah. Well, it's great to see you as well. Always love coming up here and enjoy it when you come down to Hove as well. And we've got some sunshine, Fletch, which has been in short supply.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lots of blue sky, sun shining brightly. What more could you want?
Yeah.
Well, two first teams, but apart from that.
Well, you were saying about Derbyshire, Sussex 2 games, as like Derbyshire 2 defeats, absolutely hammered by Durham on Friday. Durham scoring 427 for 9, Fletch. I mean, Sussex got around about 300 in the end, but they were never going to win the game. But then at Northampton on Sunday, when they really should have won the game, Northampton hitting 70 off the last 6 and a bit overs, and they got there with 8 balls to spare. Tom Taylor smashing the ball around the park. So Sussex, 2 defeats. Just the one change today. Archie Lenham, the leg spinner, comes into the side, and he replaces Ari Cavelas, the seamer.
Yeah, well, Derbyshire have got 3 frontline spinners. Leg spin from Matty McKiernan, off spin from Alex Thompson, left arm spin from Mark Watt, the Scotland international, who was surprisingly left out of the game against Glamorgan, as they appeared to misread a pitch for the second time in successive home games against Glamorgan. Sam Connors is going to open the bowling, but a bit early. We've still got 2 minutes to go until 11 o'clock when he's into bowl to opener. It says Clark.
Yeah, well,
is it Tom Clark?
It is.
It is Tom Clark.
It is. That's a change in the batting order because Tom Alsop has been opening with Tom Haynes. So that is a change in the batting order. Tom Clark was opening in the T20s. He's been batting at 5 in this competition. So that is a change to the Sussex batting order.
I just looked up and thought, hang on a minute. It says Clark. So Tom Clark and Tom Haynes. Of course, it's all the Toms, isn't it? At the top of the batting order with Alsop as well. Lots of Toms.
And they're all left-handers as well. That doesn't help.
Oh, dear. Haynes, they've got a single off the first ball. Haynes on strike now, and he's driven this gloriously. Well, not quite as gloriously as I imagined. Anuj Dal is giving chase out towards the point boundary. He'll haul it in before it gets there, and they'll come back for 2 runs. And Sussex, the Sharks, it says here, are 3 without loss. Derbyshire have dropped the Falcons from their one-day. So they might have done it years ago. I had no idea until Sunday. I still thought they were called the Falcons, but no, they're just Derbyshire. I'm going to ask you what I love the pink shirts, by the way.
Do you?
I do. I really do. As Connors around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who pushes this one out into the offside. Harry Kane does the fielding. You see, I have a problem with the T20 in which everybody appears to wear dark blue. Everybody, up and down the country, everybody wears dark blue. So pink shirts, excellent.
Yeah.
I love the Derbyshire kit.
Yeah. It's got a hint of sort of baseball about the kit, hasn't it? Do you think?
The Derbyshire one or yours?
Derbyshire one.
I
like it. I love the colour.
I like the colour. There are people who don't. Connors in, bowls, defended by Haynes. Into the onside this time. That's David Lloyd. I have to get used to seeing David Lloyd running because I've only seen him play once. He made his debut on loan at Cheltenham College against Gloucestershire. But, of course, couldn't play against Glamorgan on Sunday because that's his parent club. It didn't stop him warming up with the Derbyshire players in his full Derbyshire kit, bowling out in the middle in his full Derbyshire kit, and then going for a net in his full Derbyshire kit. Yeah, he was making a point, I think.
He's committed.
He is very committed. He's coming next season permanently as Connors is in, and that one is clipped nicely into the leg side. It's going to go past Lewis Rees, who's now got a bit of a chase on the outfield. Not particularly quick at the moment. The batsman come back for 2. Haynes moves on to 4, and Sussex are 5 without loss.
We were out in the middle discussing the kit, and someone described it as Cambridge blue.
Cambridge the light blues, then.
Yes.
I'm never sure which is which.
Yeah.
It's I always thought I call it duck egg.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah. Well, I was going to call it duck egg as well.
I like duck egg.
Yeah.
I think that's Connors bowls. Haynes has a cut at this one. It's possibly a little too close to it. Bounces straight into the ground, and he's very watchful as it goes past the stumps, and he's asked for a new bat already. 5 without loss at the end of the first over, after Derbyshire won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. I do like it. The scoreboard says they decided to field. Nobody wants to field. They all want to bowl. And this is a departure. Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, is going to bowl the first over from the City end. They bowled 5 overs from each end from Lackmal and from Connors on Sunday in the power play, but they've gone a different route. And I think that's absolutely right. It's the same pitch that was used on Sunday. It did turn, but unfortunately Derbyshire had left out Mark Watt and didn't have Matty McKiernan either. Matt Lamb bowled some leg breaks to the right-hander and off breaks to the left-handers, but he's clearly not. He's struggling with his back still, Matt Lamb, so he's been left out. And they clearly felt that they didn't need that extra seamer, so Nick Potts misses out as well, along with Tom Wood.
Which probably explains why Archie Lenham is playing for Sussex today. In comes Thompson, bowls to Clark, who stretches forward. First ball plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. There's a slip in place, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short fine leg. There's also a deep square and a sweep on the cover boundary. As Thompson is in, around the wicket, bowls to Clark, who stretches forward, plays in the offside. He did a bit of a move on here, but in the end it's a well-judged signal. Clark playing it out into the offside. These two ought to know each other's games quite well. They grew up playing their cricket at Horsham Cricket Club. In fact, Tom Haynes, Fletcher was saying, is now changing his bat. I think that's Ari Cavalas who's come running out. So another bat bites the dust.
What they do with them all?
Yeah, I don't know, Fletch. In fact, one broke on Sunday at Northampton. It absolutely shattered. It was one of the Northampton lads.
Really?
And he was just holding the bat handle. Like it was just shaking. That's another 300 quid down the drain, or whatever a bat costs these days. Thompson in bowls, and Haynes works this nicely between backward point and cover and gets a single to the cover boundary. One more to Haynes. He goes to 5, I think that should go over. I can't quite make out the numbers on the scoreboard, actually. But yeah, he goes to 5. And the total goes to 7 without loss.
I've just started the day perfectly by missing my 11 o'clock.
In comes Thompson, bowls to Clark, who wristily places onto the onside. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2. In fact, there's a comfortable 2, because a fair way to come running in from the deep mid-wicket boundary does Matty McKiernan. Nonetheless, he gets the throw in, and Clark picks up another 2. So Clark goes to 4, and the Sharks 9 without loss. Derbyshire winning the toss this morning, deciding to bowl first, or to field first, whatever way you want to put it. But already, the spinner in the second over into the attack. In comes Thompson, round the wicket, bowled. And Clark again works this one out to the sweeper on that cover boundary. Picks up another single, does Clark. He goes to 5. He'll be keen to make amends on Sunday, Tom Clark. He was given out stumped, and the wicketkeeper had enough time to drop the ball, pick it up, and take the bails off. In comes Thompson, bowls, and Haynes works this onto the onside. So plenty of singles on offer here, despite the fact that there's only 2 men allowed outside of the circle, end of the second over, and Sussex are 11 without loss. Clark on 5, Haynes is on 6.
Yes. But I don't mind the spinner bowling first up. I thought it might have been Mark Watt, possibly. But then he'd be bowling to 2 left-handers, of course, so the off-spinner makes perfect sense.
Bob Pook has been in touch, Fletch. He says, good morning, let's hope for a better performance from the Sussex bowlers today after the abysmal effort at Northampton. Tom Haynes describes some of the bowling as rather average. I would say it was very, very far below average. Sorry for the rant, says Bob. Come on, Sussex. Bob, thanks for getting in touch. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to drop us an email.
Let us know what you really feel next time. Connors bowls, playing a miss from Haynes. Ball coming back towards him, and he sort of jabbed at it outside the off stump through to Brooke Guest, Derbyshire's wicketkeeper, batsman, captain, which I think is probably one job too many, but he's always in the thick of discussions. You will see him discuss things with Anuj Dal, who's his vice captain, and with David Lloyd, who was in the thick of the discussions down at Cheltenham, who may or may not be the captain next season. Nothing's been announced, but you just get a feeling. Connors in again, bowls to Haynes, who gets a full delivery and tries to drive it, but it goes underneath his bat. Big cloud of dust as the bat hits the floor after the ball's gone past, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Guest. Connors had a good start to the tournament at Cheltenham. We're picking up 2 wickets very early. They were 13 for 2. Gloucestershire eventually got home very comfortably. Derbyshire have made 298 in each of their 2 innings so far. 200 is remarkable. Here is Connors again, bowls to Haynes, who, that's off on edge, down to third man. There is a slip in place, but it was a long way wide of Hayder in the green boots. And they pick up a single. Haynes moves to 7, 12 without loss. He had quite a flash at that one, did Tom Haynes.
I was looking, Fletch, because it's not so long ago we met down at Hove in the Championship, and I just made a little note here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of that Derbyshire side who played at Hove playing today, and about the same as Sussex as well.
They don't carry an enormous squad here. Connors is in around the wicket and bowls to Clark, who pushes this one out in the onside. Of course, one of the big players in that list, Ploy's not with us, who had that terrific innings on the final day. Derbyshire tried to chase down an improbable 380 in 58 overs or whatever it was. Hayder, who played his part on the final day, is here.
That was a brilliant game,
wasn't it? The ones who aren't here, the three who aren't here are all playing, watching. That other nonsense says Connors is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside nicely off the back foot by Clark. He's going to get at least 2 here. Ball is chased down by Harry Kane, who's had a really good 50-over competition so far, along with Lewis Rees and Hayder. With the bat, sadly not too many others have shone in that department yet. And they do get 2 more. Clark moves to 7, joins Haynes, and they are 14 without loss. Sussex in the 3rd over. 1 ball of the 3rd over still to be bowled. Steady start by Sussex. It's Connors around the wicket and bowls. That one is driven into the offside, stopped by Mark Watt, who's fielding in the covers on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Dot ball to finish the over, just 3 from it, 14 without loss after 3 overs. Sussex, who were put into bat by Derbyshire, who won the toss.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex will have 3 spinners as well. So Jack Carson and James Coles and now Archie Lennon will bowl his leg spin. And just looking at that Sussex side, so the 4 who didn't play in that championship match were Pujara, who was away in India, Cheteshwar Pujara, Henry Crocombe, Archie Lennon and Brad Curry. Didn't play in the championship match. In comes Thompson, round the wicket bowls, forward comes Haynes, plays down the offside, there is no run. But Sussex have only lost 2 players have gone to play in the with that's George Garton and Terrell Mills. Mills wouldn't have played in 50-over cricket anyway, so it's as strong as it can get from Sussex. It comes Haynes, drives. That's a lovely shot by Tom Haynes, using his feet, drives the ball over mid-off for 6 runs. Lovely shot. He's changed his bat, Tom Haynes.
Better one.
And he's belted that over long off for 6 runs. No chance of catching that, Lewis Rees. That's gone way over his head. And Brooke Guest comes running down the pitch. The Derbyshire skipper just have a little word to Alex Thompson.
Don't bowl there again.
Yeah, or should we put the should we put the long off back? Funnily enough, at Northamptonshire, their keeper was captain as well. That was Lewis McManus. He's a good cricketer, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
I like him.
So there is a change in the field. The long on has gone back. In comes Thompson bowls, and Haynes punches that, or tries to punch that in the offside. Doesn't time it, played to backward point, and there is no run. So the fielders outside of the circle are a long on and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Mid-off is still inside the circle and still a slip in place. Thompson round the wicket. Haynes again using his feet, and he edges that, and he's going to get runs here because it goes past the fielder at backward point. It's going to run towards the boundary. It's not quite going to make it, but I think Tom Haynes will come back for 3 fairly fortuitous runs. He goes to 16 and Sussex to 23 without loss.
Yeah, Sam Connors put the dive in but couldn't quite claw it in. And now another change to the field with the man at square leg on the boundary and mid on up. David Lloyd remains out on the cover boundary.
Thompson in again, bowls to Clark, who works this one to short fine leg where it's fielded by Mark Watt, who gets in the throw, and there is no run. They've sort of got like a slash across their shirts, haven't they, Derbyshire? Do you remember the Crystal Palace shirts of yesteryear? They used to have like a slash
Yes,
across
they
them.
did, yeah. Yeah, well, these, I'll tell you the colours in a minute.
Thompson in again, bowls, and Clark looking to cut that one away. Misses out, is taken not cleanly by Guest. Clark, fortunately for him, doesn't get a little nick on it, and it is the end of the over, the end of the fourth over. Sussex off to a decent start. 23 for without loss. Clark on 7, Haynes on 16.
Yeah, the club colours are dark blue, amber and chocolate. 3 stripes across the front. They've also got them on the back of their right calf, which is very strange.
Oh yeah, I can see it now.
Yeah.
Just one leg.
Just the one leg, which makes it look like they're in the Masons. It makes them look like they've got the leg, the trouser leg pulled up just below the knee. It's when I first saw them, I wasn't sure, but I do like it. They look like whites that have been put in with some darks. To be fair, it's that kind of blue. Sam Connors to continue from the racecourse, and he's slapped away for 4 by Haynes out to the cover boundary. That really was a dismissive-looking shot from Tom Haynes. Raced past Matty McKiernan, who's jogging after the ball now. And he moves to 20 from just 15 deliveries. Tom Haynes, 27 without loss at the beginning of the 5th.
That was a shot full of intent, wasn't it? He looked very he was really demoralised on Sunday, Tom. I mean, Sussex should have beaten Northamptonshire on Sunday, no question about that. He looks like he's keen to make amends today as the skipper. We shall see.
No, that was a really good shot. What's Connors got in response? A quicker delivery possibly, but dealt with in similar fashion, this time to backward point. Again, short of a length. Not really one-day bowling. And with the field restrictions, you can't have anybody out there, of course. They've got a third man and a long leg outside the circle. And Matty McKiernan fetches the ball for a second delivery in a row. 24 to Haynes now, 31 without loss in the 5th over. Successive 4s to begin the Sam Connors over. And before this, in his first 2 overs, he'd only conceded 8. He's going over the wicket to the left-handed Haynes, who, well, off the back foot, drives it out to the cover boundary for 4 more. That's 4-4-4 to start the 3rd Sam Connors over. He's now conceded 20 from 2.5. Haynes has moved on to 28, and Sussex are 35 without loss. Front foot, back foot, doesn't seem to matter to Tom Haynes. This new bat is definitely a good one.
Well, 3 cracking shots. I mean, he's very strong on the offside, Tom Haynes, but they're all beautifully played. He's got Sussex off to a decent start.
Certainly has. Anuj Dahl's just had a word. I think it's no, it's not Anuj Dahl. It's Hayder's come out of slip. That's what's happened there. He's now in at mid-wicket. Haynes waits, Connors bowls to him, and he gets an inside edge into the ground in between himself and leg stump, and it's fielded by Suranga Lakmal, who is at short, fine leg.
Just to give you an idea of Sussex on Sunday, the last 5 overs, Northamptonshire needed 58 to win, and they got there with 8 balls to spare. They scored 58 in 22 balls.
Wow.
Tom Taylor making 42 not out.
Tom came through the ranks here at Derbyshire, was deemed surplus to requirements as this next delivery is defended by Haynes. Up towards Harry Kane at extra cover, and successive dot balls, much to Sam Connors' delight, I'm sure. Both of Derbyshire's matches, they've been light on runs, having batted first, and they've both been those games where you know what's going to happen, you know what the result is, but you're just waiting for the end, which is one of the less good things about 50-over cricket. Is this next one. He doesn't let go. I know he did that on Sunday. He did it at Cheltenham as well. He's done that in each of the games. Held onto the ball, didn't feel quite right in his hand, wasn't sure whether his front foot was going to overstep. So Ben Peverell, who is one of our umpires, along with Peter Hartley, who's at square leg at the moment, Ben Peverell just signals dead ball. I don't think they need to signal dead ball, but they always do. 35 without loss. Final ball of the 5th over. Connors is in again, and that one is driven out into the offside, but he has some protection out there now in the form of Matty McKiernan, But having taken 13 runs off the over, Tom Haines, he's also kept the strike. He's got 29. Tom Clark has 7. And Sussex, after 5, halfway through the power play, are 36 without loss.
John Malone has been in touch. He's normally in Bexhill-on-Sea, John, but he's not today. He says, good morning, Adrian and Fletch. He says, I'm on the train to London to see the matinee performance of Phantom of the Opera.
Ooh.
I've heard and read good reviews. I thought we'd better go along. Come on, the Sussex lads, let's hope for a win today. Sorry, Fletch, he says. Keep up the good work. Stream working okay on the old train. Well, I guess the main thing is the train is on time. Well, there are some trains.
Yeah, well, that's
so,
useful. It's still well to get some Wi-Fi.
You've done very well, John. It's going to be Thompson who's going to carry on. Around the wicket, in and bowls, and Haines stretches forward, plays it to short extra cover, and there is no run. I think the Phantom of the Opera has been on, John. Someone will correct me. I think it's been on for about 30 years.
I would think so. It's not Michael Crawford still, is it? Can't be.
No. You're right, yeah.
He was the first, I think, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. In comes Thompson bowls. Haines plays down the track. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, incredible, really, when you think he was in. Some others do have him, and then he's in Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, Michael Ball's done it, I think.
And I think Michael Crawford played it in New York as well. Haines wasn't ready. He's got something buzzing around his head, which is irritating, but he's okay now. Thompson is in again around the wicket bowls, and Haines. Well, he pulls up onto the leg side. He doesn't even bother running, Tom. He looks like he's in the mood here, Haines. He didn't time it at all. I mean, in truth, I thought it was a bit of a hoik across the line, if I'm being honest.
It was a slog, wasn't it?
It was. And he sort of toe-ended it through the onside, and he didn't even bother running. He goes to 33, Tom Haines, and Sussex to 40 without loss. Tom Haines has just faced the 20. He's had the majority of the strike, twice the amount of strike that Tom Clark has had. Skipper leading from the front at the moment. Thompson in bowls, Haines back, and he's very nearly caught behind. I think adrenaline's flowing a bit quickly here for Tom Haines. He was looking to belt. That's his favourite shot through backward point. It's taken by Guest, and there is no run. So enjoy the matinee performance.
Yes.
I don't know about you pay for a tub. You get a tub, don't you, at half time and or
yes.
ice cream.
Yeah.
In comes Thompson bowls. Oh, dear, that's a horrible shot. He's batted so well, Tom Haines. He's played 3 lovely cover drives. He's already, Fletch described as a slog through the onside, and that was a real slog. That was a heave. He didn't need to play that shot.
No.
You're off to a good start. It's so easy from up here, isn't it? But I don't think he needs to play that shot.
I've never been out.
Thompson in and bowls, and that's a much better shot. He just plays that to square leg, and there is no run. End of Thompson's over. 3 overs for 19. The Sharks are 40 without loss. Clark on 7, Haines on 33. Yeah, I'd imagine an ice cream in the West End is expensive, Fletch. I don't know what you pay. Perhaps somebody's been to the theatre recently could let us know. I bet you pay a £5, you know.
I was going to say, it's a long time since I've been to any theatre, but I was going to say you wouldn't get much change out of a £5. You might not get much change out of a tenner. Oh. They'll have card machines, won't they? The people who are dispensing the ice cream.
Yeah, no cash.
No cash. Gary Charlesworth asks me, "Am I in the Masons?" No, I'm not, Gary. I don't think. I wouldn't. What was that great quote from somebody? I think it might have been Groucho Marx. I wouldn't want to be a member of any club that would have me as a member. Sam Connors is going to continue. I just want to read Dave's tweet out as well. I don't think you've read that one yet, Adrian. This one is bowled by Connors and driven nicely by Clark this time out towards the extra cover boundary. Chase on for Alex Thompson. Ball will slow up and indeed stop before it gets to the boundary, and the batsmen come back for 3. Clark moves to double figures, and Sussex are up to 43 without loss. 1 ball into the 7th over. Great to be able to listen to. It's to you really, but he's mentioned me in it. Great to be able to listen to you, Adrian, and Fletch Sport today while working from home.
Oh, is it? Who sent that in?
Dave. Is it Tyler?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Another working from home.
Yeah. Keep up the good work. We'll try, but working from home. Come on, Dave, have a word with yourself. We know. Yeah. We've all been there. Here's Connors in to bowl to Haines this time, and Haines just clips it nicely off his pads out towards mid-wicket. Little run round the boundary for David Lloyd, I think that is. It is out there in the deep, and they come back for 2 more. Haynes moves to 35, 45 without loss.
I think in all seriousness, Fletch, there is a bit of a move to return to the office, isn't there? I was reading some articles in the paper the other day that the working from home is it's not coming to an end, but it's
not far off.
Not as prevalent as it was.
Here comes Connors again. Bowls, that's clipped into the leg side again by Haynes. This time almost straight to David Lloyd. So just a single on this occasion at square leg as he comes in off the boundary. Haynes to 36, 46 without loss.
You see some of the Sussex lads wandering around. They've been down in the nets. Henry Crocombe is down there. Archie Lenham, he's got a bit taller as Archie. He was 19 the other week, the leg spinner. It's his first appearance in the competition. He's walking around the boundary with Matt Spence, one of the health and fitness strength coaches.
Connors bowls pushed into the offside by Clark, fielded by Kame. That is what this competition is supposed to be about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Young players. I'm doing my update at 20. You're half past on the dot, are you?
Pretty much.
I'm 27 minutes past this hour.
All right, okay.
So,
would it help if it was slightly later, or is it all right?
Well, no, it'd be all right, yeah. He does his quiz, Ian Sky, at half past this time of the day, though, so I might be away for a while. Connors in and bowls. Beautifully played out into the offside by Clark this time. A full ball outside the off stump, and he's just leant into it, really. And he picks up another boundary, moves on to 14, and the 50's up for Sussex after 6 overs and 5 balls, which is pretty quick. 7.3 runs an over.
Well, by far their best start in the competition so far against Durham. They were 3 for 1, and at Northamptonshire, what were they? 18 for 1, 21 for 2. So by far their best start so far.
Oh, good. Here's Connors completing the 7th over, not his 7th. It's his 4th. Off his toes, played backward a square by Clark, fielded by Anuj Dal, and the over comes to an end. So 7 gone, and Sussex already 50 without loss, having been put into bat. They'll be very pleased, I imagine, with the way things have gone in these opening 7 overs. 4 boundaries to Haynes. That Clark boundary was indeed his first, surprisingly enough. 4 boundaries and a 6, of course, to Haynes, who smashed Alex Thompson over long on. Saranga Lakmal is going to come into the attack now.
I've had an email in from Brendan Gallagher. Thank you, Brendan, for your email. It's fairly lengthy, so I might have to do it in between deliveries. It says, "Hi, Adrian, a couple of observations. Watching the disappointing defeat on Sunday, and not for the first time this season, it seems like Sussex have too many captains on the field with nobody obviously in charge. Too many committee meetings and people waving their arms around. Pooch has been captain, and obviously Haynes and Alsop have deputised at various times, but the demarcation line seems to have become blurred." It's really interesting you talk about that, Brendan. Perhaps we'll discuss it with Fletch as well as we go through the over. In comes Lackmell, running into bowl to the left-handed Haynes. He's in and bowls, and Haynes with a play and a miss outside of the off stump. It was a very convincing shot by Tom Haynes. But I would agree with you. And, you know, I used to skip our local village side. It was village cricket. But I hated it if too many people had an opinion. You know, if the bowler comes up and says, "Skip, can I have a fine leg? You know, can you put someone out on the boundary?" But when you get everyone coming in your rear, I didn't like that. You know, the bowler's got every right to come and ask, but I think that should be it, really. Maybe someone else in the side.
Well, more often than not, it's the wicket keeper, isn't it? Because he can see things as well. But of course,
in comes Lackmell bowls to Haynes, who's hit on the pad. He's playing across the line. There's an appeal from Lackmell. Given not out, the ball goes to backward point, no run.
Of course, Derbyshire's wicketkeeper is their captain, so didn't like that noise. We've lost a green light, so apologies there. We're back again. Apologies if that affected your listening pleasure.
It's that horrible noise, Fletch, isn't it? I hate that noise.
I did struggle to get dialed in earlier on today until I phoned up the technical boffins who sorted me out.
Lackmell bright sunshine in towards some bowls, and Haynes is it on the pad. The ball bounces down in the direction of fine leg, and it's going to be a single, but it's a leg by. Sussex go to 51 without loss. But I do agree with you, Brendan. I did feel that on Sunday, commentating on the game, that there were an awful lot of people offering Tom Haynes advice, and I'm sure it's well-intentioned, it's well meant, I should say. The game is very tight, but I think when you've got a lot of people in your ear, it's quite difficult. You know, you've probably got your own thoughts on what you should do. And it perhaps was a bit confusing for Tom. So I agree. You know, my dad, God bless him, he always used to say, "There's one captain," and I think that's, you know, I'm quite in favour of that, really. So I would agree with what you're saying, Brendan. In comes Blackmell again bowls, and Clark plays to mid-on, and there is no run. He also goes on to say, it's also ironic that in a season when Sussex men have won just 7 cricket games, the skipper who masterminded 6 of them, Ravi Bupara, got summarily sacked. The T20 campaign was far from ideal, obviously, but at least with Ravi we had some strong home positions to win the occasional game. Keep up the good work, says Brendan Gallagher. Not sure if he was sacked, Brendan. I think obviously he's left the club. I think his contract wasn't renewed, so it was due. You know, what was at the end of his contract term. In comes Blackmell bowls to Clark, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. So whether you call that sacked, I'm not sure. But really interesting observations. Thank you, Brendan. You know, good to hear from you, and thank you for taking the time to write. But certainly there was some muddled thinking at the end of the game at Northampton. There was no question at all about that. I did ask Tom Haynes why, for example, Brad Curry didn't bowl in the final overs. He'd bowled 5 overs and taken 2 for 18, and he didn't bowl thereafter, which did seem rather odd. In comes Blackmell over the wicket, bowls, and Clark places this onto the onside. Very, very good piece of fielding in there at shortish mid-wicket by Harry Kane, and there is no run. And a tidy enough over from Saranga Blackmell, very tidy indeed. So tidy that it was a maiden over. 51 without loss, just the one leg by coming off the over. Clark on 14, Haynes on 36. Teddy Walmsley's been in touch. And sorry, just coming back on that as well, Brendan, and Finn Hudson-Prentice only bowled 7 overs as well. 7 overs for 17. Whereas Eric Carvelos, who bowled at the end of the innings, went for 56 in 7. So that, you know, they aren't criticism. I'm always keen to stress that. It's just an observation. And Tom was saying they felt that Carvelos was better bowling. So ultimately, it didn't work out on Sunday. And Tom did say in defeat, you know, we all need to learn from these sort of defeats. And I'm sure if that situation arises again, hopefully it won't happen. But Northamptonshire scored 58 in 22 balls at the end of the game, which can happen. I mean, Tom Taylor batted beautifully. Let's take nothing away from him. But today's another day, and Sussex are off to a good start here. 51 without loss, and the skipper Haynes is on 36. Change of bowling. Lewis Rees coming into the attack. Bowls to Tom Haynes, who plays beautifully through the covers and picks up a single. A shot that deserved more than a single, but it's fielded by Matty McKinnon on the cover boundary. Haynes goes to 37, and the Sharks to 52 without loss. Tom Clark, who has opened in the Championship and also opened in T20 cricket this season, restored to an opening slot. Ali Orr still not figuring for Sussex. We'll try and find out what the latest on Ali Orr is perhaps after the game. In comes Lewis Rees, bowls to Clark, who's forward and plays the ball to mid-wicket. He was looking to play the ball into the covers, and he rehearses the shot. So that's where it should have gone. Teddy in New Haven's been in touch. Hello, Teddy. He says, morning, Adrian and Fletch. Indoors watching stream, waiting for delivery. A win today, waiting for a delivery. A must win today to be in with the chance for Sussex. Need an improved performance with the ball today, says Teddy. Yeah, in comes Rees bowls, and Clark works this one into the offside. Gets the run. The throw comes in from mid-wicket from Matty McKinnon. Misses the stumps, but I think Clark was probably home. Total goes to 53 without loss. Just coming back on that, I mean, I was looking at the group stages last year, and Sussex won 6 of their games and won the group. In the other group, you needed 5 wins to get through, with the exception of Kent, who won 4 and squeaked in 3rd place. In comes Rees, bowls to Haynes, lovely shot. played. Oh, he didn't see it. I think the fielder didn't pick the ball up at all. That was mighty odd. The ball is drilled down the ground, and I think the fielder at mid-on didn't see. Nonetheless, Haynes picks up. Well, I can't quite out what happened there, to be honest. Lewis Rees bowled. It was clipped down the ground by.
Did he touch it onto the stump? Somebody's removed a bail.
Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
Somebody's removed a bail.
And
I'm not sure who it was.
And that's what deflected the ball past the fielder. I'm going to have to go, Fletch, and I'll be back.
I'm just glad I got back in time, Adrian. Thank you. Just don't forget your headphones if you need them. I'm not sure if you do. He's got some other ones. Excellent. We have the added bonus of additional Ed Dawes today, for reasons I may explain. During this Lewis Rees over, he's only got 2 balls of it left, and he bowls to Tom Clark, who lifts this into the air just over the head of, well, I say just over the head of Sam Connors at mid-on. It's quite some distance over the head of Sam Connors at mid-on, and goes away to the boundary for 4 more, 58 without loss after 8 overs and 5 balls. Clark moves on to 19. Haynes has 38. And Derbyshire, without luck really there, Saranga Lakmal bowled a maiden over. His first over, which was excellent. And at the moment, Lewis Rees has conceded 7 runs off his first, and he bowls, and that one is wide of the off stump and driven by Clark for 4. That wasn't a good delivery to complete the Lewis Rees over. He's conceded 11 off his first over. Clark moves to 23. Haynes has 38, and Sussex are 62 without loss after 1 over of with 1 over of power play remaining. Yes, Ed Dawes will be with us a little bit later on today because I have to go elsewhere. At around about 3:30, 4 o'clock probably. I'm going up to the Pirelli Stadium, where from 6 o'clock this evening you'll be able to hear full build-up and then commentary and reaction to Burton Albion's EFL Cup first round match against Leicester City. So very much looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to hearing and seeing Ed at some point. Lakmal bowls a full toss that's driven for 4 by Haynes. Looking for the Yorker, missed it probably by 2 feet in the end, and Haynes just stood and drove it to extra cover. And David Lloyd retrieves the ball. Sussex move on to 66 without loss. In the final over of their batting power play, or the power play, I'm never sure whether they're batting power plays or bowling power plays. I'm not sure there's a difference between the two, if I'm honest. As Lakmal is in again, bowls, and it's clipped into the leg side by Haynes. This time there is no run as it goes straight to Harry Kane. So it remains 66 without loss. Only 2 other games, I think, taking place in this competition today. Northamptonshire against Somerset. But there might only be 1 other game. No, there are 2. There's a game at Lancashire, at Blackpool, not in Derbyshire and Sussex's group, of course. Northamptonshire 58 without loss. And that one is a play and a miss from Haynes. Outside the off stump, goes through to Brooke Guest. Not the best shot that Tom Haynes has played today. Northamptonshire decided to bat first against Somerset at Wantage Road, so 58 without loss. The 1 ball of the 10th over, so not quite as advanced as Sussex, but not far off.
He's such a good player, Tom Haynes. You don't need to play that shot. You know, he's 42
really.
or 36.
Dawes is in the building, everybody. That's excellent news.
He looks very smart.
He looks smart and he's smiling, which, considering what he was put through last night by Derby County, is a good effort. Haynes defends this next delivery straight back to Saranga Lakmal. He claims to have some work to do.
He's moving all my clutter.
Oh, is he?
He's probably thinking that bloke's come up from Sussex and he's left his mess all over,
No, I know he was looking forward to
all over the desk.
just sitting alongside you, Adrian.
Well, I would say, because I'm in Derby, but in the past when we've been to Pride Park with the Albion, everyone's always very welcoming, and you remember that sort of thing. So
Certainly do. There's Lakmal then. 2 balls of his over left. Haynes clips this next one straight to Harry Kane at mid-wicket. There was no run.
It was one of those, Fletch. It just bounced at an awkward time. It almost came up and hit him in the hit him in the chops, which would have been painful.
Yes, you do see that occasionally.
Presumably Ed goes on holiday to Barbados or somewhere. Does he?
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Look at him.
Derbyshire.
Yes. So he was outside yesterday, because I think yesterday was about the first day it's not rained for a fortnight. Final ball of the Lackmale over then, his second, conceded just 4 runs. And he's in and bowls to, strikes the pad a bit high. And the ball dribbles out into the offside. Haynes remains on 42, Clark has 23 at the end of the power play. Sussex 66 without loss, having been put into bat.
Great start for Sussex. I would say, actually, the attendance at Pride Park will have been boosted by, I think, about 10 last night by some of the Sussex lads who went along to watch. I think Paul Farbrace went along as well, I was hearing. So
just over 7,000, I think, last night. The League Cup doesn't ignite the imagination, does it, really, in the early stages? Especially when you're playing a team from your division as well. I always think it's much more fun if you're playing a team, as Burton are tonight, from the division above in Leicester City. And, of course, Leicester City only just out of the Premier League as well. That might just coax a few to go, but you know you've got another game against Blackpool later in the season at home, and you think, we'll watch them then. You can have enough of tangerine for me. I always think.
I remember the Albion playing at Burton Albion, funny enough, Fletch, in a League Cup tie, 6-7 years ago maybe. Anyway, we're talking cricket. In comes Lewis Weiss, running in over the wicket bowls, and Tom Clark back on his stumps, plays it to backward point, and there is no run. Brooke Guest standing up to the stumps, and Derbyshire keen to stem the flow of runs here.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It is. It seems to have been around the 60-odd mark, all the power plays, though, so far. So that they will feel that they're still in this. But
of course.
They'll want some wickets, won't they? Just to try to slow things down.
In comes Reece bowls, and Clark plays that one down to third man and picks up a single. Tom Clark, he goes to 24, Sussex to 67 without loss. Sussex batted first, as say, at Northampton. It was a tricky wicket, a wicket that seemed to get slower as the game went on. Having said that, when Tom Taylor came on, it just looked like came into bat, it just looked like a completely different surface, to be honest. I mean, he did bat beautifully, and virtually won the game single-handed for Northamptonshire. Reece bowls, Haynes plays beautifully, extra cover drive straight to Kane, an extra cover, and there is no run. So the field, outside of the 30-yard circle, there's a third man, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a deep square leg, and a long on. And 5 men have to be inside the circle at this time. They are a mid-off, a cover, backward point, short fine leg, and a straightish mid-wicket. In comes Reece over the wicket bowls, and Haynes works this one through the covers to the fielder on the cover boundary. He goes to 43, and the chance to 68 without loss. Gary Knight has been in touch. Thank you, Gary. Good to hear from you. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Lives in Horsham, so this is where these two lads play their club cricket as well. In comes Reece. The wicket bowls, and Clark, that's a good shot. He was just back on his stumps and just deflected the ball down to third man. They're going to come back for a second. Good running as well, but there was always 2 there. The throw coming in from Mark Watt down on the third man boundary, and there is no run. He says, "Good morning, Adrian. I'm watching and listening via the live stream and encouraged by our positive start. I feel today's match is pivotal in our season, as some murmurings of discontent are appearing more regularly on social media, so the need to start winning games is more acute." Just break off for a moment as Reece runs away from us. Left arm over the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Clark plays this up the hip down to deep backward square and picks up another single. Does Tom Clark? He goes to 20. That's gone up 27. There we are. And Sussex to 71 without loss. He says, "We are fortunate to be able to pick a strong squad in this tournament, so our first 2 performances have been very disappointing. Humiliation by Durham and losing a game we should have won against Northamptonshire are a setback. If we lose this game, questions will be asked. It'd be good to get an update on whether Ali Orr will be returning soon and the results of Steve Finn's scan on a Monday." End of the over, 71 without loss at the end of the 11th.
The drilling again.
Where's that coming from?
Downstairs and to our left on the ground floor, they're building a faith room, and they seem only to build it on match days. Sarenga Lakmal from the City end, in and bowled to Tom Clark, who just cuts this away, brilliantly fielded by Anuj Dal, diving away to his left-hand side. He really is a top fielder, Anuj Dal, and prevented probably a couple of runs. David Lloyd is out there on the boundary's edge, guarding it.
So just coming back to your email, Gary, I will certainly ask both of those questions. I did mention Ali, or my understanding when Ali picked up this injury at the Oval in the T20 was that he was going to be available, or hoping to be available, for the 50 over, but clearly that's not the case, or not so far anyway.
Lakmal bowls to Clark down the leg side. That might be, yes, it is signalled wide by Peter Hartley. Had to think about it. Signalled it wide. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, Sarenga Lakmal, so rather than pushing it across him, he's bowling it into him and just got the line. A little bit skew-if there. Adam Buss has been in touch. And I knew the name, and I couldn't work out why. It says he likes to think of this as being a Derby in his world. He was born in Hastings, but lived and worked for many years at Derby. I think he worked at Quad. Had the pleasure of working with Dave, he says, as in comes Lakmal, edged and past the diving Brooke Guest for 4 runs, down to a very fine third man, but a genuine edge of Clark's bat. He moves to 31, Sussex 76 without loss. The first real moment of alarm, though, for either batsman that wasn't really of their own making. Brooke Guest did what he could to get across, but missed out. Yeah, he worked at the Question of Sport events here at Derbyshire, supporting both Wayne Madsen, I think Tony Palladino. There must be another. There is another email following on, or another tweet rather. As in comes Lakmal again. That one is driven nicely by Clark out towards extra cover. Around comes David Lloyd, picks up. They're going back for the second as well, but they get back comfortably enough. Clark, Haynes rather running to the danger end, the non-striker's end. Clark picks up 2 more and moves on to 33-78 without loss. Halfway through the 12th over. So good to hear from you, Adam. I'm sure it was Quad where you worked, but hey.
Who are Quad, Fletch?
Quad is a sort of arts and entertainment centre in Derby. Cinema and that kind of thing. Exhibitions. As this next one is short from Lakmal and pulled into the leg side. McKiernan is on the boundary in front of the old scoreboard. He's a long way from the old scoreboard, in truth. And they go through for 1 more. Clark moves to 34, 79 without loss. But yeah, we did a little question of sport. A couple of them up in the members' pavilion. There was a very good, what's that thing where you sort of mime, what's it called? Like charades.
Yeah.
I was very good at that. Very good at that indeed, as I remember. I'm not wishing to blow my own trumpet.
We'll let you do that, Fletch.
Well, nobody else will. Next delivery again, short, ducks underneath it this time. Haynes didn't really get up an awful lot. And he miscounts Brooke Guest and then realises that there was a wide in the over. So after he'd picked up the helmet, he pops it straight back down again because there's 1 more ball to come.
Almost ducked into that, Tom Haynes. He
just didn't get up at all, did it, really?
Yeah, he got hit on Sunday at Northampton by Tom Taylor, who bowled at good pace, Fletch, I have to say, on a wicket that wasn't really giving a lot to the seamers. He bowled really, I thought, quite quickly. And Tom went, took him and got one on the grill. Was out shortly afterwards as well, so it probably shook him up a little bit.
Not sure who it was who released Tom Taylor from Derbyshire. He went to Leicestershire initially. As Lakmal comes in to completely over. That'll be a no ball, surely to goodness. No, it isn't. He gets away with it. 79 without loss. I really don't understand the laws of cricket anymore. Haynes has 43, Clark has 34. 12 overs have gone. That looked like a no ball to me. Well, look, it's a wide, obviously, but they call it no ball these days. You get 2 runs for it, and how that wasn't, I'm not sure.
Just coming back to finishing your email, Gary, so I will ask the question about Ali Orr, who hasn't played since he injured his knee. He would normally open the batting for Sussex and had a terrific competition last year in the 50 over, including the highest individual score in List A cricket, made 206 down at Taunton last year, but he hasn't figured since he hurt that knee in May. So we'll get an update, as I say, because I thought he was going to play in this 50 over. And Steve Finn, as you say, was due to have a scan on his back on Monday. In comes Lewis Rees, running in over the wicket bowls, and Clark is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. He only bowled 4 overs of the first game. That was pretty much his first appearance of the season. He did play in a warm-up game against Buckinghamshire, but bowled 4 overs. We thought he'd hurt his hand, looking to take a return, not catch, but looking to stop the ball off his own bowling, but apparently he'd hurt his back, and was, in the words of Paul Farbrace, distraught in the dressing room afterwards. In comes Rees on bowls, and Clark nudges that down in the direction of fine leg. Well, I think about 2 here, because the fielder at fine leg's a little slow to come in. There really shouldn't have been 2 there, but Lackmar was a bit slow coming in from the fine leg boundary, and Clark noticed he was slow coming in and went through for 2. He goes to 36 and Sussex to 81 without loss. Well, we will find out about Steve Finn. He's been battling this long-term knee injury, now a back problem, so we'll get the very latest from Paul Farbrace if we can at some stage. If not today, maybe down at Taunton on Friday. In comes Lewis Rees again. Bowls. He's hit on the pad now. That looks close. That's a good shout, and he's given out. And Tom Clark wanders off, and I think he knew in his heart of heart that he was gone. He was looking to turn it on the leg side, and he was playing across the line. It's a dangerous game to play, and we are looking here to the left-hander over mid-off. And it looked a good shout from here. And the decision is upheld by umpire Peverell, and the first wicket goes down for Sussex. Tom Clark is on his way for 36 off of 32 balls, and the Sharks are 81 for 1.
They needed that, didn't they, Derbyshire? 12 and a half overs, and Sussex were threatening to run riot.
Looked a good shout, didn't it, Fletch?
Yes, it did. It did.
And it's just the way he was just playing slightly across the line. And the way Tom Clark, he sort of wandered away, and then the finger went up, and he didn't even look at the umpire. I think he knew in his heart that he was gone. So thanks for your email, Gary. Sorry it's taken a while to answer it, but we will try and find the answers.
That's all the same email?
It is, those questions. Got another one here from Ian Shin.
Oh, excellent.
Ian's watching the live stream in Maidenhead in Berkshire and enjoying the commentary as usual, spending my day watching the cricket and editing a book I've written, which is not cricket related.
Editing a book, yeah.
Oh. He says he's immensely disappointed in the loss to Northamptonshire, hoping today goes better. Do you know if England have released Ollie Robinson for the county championship in September? All I can say on that, Ian, is that I did ask Paul Farbrace when we were in Leeds a couple of weeks ago, and he said, well, his words were something along the lines of, I see no reason why Ollie wouldn't play. He's not playing in the 100. There's no test cricket, so why wouldn't he play? So I think...
so that's a no, then.
So I think you can assume that Paul Farbrace is expecting Ollie Robinson to play. I don't know if he'll play all 4. I would certainly be expecting him to play at Durham, which is the first game when the championship resumes in September. So Paul Farbrace seemed to be pretty unequivocal about that he's expecting him to play at least some cricket.
You get about, don't you? Leeds, Durham, Derby.
Oh, crumbs.
Blimey.
Yeah, we've had some trips.
Some miles in.
Yeah, Taunton on Friday.
Oh, good grief.
The little van has got a few miles on the clock edge. In comes Rees, bowls to the new man, who is Tom Alsop, who has been opening the batting. He plays it out with the offside, and there is no run. I just hesitated. I couldn't remember if it was my over or not, but I think it is.
Yes.
Who's that warming up at mid-off, Fletch?
Alex Thompson again.
Okay, so he's already bowled a bit, Alex Thompson,
Yeah.
today, but he's going to bowl again. But thank you, Ian, for your email, listening in lovely Maidenhead on the River Thames. I went in a narrowboat last year, Fletch, down the River Thames. Great fun it was, and we went through Maidenhead
All right.
on the way to Windsor. Very nice tour it was.
I don't think I've ever been there.
In comes Rees, bowls, also drives to mid-on, and there is no run. The only time I could go to Maidenhead is to go through it on the river, Fletch, because it did look expensive.
Oh,
Some of the
right.
houses on the river did look very, very nice.
Yeah. The workmen will have their lunch in 10 minutes, I'm fairly confident.
We have to say thank you as well, because we do get sort of cakes now and again, but generally not until the afternoon at home. But here at Derby, we've had cake in the morning. Coffee and walnut cake, courtesy of the Derbyshire scorer, I forget the lady's name. In comes Rees. Bowls. Oh, he said that's another good shout, and he could well be given out here, Tom Alsop. Well, I can only assume, it'd be wrong to assume, maybe it was missing leg stump, I don't know.
I thought the only thing that might have saved him there was being outside the line, because he took a step, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Lewis Rees can't quite believe that it hasn't been given. He's still got his head buried in his hands. Good over from
It was.
Rees conceded just 2 runs and picked up a wicket. He's just getting the explanation there from Ben Peverell as to why it was turned down. Of course, the end replay don't put unsuccessful leg before wicket shouts on the little highlights down the right-hand side of the scorecard, which I look at. So, but that, yes,
Good shout.
I wouldn't have been at all surprised to see the finger go up for that one.
No.
It wasn't a great shot to play early in your innings, really.
He's not been in great form in this competition, Tom. Also, he made 6 against Northamptonshire and 1 against Durham. So, we're looking for a score today.
Ed's on the warpath. He's just thrown his headphones down. I thought he was going to come in. Lackmell begins a new over. Bowls to Tom Haynes, who's on 43, and he pushes this one out into the offside.
So
there's no run.
So the Derbyshire scorer who made the cake, Fletch, is
Jane Huff.
Jane. Well, wonderful cake.
More often than not brings a cake in.
Does she? Well,
Yes.
I couldn't believe it. She came in and she said, "Would you like a bit of cake, Adrian?" I said, "Oh, it's 11:15. I thought, lovely.
Why not?
Yeah, why not indeed?
It'll be a while before we eat. 36 overs and 5 balls, in fact. And it will just be sandwiches. Here is, which are perfectly fine, Lackmell bowling. Haynes drives, but straight to reset mid-off. And there is no run. So they just quietened it down a touch in the last couple of overs.
David Ross has been in touch, Fletch, on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he's got a question for you.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I hope it's not a tricky one. If it's anything to do with maths, I'm out. That really isn't a strong set. I used to be quite good at maths, but no longer. Around the wicket comes Lackmell and bowls. Haynes drives, but straight to, I think that's David Lloyd fielding in an extra cover now. It is. No run.
It's important here for Sussex that they don't throw away a good start. I mean, it's all very well being 81 for none. All of a sudden, you want to be 81 for 2. And Tom Haynes is in, 43 off 46. He's middling the ball. A real opportunity. It's a ground he likes. He made a big double 100 here in that game last season in the Championship. Had his Bujara, had his Masood, of course.
Yes. Magnificent effort, but slightly dull game.
Yeah.
Lackmell bowls, pushed out as the offside. They're going through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps from Lloyd that bounces over the stumps. He was a little unfortunate there. I think he caught a wicket end. So he didn't manage to dislodge the bails. He's flat on his back at the moment, but he's fine. Haynes moves to 44 and Sussex to 82 for 1.
I can only imagine that David is a Sussex supporter because he says, "I'm really enjoying the commentary as always. I hope we can an improved performance after 2 below games recently. Below par games recently."
Could be a supporter of either side, quite frankly.
Oh, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. Yeah, because they both lost 2 out of 2. So I don't know what I'm talking about. Perhaps you can let us know, David.
Here is Lackmell bowling, and that one is defended by Allsop.
But he goes on to say, Fletch, as a Carlisle United season ticket holder,
Oh, excellent.
can I ask Fletch if he's looking forward to his Tuesday night trip to Carlisle in late October?
Yes, I'm fortunate in Carlisle away isn't as bad for me as it is for a lot of Burton supporters because I live in Bolton, so I'm 61-6 and I'm off. Very much looking forward to another trip to Brunton Park. It's been a while since I've been there. I went there with Halifax. Might have been there with Bradford, not sure.
Lackmell around the wicket bowls, and Allsop works this one down to third man and picks up his first run. Does Tom Allsop? Sussex go to 83 for 1 at the end of Lackmell's over. Tidy enough from Saranga Lackmell, who's bowled nicely here. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 14. The Sharks are 83 for 1. David finishes off by saying, as a promoted team, I'm anticipating a long and possibly frustrating season for Carlisle. Keep up the good work.
It's a very open League One this season. The bookies decided the odds on the size of the grounds of the various clubs as far as I could work out. But it is open with now Sheffield Wednesday and Ipswich, Sunderland having gone up a couple of seasons ago. I think it's really open.
My experience of going to Carlisle, Fletch, was back in the days when I used to follow Woking around in the conference, and Carlisle were in the conference. I'll just break off as Lewis Rees runs away from us in lovely sunshine. Bowls to Allsop, who's forward, plays the ball to backward point, and there is no run. The total remains 83 for 1. So Woking were going to Carlisle. It was near to Christmas, and it's a long way from Woking to Carlisle and back in the day. So it was decided it was too far to drive there and back. So I would go on the supporters club coach, which left at some unearthly hour, like about 5:30 in the morning. So it was Christmas time. In comes Lewis Rees. Bowls and also plays firmly. That's a shot will give him some confidence. No run, but it was out of the middle of the bat to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And it was decided, because it was Christmas time, that everyone had to wear Father Christmas hats. And also there was karaoke on the coach, and it was Grease. And everyone was given a song sheet, and we had to sing Grease songs, A Good Way of the Way to Carlisle. I have to say, I couldn't wait to get off the bus.
No, I can imagine, yeah.
By the time, and because it was a coach, you have a couple of coach stops as well for the driver. In comes Rees and bowls and clipped onto the leg side by Allsop. He's going to pick up one as the fielder comes in from deep mid-wicket to field. So Allsop goes to 2, to 84 for 2. So, yeah, and we got back home well after midnight. So, and I think Woking lost. But that was the least of my worries. I was just glad. I mean, it was good to meet some of the fans on the coach, but the Christmas hats and Grease was not really my cup of tea.
It'd be more exhausting doing that than driving yourself up there.
I did try to join in. In comes Rees. Bowls, and Haynes clips this nicely through square leg. He picks up a single. The fielder comes trotting in off of the deep square leg boundary, picks up the ball, throws back into Brooke Guest. One more to Haynes. He goes to 45 off 48. The Sharks 85 for 1.
Because Paul Simpson is the manager of Carlisle United, who will clearly be looking forward to coming to Pride Park, I would have thought, in League One. Former player and coach of Derby County. Thoroughly nice man.
Comes Rees again. Bowls driven nicely by Allsop. Doesn't quite time that play to mid-on in the Risno run. He's generally a fine timer of the ball, is Tom Allsop. You can just see he's just as good a player as he is. I think when you haven't contributed in a competition, scores of, what did I say 6 on 1, you're keen to make an impact. And interesting, he's been dropped from opening the batting today back to his preferred position of 3. But he's a fine player if he can get himself moving here. In comes Rees, bowls, and Allsop defends into the offside, fielded by Guest. Another tidy enough over by Derbyshire, who have got the brakes on here. Sussex 85 for 1. Allsop on 2, Haynes on 45. And the man out, Tom Clark, who was out for 36, and there are 15 overs gone. Trevor Adams has been in touch. He says, hello, Adrian and hosts. Thanks for the coverage as always. I managed to get to the Northamptonshire match on Sunday. Yes, we should have won on the balance of probability. Northants rightly chanced their arm against Coles. We should remember he's still very young, and it came off for them. Cavallas can be leaky, but he's often good for a wicket or two. I'm thinking that the Sussex are more competitive this year compared to last, although there's still plenty of improving to do. I also got to the last day of the Derbyshire County Championship match. Amazing day's play. Thanks again for the good work. That was a terrific day.
It was great. It was great. I didn't think they were going for it. You were convinced they were, and you were absolutely right. I was hopelessly wrong. Here's Saranga Lackmel. 5th over, just conceded the 14 so far. The first delivery is pushed up towards Rees, who does the fielding, but can't prevent the single from being taken. Haynes moves to 46, 86 for 1. David McCardle says £4.50 for one of those small tubs at the Book of Mormon.
All crumbs.
So not much change out of a fiver.
No, that was presumably in the West End somewhere. £4.50 for a little tub of ice cream.
You don't get much, do you?
No, you don't.
You don't get much. You can get a full tub in Co-op for £2.
Yeah. You just better take, and a packet of sweets of even more, Fletch.
That's after you've paid whatever you paid for your ticket. Lackmel in and bowls. And pulled into the leg side in front of square. Run round here for McKinnon. He's not going to make it. 4 to Allsop, his first boundary. That'll make him feel a lot better. Moves on to 90 for 1 now.
The reason we mentioned that is because John Malone had been in touch. He's probably off the train now, but he was going up to London to see Phantom of the Opera today, to see the matinee performance.
Yeah, it'd be good, that.
Yeah, well.
Very good. To a few at the Palace in Manchester a few years ago. They were excellent. The theatre is different, isn't it? It's special. Here is Lackmel bowling to Allsop, who turns this one into the leg side. Harry Kame does the fielding. There's no run.
I went to Buckingham Palace last week, Fletch.
Just drop that in. Excellent.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, but were they in?
No, they weren't. Unfortunately, they weren't there because the standard wasn't flying. But I'd never been, and so the palace is open at various times. I think mainly during the summer months. So can have a look around the staterooms, and you went out in the garden and had a look. Yeah, it was nice.
Very good.
Yeah.
Only ever peered through the railings.
Yeah, so have I, Fletch.
Blackwell in again around the wicket, bowls, and that one is defended straight back to him by Allsop. It remains 90 for 1.
Unbelievably busy outside Buckingham Palace.
Always big crowds around there.
A lot of people. I mean, the tour itself, it was good actually. You walk in, you get a headset, and so it's one of these audio tours. It wasn't too in depth, so it was quite nice. And you went through the staterooms and various things. The only thing it missed, I thought it might show some of the photographs, because pretty much everyone who is anyone has been to Buckingham Palace, haven't they?
Yeah.
Think of the world leaders, everyone who's been to Buckingham Palace.
Like Mal. Bowls driven into the onside by Allsop. He's going to pick up a couple of runs here as McKinnon runs round from mid-wicket to do the fielding. He does. Moves on to 8. 1 ball of the over left, 92 for 1.
But nonetheless, it was really good.
There's somebody from a million miles away from London. It's always exciting when you go to London.
Yeah.
And it always staggers me how close everywhere is. It's quite small, isn't it? Where all the sites, if you like, are. They're all within walking distance. I quite like the tube. I can imagine being on it twice a day, every day would get a bit wearing. But well, to complete his over, balls to Allsop, and it's driven up to Mark Watt mid-on. That's the end of the over. So 16 gone, 92 for 1. Sussex with Allsop on 8, Haynes on 46. Tom Clark, the man out, leg before wicket to Lewis Rees for 36. Rees is going off, and Anuj Dal is going to come into the attack for the first time from the racecourse end. The vice-captain talking to his skipper.
Signs, I thought, Fletcher, that Tom Allsop's just starting to find his feet here. That was a good shot that he played to me. I didn't get any runs, but he just looks as if he's playing himself back into form, which shall be good for Sussex.
Just missed me 12 o'clock now as well.
Let's talk about Buckingham Palace.
Absolute nightmare I'm having here today. Absolute nightmare.
That's because I'm here, Fletch. Sorry.
No.
So it is going to be Anuj Dal who's going to bowl to the left-handed Sussex skipper, Tom Haynes. Anuj Dal, 27. Career best 1 for 16 in 50-over cricket, according to the screen that's in front of us, and he's running away from us. Right arm around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who plays the first ball very firmly through the covers. A shot that probably deserved a boundary, but it's only as far as Matty McKinnon, who comes running in off the cover boundary to field. So it goes to 93 for 1. Haynes to within 3 of a half century. Very good morning, wherever you're listening from. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher on a lovely sunny day, and hurrah for that after all the miserable weather we've had over the last few days. Darlin again bowls, and Allsop plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Derbyshire winning the toss this morning, asking Sussex to bat first. And Tom Clark, the only man out, LBW to Lewis Rees for 36 after a partnership of 81 for the first wicket with Tom Allsop. One change for Sussex in this match. Ari Cavalos making way for the leg spin of Archie Lenham, his first appearance in the competition this season. As in comes Dal, bowls, and Allsop works that one down to fine leg, picks up a single. He goes 2-9, and Fletcher was saying 3 changes for Derbyshire in this match, and very unprofessionally, I didn't make a note of them, Fletch. So
I'm not telling you.
Oh, please.
Yes, Lloyd, McKinnon and Watt come in for Lamb, Wood and Potts.
Dal round the wicket, bowls and defends. It's Tom Haynes into the offside. There is no. He's just settled down a bit here, Tom Haynes. I just thought that there was a little stage he'd got those runs and he played a couple of what I thought were poor shots, and I thought you don't want to get out here, Tom Haynes. And he's now playing very sensibly, and you should do. You're in. You've got 47 off 51.
Absolutely.
The side can build an innings around Tom Haynes here. And your wickets in there. It's still a good start for Sussex. 94 for 1. Darlin bowls, and Haynes, that's a good, well, it's run away down to find leg. I suspect that's going to be a bye. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. It is indeed a bye. It wasn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, and the ball ricocheted off some part of his body down to fine leg. Sussex pick up a single, 95 for 1. Brooke Guest rehearses that take behind the stumps. 3 men saving 1 on the off. 2 on the leg. As in comes Dale bowls, and also up on his toes, works this through the covers and picks up another single. Tom Alsop, he goes to double figures. And Sussex to 96 for 1. Nice and tidy from Anusdale, just the 3 runs coming off of the over. And after those flurry of runs in the early overs, Derbyshire wrestled some control back here. 96 for 1 after 17 overs. Haynes on 47, Alsop on 10.
Yeah, just 16 runs off the last 5 overs and a wicket. So you can apply the brakes. They've still got McKean and Mark Watt up their sleeves. So, and David Lloyd, of course, who bowled, I think, 7 or 8 overs down at Cheltenham College. Alex Thompson is back to replace Saranga Lakmal, 5 overs for 21. His first over was a maiden, Saranga Lakmal, so that really applied the brakes. Now David Lloyd has gone in at slip, interestingly. So a slip for the off-spinner, Alex Thompson. Nick Potts is on the field at short, fine leg. I think it's Lewis Rees who's still off the field. I'm fairly sure it is. I'm too worried about missing all these updates. Thompson in around the wicket and bowls to Alsop. I bet she did. I've just been told that the newsreader laughed it off. 96 for 1. I'm going to get a rocket the next time I'm in the office, which is next week, I think. In comes Thompson again and bowls. Down the track goes Alsop and drives it to the left of the bowler and all the way to long on, a very straight long on for 4. Using his feet nicely there. Tom Alsop, the 100 is up for Sussex, 100 in 17 overs. And 2 balls. So a decent lick, just under 6 and over at the moment. As Thompson is in again, and that one is just clipped, really, up towards Mark Watt by Tom Alsop, who moves to 15 with a single, 101 for 1. No slip now. David Lloyd has gone out into the covers, which has forced Anusdal to say, am I all right here? He's at extra cover. As Thompson is in, and that one is pushed straight back to him by Haynes.
This next ball's going to be interesting, because Tom Haynes just looked frustrated then, and he's now looking towards the leg side a bit. Let's see what Tom Haynes does here.
Feet. He's going to use his feet. Thompson is in. He doesn't use his feet. He tries to cut it, and he makes some contact, but not much, and scampers through for a quick single as Connors does the fielding. People still coming in. Good to see. Free for under 16s who are accompanied.
Excellent.
And it is the school holidays, so
yeah.
If you're wondering what to do with your youngsters, there's a big grass bank out the back of the media centre they can go and run around on if they don't want to watch the cricket. As Thompson is in again around the wicket and bowls to Alsop, who just clips this into the leg side for a single. Potts, the 12th man, does the fielding. Lewis Rees is ready to come back on, so that will be Nick Potts' last action for now. In fact, David Lloyd's going off, so Potts will stay on. 103 for 1. Alsop has 16. Haynes a couple away from a half century.
Yeah, just 3 other games in the Metro One Day Cup today. Sorry, 2 other games. One at Northampton, where Sussex lost at the weekend. They're playing Somerset, where Sussex go after this game. I think the Sussex lads are staying in Derby tonight, then driving down to Taunton tomorrow for the game on Friday. Northamptonshire 104 for 1, so a good start off just 18 overs. At Wantage Road, in comes Anusdal, comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop, who plays that to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, who's back on the field. He goes to 17, Sussex to 104 for 1. The other game is in the other group, where Lancashire are 72 for 1 against Kent. I'm presuming that's at Old Trafford, but by
No, they're at Blackpool.
They are at Blackpool.
They're at Blackpool today.
Stanley Park, Blackpool.
Yeah, it's nice there.
Is it?
Yeah, bit of one-day game there. 16, 17, sometime around then.
Dahl bowls and played all the way down to third man by Tom Haynes. He picks up a single. He goes to 49. Sussex to 105 for one. Yeah, of course, it wouldn't be at Old Trafford because they've got the other competition being played there, I guess, at the moment.
Yeah, they are playing some games, mixing and matching this year in the test venues. But yeah, Blackpool's a really nice ground.
Darling again bowls and also works that one down to third man as well. So singles coming off the first 3 balls of the over. Also goes to 18, 106 for one.
You walk out the back of the press tent. They have a big marquee there. You're certainly not behind the bowler's arm, which is fine at an outground. You take what you get, don't you? And we had a commentator with his third voice, if you like, who was doing it for the first time.
Oh dear. Darling bowls and Haynes goes through to his half century, plays the ball into the covers, fielded by Harry Kane. And Tom Haynes goes through to a half century, his second half century of the competition. He made 65 against Durham at Hove last Friday, 50 off 56 balls. Nice innings by Tom Haynes, who was very, very upset on Sunday night that Sussex hadn't beaten Northamptonshire, and he looks keen to make amends today. Dahl around the wicket bowls, also forward defence into the offside, and there is no run.
5 fours and a 6.
Thank you.
In Tom Haynes' half century. If you walked out the back of the press tent and looked to your left, you could see Blackpool Tower. He's very excited by this. He now commentates on national radio. This particular person.
I'm intrigued.
Carry on.
Dahl around the wicket bowls and also defends onto the onside. It's a dot ball to finish the over, so tidy enough from Andrew Dahl. 2 overs for 7 at the end of the 19th over. I apologise. The Sharks are 107 for 1. Haynes 50, Allsop on 18.
He may or may not be the chief cricket writer for the BBC. He is. And he was very excited by seeing Blackpool Tower. And he came back in and we were on air and he said, is there a better view from any ground in the world than that? I think, well, I can think of a couple in this country. Worcester for a start.
Yeah.
Gaull's quite nice. So yeah, that was his first commentary stint. Obviously desperate for something to talk about, but it was nice to see Blackpool Tower, which of course I saw again at the weekend. Thompson around the wicket in and bowls. That's played by Haynes into the offside. He looked like he was going to play a more aggressive shot than he ended up playing. Picked up by Dahl. Bless him. So Stefan was with myself and Scott Reed for that one. Barely worked with Scott this year. It's a real shame.
No, I haven't seen him at all.
Yeah, it's one of the downsides of 2 divisions, clearly, as that one is played back to Thompson by Haynes. Thompson then doesn't really throw the ball very hard towards Haynes, but I do know you're not allowed to do that anymore. So just be careful. Peter Hartley.
So you're not allowed to?
No.
Right. You can incur the wrath?
If he doesn't leave his crease, he may have just left his crease.
Right, okay.
Thompson's in again. This time he uses his feet and smashes him back over his head, does Haynes, down the ground for a 1-bounce 4. So you can throw the ball at Tom Haynes all you like. The next delivery, he'll lift the ball back over you and get another boundary. 111 for 1. Haynes moves on to 54. We had a Nyron Donald with us on Sunday. He came down, he was brought ostensibly by Nick Webb, because Nyron, of course, now with Hampshire, but did play for Glamorgan earlier on in his career. And he was telling us, there's a number of things that you're not allowed to do, and throwing the ball aggressively towards the batsman when you field and you follow through, it's very much frowned upon.
Right.
Here's Thompson bowling, cut by Haynes out into the offside, obviously. Fielded by Lloyd. They go through for a comfortable single. Haynes moves to 55, 112 for 1. You can also no longer linger as a batsman if you're given out, if there's any thought in the umpire's mind that there's dissent. So there's a fine line between dissent and being disappointed in yourself. As Thompson bowls, pushed into the offside again by Allsop on this occasion. He picks up another single. Again, it's fielded by Lloyd. Allsop moves on to 19
And these various penalties that you can get if you show dissent when you're out, you can get these level ones and level twos. I haven't got my head around how they all tot up, Fletch.
Nor have I. Wait till you have to deal with the new football laws. There's Thompson bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Haynes. Fielded by Thompson. And it's the end of the off-spinner's fifth over. 5 overs for 32 now. 113 for 1 after 20. Allsop has 19, Haynes has 55.
It just seems to me it's one of these things actually in cricket, and I think we might have spoken about this when you were at Hove, Dave, about communication around the game and letting people know, particularly in limited overs cricket, you know, if it's a free hit or whatever, something going up on the scoreboard, an announcement being made so that people who are perhaps here for the first time know what's going on. And I think disciplinary as well. So, you know, I understand a Sussex player got some sort of a charge for showing dissent when he was out at the weekend. In comes Dahl and bowls, and also works out onto the leg side. Backward of square, he's taken one, they'll think about two, and he's going to have to be quick between the stumps. And Tom Haynes it was who'd decided to turn down the second run. Tom Allsop was keen to come back, and Tom Haynes said no. So just the single to Allsop, who goes to 21, 114 for 1. Haynes just surveys that leg side field. You'll see the fine leg is now coming up inside the circle. There is a deep backward square. As Dahl, the sun momentarily going in, comes in and bowls, and Haynes works this to backward point. There is no run.
I sort of understand the reticence to show red cards and yellow cards and various things, but given that in that other nonsense they show a white card after every 5 balls, that's as high-tech as it gets to show that the different bowler is going to bowl another lot of 5 balls. I don't see why they can't show us a yellow card or there must be a signal, surely.
Darling bowls, and Haynes drives firmly through backward point. He's going to pick up 4 runs here. That was well placed by Tom Haynes. It was wide of the off stump, and Haynes carved the ball away through backward point for another boundary. He goes to 59, and Sussex to 118 for 1. Yes, I just think with these penalties and when they're given to players, you know, I'm slightly unsure how they tot up, how it impacts on the club. I think if you get too many, clearly you get some sort of a penalty, but you have to sort of hunt around for it a bit, Fletch.
Yes, you do.
Dahl round the wicket bowls. Haynes with a model forward defensive shot plays to short extra fielded by Harry Kame, and there is no run.
Seeing as we're either at cricket grounds for 12 hours a day or driving to cricket grounds which are 5 hours away, it's a bit tricky to hunt around for stuff as well.
Yeah, it is.
No newsletter comes out to say here's a list of players who've been naughty this week.
No, I agree, and I think they should be. I think they should be. It's not to sort of name and shame, but just so that we know and what the consequences might be. Darling bowls, and Haynes plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I mean, I have no idea whether Sussex have a good or bad disciplinary record. There is probably somewhere I could look and find out, but it doesn't seem to be readily available. What might be the impact here on the side if there is another disciplinary to the side today? I don't know. I just think, at least we don't like to talk too much about football, but at least you know if you get a certain amount of yellow cards, you get a suspension or whatever it is.
Yeah.
In comes Dahl bowls, also plays to backward point, and there is no run. End of Anuj Dahl's over in which he conceded the first boundary he's conceded. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 12. The Sharks are 118 for 1 after 21 overs. Fletch, I didn't make a note of the score after 20 overs, which was
neither did I.
Which was very amiss of me.
I never do.
Do you not?
No.
But there was a 4, I think there was 6 off of that over. I have to ask the scorers. I normally make a note.
That was the 21st over, wasn't it?
It was the 21st.
There were 6 off that over, so it would have been 112 for 1.
Thank you.
I imagine.
Yeah.
That's relying on my maths, of course. Bifters 1920 on Twitter, no idea. Hi, David. Is Lloyd staying at Derby for the rest of the season to replace Deploy? Interesting question. Which I will attempt to answer during this Alex Thompson over. It's not quite as straightforward as that. I'm not sure what the delay is here, but there is a slight delay. David Lloyd at backward point, just moving around. Thompson bowls, and it's cut straight through him and goes straight through. He went down to pick it up, couldn't stop it, and it's actually fielded behind him by Haider Ali. And Allsop goes to 21, 119 for 1. David Lloyd is very invested in Derbyshire. I don't think there's any doubt about that, given how visible he was in Derbyshire kit in the game against Glamorgan, which he couldn't play in. As Thompson bowls quite a loopy delivery, and it's driven down the ground. by Haynes for a single. He moves to 60, 120 for 1. But he's only on loan for the One Day Cup as things stand. And Lears Deploy isn't going to Middlesex early, as far as I'm aware. Sorry, I can't be more definitive, as that one thuds into the pads of Allsop as he uses his feet to advance towards Alex Thompson, dribbles out into the onside. The last I heard about Lloyd was, well, Glamorgan were going to see where they were in relation to their promotion push. Well, it's not going to change between now and September when we resume the championship, as this next one from Thompson is clipped nicely up towards Watt at long on. And they go through for another single, 121 for 1. So as things stand, Lears Deploy will be back in September and David Lloyd will be back with Glamorgan, but there's a lot of time between now and then. As Thompson is in, that's a quicker one, and it's cut away down towards Sam Connors, who tumbled as he did the fielding, and there is no run. I want to tell you about something that's happening at the Incora County. I shall be at Durham, sadly, but on Friday here at the county ground. This one is clipped into the leg side nicely by Haynes, fielded sort of by Harry Kane, who pushes it away from himself and then has to scamper after it. But they settled for a single, 122 for 1 at the end of the over. Allsop has 22. Haynes has 61. Free entry, the Butterley Cup final and the Jackson Cup final being played here on Friday. Butterley Cup starts at 4 o'clock. The Jackson Cup final starts at 7. There will be a collection for the Mayor of Derby's charities. The Butterley Cup final between Alfreton and Clown Town at 4 o'clock, and the Jackson Cup final between Ockbrook and Borrowash, and they're taking on Swarkston. So cashless bar, it says on this as well, so don't bring any money, but bring your cards.
Let's hope they get some decent weather for it as well. Looks like Matty McKiernan is coming to the Derbyshire attack.
First game this season for Matty McKinnon in the 50-over competition. He played in the T20.
29-year-old. Coming in. This is the racecourse end, Fletch, is that right?
Indeed, yes.
He's going to be bowling to the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes, who's 61 not out off 69 balls. As in comes McKinnon bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays that to mid-wicket, where it's fielded on his knees. I think that was Anuj Dal who fielded well, and there is no run. He's got a lot of ground to cover there, Anuj Dal, but he's a very fine fielder indeed. McKinnon's got a fairly lengthy run up for a leg spinner. He's in bowls, and Haynes works that back down the track. McKinnon fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So tidy enough. Why hasn't he played so far this season, Fletch?
It's a good question.
Not injured, or?
No. He played in the T20, but not in the One Day Cup in the first couple of matches.
And again, bowls and reverse swept by Tom Haynes, but he doesn't get a run, fielded there by Watt at what would be backward point, but becomes sort of short, fine leg, I guess, for the reverse sweep. Tom Haynes surveys the field. Just wants to have a little look at McKinnon here, does Haynes. He's in again, bowls, and Tom Haynes works this one down to deep backward square.
Quite an awkward action, I always think, Matty McKinnon. It has changed a bit since he arrived at Derbyshire from Lancashire, but used to be arms and legs all over the place at one point, but sort of simplified it a little bit, but he's still quite wide-armed when he bowls.
Haynes to 62, 123 for 1. McKinnon in again, bowls. Also his forward nudges onto the onside. Well fielded by Dahl again. This is good from Derbyshire. 5 balls gone in the over, just the 1 run coming off of it. He's now going to bring Dahl across. That's interesting. He's bringing Dahl across from that mid-wicket area, so now they're allowing Tom Allsop the single on the leg side. They've got 4 men saving one on the offside now, and just the one on the leg, who's a short, fine leg. McKinnon in and bowls. Allsop using his feet and drills the ball out to that deep mid-wicket. It's just a single there. It's a good over as far as Derbyshire are concerned, and a very fine start from Matty McKinnon. Just the 2 runs coming off the over. We've had 23 overs here at Derby. And Sussex, having been asked about first this morning, are 124 for 1 Tom Clark, the man out, for 36. Allsop has 23. Tom Haynes has 62.
Not ideal for the leg spinner to have two left-hand batsmen to bowl to, but we're going to see the left arm spin now from Mark Watt, the Scotland international, who hadn't played in the first two matches, I don't think, either. No, he played at Cheltenham. He played at Cheltenham but didn't play against Glamorgan. I remember. It's only happened within the last week.
Well,
you'd think I would be able to remember.
I can't remember what happened yesterday, Fletch, to be honest. So, and there's been a lot of cricket recently.
All sorts of different kinds of cricket as well. So Mark Watt, who has been away for a while with Scotland in 50 over and T20 qualifying competitions, is in from the city and bowling to Allsop, who just leans back and cuts it out towards Hayder on the cover boundary. They go through for a single, 24 to Allsop, 125 for one.
Did Scotland qualify for the T20 World Cup? I think they did, because Brad Curry was playing in that as well.
They did, but they didn't qualify for the 50 over.
That's right.
Yeah, that was in Zimbabwe. This one is clipped nicely by Haynes up towards long on. They go through for another single. Haynes 63, Sussex 126 for one. All sorts of players played in that T20 qualifier. That one is interestingly played by Allsop into the offside. Not sure entirely what he was doing there. He advanced towards Watt, who presumably spotted him. Haven't seen a 24-yarder from him yet. We will. He bowls. That one is cut into the offside by Allsop, fielded by Connors.
He does it, does he? Bowls from behind the crease.
Oh, yeah. Not regularly, but he'll do it. Try and cut. There he goes. As Allsop clips it up to long on. And they go through for another single. Allsop moves to 25, 127 for one. Wayne Madsen was in the T20 qualifiers, playing for Italy.
Was he?
Yeah.
And did they qualify?
No. Gareth Berg as well for Italy. And Grant Stewart, isn't it, down at Kent? That one's turned backward as square on the leg side by Haynes. It's fielded by Thompson. There is no run. A good start for Mark Watt. Just the 3 runs from his first over. Sussex 127 for one. Allsop 25. Haynes 63. Looks like we're having a drink here. Dieter Klein played for Germany. I'm not sure he's a former Leicestershire player now, but certainly played for Leicestershire. A lot of South Africans played in that competition. And I think ultimately Scotland and Ireland qualified, as was pretty much expected. It was the Dutch and somebody else who qualified in Zimbabwe for the 50 over competition. I did watch a bit of that.
And that's why the West Indies didn't, did they?
Scotland actually knocked them out, but didn't qualify themselves.
So we'll be halfway through after this over. In comes McKinnon, bowls, and Allsop using his feet and drills the ball down the ground to long on. Picks up a single to Tom Allsop. He goes to 26. Sussex to 128 for one. So the foundation has been built here for Sussex. It's just a case of whether they can build on it and post a competitive score. McKinnon in bowls, and Haynes is forward and plays a lofted drive down the onside. It wasn't that far away from Anuj Dahlia, a straightish mid-wicket, but Haynes picks up a single. Two singles off the first 2 balls of the over. Haynes to 64, 129 for one in the 25th. So just over 5 and over Sussex going at the moment. McKinnon bowls and Allsop reverse sweeps and he's caught. McKinnon gets a wicket. Well, I always think it's a shot that is rife with danger, really. He reverse swept and he was caught by Mark Watt on the edge of the 30-yard circle, and Tom Allsop is on his way for 26. McKinnon picks up a wicket, and the second Sussex wicket goes down on 129. Of course, if it goes for 4, we all say what a great shot it was, but it wasn't. It was caught by Watt. And we wonder whether the spinners might have a key part to play. And McKinnon picking up a wicket in just his second over.
Just 2 4s in that innings. He was never really fluent, was he?
No, he wasn't.
Tom Allsop. He looked like he was going to put the foot to the floor, and never quite did. So he'd be disappointed, I'm sure, to be out. But a relatively comfortable catch in the end for Mark Watt once he'd worked everything out. Where the ball was coming, it's always tricky when those balls loop up at you. Always tricky. We took a very nice catch, and a second wicket goes in the 25th over, halfway through the 25th over. Who's the new batsman? Cheteshwar Pujara, one of the new walls of Indian cricket. He's been terrific, got a double century. In fact, both of these batsmen got double centuries in the championship match here last season between the sides. As Adrian was saying earlier, Shan Masood got a half century as well. A half century, a double century as well. Getting a half century in that match was entirely unnoteworthy. Not sure if I've got an update at 1:30, but I am actually listening at 12:30, but I am actually listening. Matty McKiernan just tosses himself a catch. He's in his second over, 1 for 4. Lots of fielders moving in lots of different directions. Mark Watt's gone into slip. McKinnon's got a right-hander to bowl at. Already used 7 bowlers, Derbyshire. McKiernan is into bowl to Pujara, who turns that into the leg side. Kame does the fielding at mid-wicket. There's no run. Men out on the cover boundary and on the square leg boundary. That's about it, really. As McKinnon bowls to Pujara, turns that one into the leg side. There's no run. It's starting to look like I'll turn up for Ian Sky, but not for the newsreaders, which is by no means the case. McKiernan in again and bowls. That one is defended by Pujara at the end of a very good over from McKinnon. 2 overs, 1 for 4. His figures now 129 for 2 at the halfway stage. As Adrian was saying, a very good foundation set by Haynes in particular, who's on 64, as well as Tom Clark, who was made 36, and Tom Alsop 26. And Mark Watt's going to continue. You're right, Bernard. I'll read that out in a moment. This one is defended by Haynes. Watt almost pushes Pujara out of the way to get to the ball. Bernard says, didn't the Netherlands knock out Scotland in the 50-over competition by getting the total inside 44 overs to have a better net run rate at the end? I think you're right. Watt in and bowls, and that one is clipped in up towards long on by Haynes, who moves on to 65. 130 for 2, brings Pujara onto strike for the first time against Mark Watt. Thank you, Bernard. Always good to hear from you. Change to the field here for Pujara, obviously, because he's a right-handed batsman, but Sam Connors has come out and gone into the... he's gone to mid-wicket inside the 30-yard circle. There's one on the boundary as well, and now Harry Kane is moving in to slip. So that's the change there. Long off is going back. That looks like David Lloyd. Haven't quite got David Lloyd's gait yet, as... this one is guided by Pujara out into the offside for a single. McKiernan does the fielding. It's taken Pujara off the mark. 131 for 2. Northamptonshire 160 for 1 in the 25th over, so they're ahead now of Sussex as Haynes pushes this next delivery from Watt into the offside, where it's fielded by Anuj Dal. And at Blackpool, Lancashire 117 for 1 in the 25th over. So slightly tougher going at Blackpool as Watt bowls to Haynes. Pushes it straight back towards Mark Watt, and there's no run. Haynes been out there for 80 deliveries now for his 65. 131 for 2. as Watt is in once again. Back into his crease goes Haynes, pushes it up the ground, very straight, just to the on-side of the stumps at the far end. Haynes moves to 66 with the single, 132 for 2. End of Mark Watt's second over. Conceded just the 6 runs. So since Watt and McKiernan came on to bowl in tandem, they've bowled 4 overs and taken 1 for 10 between them. Watt taking the catch to give Matty McKiernan his wicket. Working very nicely indeed. The leg spinner and the left arm spinner in tandem. And McKiernan from the racecourse end. He's in to bowl to Tom Haynes, who chops this out towards the point boundary. That's where David Lloyd finds himself. And they pick up another single. Haynes moves to 67, 133 for 2. Adrian is back. I didn't have a 12:30 in the end.
Oh,
just ignored me. As McKinnon is in. What have you done with your pen this time? This one is crashed out into the offside. Would you like a pen?
It's pathetic, really.
Well,
I think I was chatting away to Ed next door about various matters and must have left my pen in there, Fletch.
Unbelievable.
So if you've got a spare one, that'll
Always have a spare pen, Adrian. There you go.
Thank you. There we are.
McKiernan is in and bowls to Haynes, who clips this up towards long on, goes through for another single. He moves to 68, 135 for 2. But the 2 spinners, the leg spinner and the left arm spinner, have just got a little bit of a grip on things at the moment. Pujara waits. McKiernan bowls a full delivery to him. He drives it out into the offside but doesn't time it. Dahl fields. Dot ball. 135 for 2 it remains. Just 14 runs in the last 5 overs. Since the 2 spinners have been bowling together. As McKiernan is in again, a full delivery. It's whipped into the leg side by Pujara. Fielded out there by Lloyd. Single take. Pujara moves on to 3, 136 for 2. 1 ball of the McKiernan over. His 3rd to go.
What do you think was the thinking, Dave, with Derby winning the toss and deciding to bowl?
It's a good question. They've been very unsuccessful setting targets in the first 2 matches as the final ball of the over is pushed by Haynes back to McKiernan. They bowled 5 overs, 1 for 14 between them, the 2 spinners, since they started bowling together. That's the only thing I can really think of. It's a used pitch. Perhaps they just wanted to get their spinners into it and to restrict Sussex and hopefully chase it. As I said, they've scored 298 runs in each of their 2 lots of 50 overs. And on neither occasion was it enough.
Well, Mark, what's going to carry on? Coming into bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara. Pujara is forward defensively, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. And it's not quite winner takes all today, but you know, it's not far off, because we were saying earlier, last season, you needed 5 wins in the group Sussex were in to get into the quarter-finals. Kent squeezed in the other group with 4, but that's pretty risky. In comes Watt, bowls, and the ball balloons off the pad onto the onside, fielded by Guest, who nips from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. So lose today, and you've got to win your remaining 5.
There has been some weather about, hasn't there, which makes it,
Yeah,
those kind of calculations very tricky.
Watt again. In the moles, Pujara forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. I think it's pretty good today, and tomorrow I think it's not great again for the weekend, though, Fletch.
No.
Sussex are in Taunton on Friday, and I'm not sure it looks great.
Derbyshire at Durham.
Okay.
Friday afternoon, daytime. That's when they're there.
Watt in bowls. Pujara clips this through square leg and picks up a single. But it's tough going here for Sussex. Pujara on 3. Sussex 137. Pujara on 4. 137 for 2. How far's Durham from here, Fletch?
3 hours.
Really, from here?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. In comes Watt, bowls. Haynes using his feet. He's struck on the pad. The ball bounces down onto the onside, and there is no run. And so they're just struggling here to break the shackles that Watt McKiernan have got on. One more ball to go in his third over. What he said, he conceded the 7 runs. He did on bowls. Haynes drives firmly down the ground, but only as far as Lackmal at long off. It's another single to Haynes. He goes to 69 and the total to 138 for 2. Mark, 3 overs, 0 for 8. Matty McKiernan, 3 overs, 1 for 8. So the spinners certainly doing a good job for Derbyshire here after Sussex got off to a terrific start.
If you set off now, you'd get to Durham in 2 hours and 47 minutes or thereabouts.
You weren't far wrong, Fletch.
Yeah, and I because I very rarely set off from here to go anywhere, but it's not far from being a similar kind of time from the northwest either. You've got to go across country and up. And then you've got to stay in Durham for 8 hours, which is the... I prefer the car. McKiernan begins a new over. That one's clipped into the leg side by Haynes, and he's got 4 runs for it. There's 2 fielders converging. It was Hayder and Lewis Rees, and I felt sure one of them would get there. And in the end, neither of them did. And Matty McKiernan, well, he has a look. I'm not sure he's 100% best pleased about that, but...
There are 2 men out there, aren't there?
They were very close to the ball when it went over the rope. I didn't for a moment consider it being a boundary, but it was. Haynes moves to 73, 142 for 2, as McKiernan is in again and bowls, and this time he just pushes it back to the bowler. Just when you went next door, it suddenly dawned on me that these 2 both scored double centuries.
So, yes, in that game.
They're back together again at a ground where they have very good memories, good recent memories. It was basically a 2 innings match, as that one is clipped nicely by Haynes up towards long on, fielded by Connor, single taken, 143 for 2, halfway through the 29th over. So you double it after around 30, 31, 32 overs, that kind of thing. That's what they say, don't they? Double the total. So Sussex certainly heading towards 300. 298 wasn't enough on this pitch on Sunday against Glamorgan. McKiernan bowls to Pajara, who pushes it out to Dahl on the offside.
I was saying on Sunday at Northamptonshire that what Sussex probably miss in the side at the moment is someone in the middle overs who can absolutely take it to the opposition. So I'm thinking of a David Visa type player.
Yeah, absolutely.
Luke Wright.
McKiernan in, guided very pleasantly by Pajara out towards Hayder on the point boundary. They walk through for a single.
I mean, probably the closest to it is a player you would know very well is Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Yes.
He's had a very good season with the bat. But perhaps something like just that bit of firepower in the middle order.
It was a big wave this morning, Finn. It was going off to the nets. This next delivery, lunch is over for the drillers. Clipped into the leg side by Haynes. He moves on to 75. Pajara has 5, 145 for 2 at the end of McKiernan's 4th over. 4 overs, 1 for 15. Despite that boundary, still very good figures indeed. And we have 21 overs left of the Sussex innings.
Well, Cheshire Pajara was terrific in the competition last year for Sussex. He ended up averaging 89. He scored 300s in his 9 innings. Then he scored 100 again at Northamptonshire, so 400s he's made in list day cricket in 11 games. So he is capable of moving the scoreboard along, Pajara. So we'll see how he paces this innings. But it's tough to know what a good score is here. In comes Watts, who bowls another delivery from about 24 yards from behind the crease, and Haynes plays it out into the onside and picks up a single. He goes to 76 off 91 balls, 146 for 2.
It did make me laugh in the last World Cup that Mark Watt appeared in for Scotland. The commentators could barely believe it. He was bowling off 24 yards. We'd seen it a number of times prior to that.
He's in again and bowls, and Pajara works this one through backward point. They've picked up 1, they'll think about 2, but there isn't a second one there because McKiernan is very quickly round and gets in the throw on the bounce to Brooke Guest. 1 more to the total as the sun disappears. 147 for 2, Pajara on to 6.
No rain in the forecast, though.
Watt in again bowls. Haynes uses his feet, but he can only play it to a straightish mid-wicket where it's fielded by Harry Kame. And again, there is no run. Tom Haynes just surveys that leg side field. There's a big gap if he can get the ball past mid-wicket. That leg side, in comes Autumn bowls, and Haynes drills the ball down the ground too long on, picks up a single, does Haynes. He goes to 77. The Sharks to 148 for 3.
David Lloyd's going to be one of those annoying fielders who moves around a lot. That was him down at long on. He's been on both boundaries and now at long on, or long off as it is now, to Pujara. I still haven't got used to him being in the side.
Watts bowls, and using his feet as Pujara clips this nicely through mid-wicket. They picked up one, they'll come back for a second one because the fielder at square leg has a little way to come racing around the boundary. That's Hyder Ali. And 2 more to Pujara, who goes to 8. Sussex 150 up, 150 for 2 in the 30th over. So we know they're going along at 5 and over. Well, Sussex, they may just have to up that a little. Fletcher was saying, was it
298.
What wasn't enough here on Sunday?
Same pitch.
In comes Watt again. Bowls, and Pujara defends onto the onside. So there we are. 30 overs gone here at Derby. Sussex are 150 for 2. Haynes 77. Pujara is on a partnership of 21 between the pair. The men out. Tom Clark for 36 after a partnership of 81 for the first wicket with Tom Haynes. And Tom Alsop, who was caught by Mark Watt off a bowling of Matty McKinnon for 26. And that was after a partnership of 48 for the second wicket.
Big committee meeting going on now. Lewis Rees, Matty McKinnon, Anuj Dal, Brooke Guest, the captain, all involved. David Lloyd clearly too far away to join in that one. I think that's David Lloyd now on the cover boundary to the left-handed Tom Haynes. Down on his haunches at the moment. Hasn't been required to bowl just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him at some point. Matty McKinnon's going to continue though. 4 overs, 1 for 15. Going to be bowling to the left-handed Tom Haynes, who's on 77. Haynes clips this into the leg side out towards Hayder in these green boots. And they just walk through for a comfortable single to move to 151 for 2 now. Sussex. Out to the boundary comes Alex Thompson. Long on. There's a few fielders just moving around. Anuj Dal's gone a little bit closer at extra cover. McKinnon in and bowls, and it's pushed into the offside. Past Dal, but straight to Lewis Rees.
That was beautifully flighted, that delivery. That was a classic leg break.
He's a really good white ball bowler, Matty McKinnon. He's in again and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single, and it is a comfortable quick single in the end, as it went very square on the offside off Pujara's bat. He moves to 9, 152 for 2. He's done well, McKinnon, to come back from the flogging that he got in the T20 quarter-final at Taunton last season, where he conceded 82 runs off 4 overs.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, it was a horrible evening. As Haynes pushes this one up to long on. Connors Fields. Sussex moved to 153 for 2. He'd been brilliant throughout the whole of the competition, but they just got hold of him, and it was over by half-time. McKinnon in again. This one is guided, no more than that, by Pujara out towards Hayder. They come through for another single. Pujara moves to 10. Haynes has 79. 154 for 2 with 1 ball of the 31st over remaining. I think the lack of sun is only temporary. Plenty of blue sky still up above. As McKinnon completes the over with a ball that's turned into the leg side by Haynes, fielded by Dahl. 4 runs off the over. 5 overs, 1 for 19 now, Matty McKinnon. Just the 1 over off his bowling as well. And in the last 9 overs, bowled in combination by McKinnon and Watt, 1 for 30, which is a good effort at this stage of a one-day game. Sussex 154 for 2.
Very much so. And Haynes and Pujara just having a little natter. I guess the big question mark here, Sussex, I mean, the base is set, Fletch, but you don't want to go too mad too early, do you? All of a sudden, how many times have we seen these games where 154 for 2 suddenly becomes 180 for 6, where the middle order suddenly goes searching for runs and then you end up short. So Sussex will be mindful of that, but at the same time, knowing that, around about 300 plus is going to be needed here today. Watt is carrying on, 4 overs for 13. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Pujara, who leads back and cuts. And that's going to be a boundary. McKinnon chasing around the boundary, does really, really well. That's a good stop down below us, and rightly gets a good round of applause. I thought he had no chance of cutting that off Matty McKinnon, but he was very quickly round the boundary edge. Pujara has to settle for 2. He goes to 12, 156 for 2. Good work in the field. What's in again? Pujara plays a similar shot. Now, on this occasion, he may well get 4. McKinnon's got to chase around the boundary edge again. Again, he stops it. Brilliant. Very, very good indeed. And this time, Pujara comes back for 3. I guess that was one of those that, were this a test match or an international match,
they'd have a look.
They'd have the camera to
they'd have
see.
a look.
But McKinnon had no idea whether his foot had touched the rope or not. And we have to just think it was a very good bit of fielding. 5 off the first couple of balls. In comes Autumn bowls, and Haynes plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But it made him puff, Matty McKinnon. He's got his hands on his knees out there.
Not surprised.
Watt again in bowls. Haynes uses his feet. Good bit of bowling by Watt, who just held that one back a little bit. I think he saw Tom Haynes was looking to get down the track after him. And it's another dot ball. 159 for 2. 18 overs remaining after this one. Haynes waits. Watt in again, bowls, and Haynes this time plays and gets a single down the ground. Picks up a single down to long on. Fielded way down in the distance. Haynes goes to 80 off 99 balls. Sussex to 162. 160 for 2. Watt in again, bowls, and Pujara leans back, and McKinnon for the 3rd time in the over has to field the ball. But this time, it's pretty straightforward. He doesn't have to charge around the boundary. Gets in the throw, and that is the end of another over. 7 coming off the over. Watt 5 overs, no wicket, 420. The Sharks 161 for 2. Haynes on 80. Pujara is on 16, and we have got 18 overs left to be bowled.
Well, 32 is the new 30, apparently, so you double it at 32.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's what they say. I'm told it might have moved to 33 by now, who knows. So 320 or thereabouts. It ought to be in Sussex's sights, especially as they're only 2 down. Cheteshwar Pujara is on strike to Matty McKinnon, bowling his 6th over, pushes it backward a score on the offside. In comes Suranga Lakmal, who has a shy at the stumps and misses. And Pujara picks up another single to move on to 17, 162 for 2. Alex Thompson continues to warm up. He's been warming up for most of the match now. He's bowled 6 of his 10 overs. And in comes McKinnon and bowls. And that one is clipped into the leg side by Haynes. Dahl. You don't want to take any chances with Anuj Dahl.
No, he's very good.
Swiftly to his left. Thompson just had a little look round at the big scoreboard, which is to our right. Presumably to have a look and see how many overs he had left. He's got 4 more he could bowl. As McKinnon is in, and that one is driven down the ground for a single by Haynes, picked up by Connors. 163 for 2. Haynes moves on to 81. Halfway through Matty McKinnon's 6th over, 1 for 21. His figures at the moment, excellent figures. Just moving the man on the cover boundary a little bit squarer. That's Hayder out there in the green boots. It's just reminded me about my 1 o'clock in 5 minutes. Words getting around. 163 for 2. McKinnon into Pujara, who just turns that into the leg side. Harry Kane gives chase. The batsman had decided that 1 run was going to be enough. And 1 is what they get. Pujara moves to 18, 164 for 2. I am determined not to miss another one. I'll get the sack. It's miles away yet. Miles away yet. So I'll just put the cue in my ears a little bit. This one is whipped into the leg side by Haynes. He moves on to 81 with a 82 rather with a single, 165 for 2. Blows into his hand about half a dozen times before he bowls Matty McKinnon, then sets off, stops, goes again, and bowls to Pujara, who pulls it into the leg side for 4 runs. He was fed up being pinned down, and Matty McKinnon's final ball of his 6th over goes to the boundary. 1 for 27 off 6 now, McKinnon. Perhaps they're just getting used to him. He's bowled 6 overs on the spin from the racecourse end. 169 for 2 after 33 overs. Pujara 22 and Haynes 82.
Cheteshwar Pujara made 300s in the competition last year, as I was saying earlier, and the best one that I saw was at Edgbaston, where he made 107, and he was batting with the tail for a long part of that, and I'd never seen him clear the ropes as regularly as he did in that innings. I mean, he's regarded, generally speaking, as a player who picks up the 1s and 2s, but he can open his shoulders and score very quickly, and that shot there just made me think, I wonder whether they've decided now, you know, they're going to have to take some chance. Not that it was a chancy shot at all, but I'm just wondering whether we might see Pujara stepping on the accelerator here.
Well, if they want to double their score from 32, then they'll have to get a bit of a move on. Change your bowling. Alex Thompson's back.
Oh, I can hear some Lisa Stansfield.
I think it's Ed next door on his laptop.
Is it?
I don't know though, but I can hear Lisa Stansfield in my ears as well.
Yes, I can. Yeah. Well, it's right. I like Lisa Stansfield. Don't know. In comes Thompson. Bowls. This is coming out of my laptop. Oh.
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, we've got Lisa Stansfield.
Sorry about that, everybody.
170 for 2. Haynes 83. Pujara on strike on 22. In comes Thompson bowls. Pujara is beaten. That was a good delivery. He's going to run away, I think, for buys. Let's just wait. If it wasn't buys, he might have got a little nick on that Cheteshwar Pujara. No, indeed, there are buys, and that'll be a relief to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. And that Pujara didn't get a nick on that. I had a tweet earlier on from a chap called Spanish, who was saying how good the stream is here at Derby.
Very good.
With everything perfectly in sync. As in comes Thompson bowls. Pujara is forward, placed onto the onside, and there is no run.
Shout out to Luke, who's on the far left-hand edge of the balcony of the members' pavilion on the far side of the ground. He's the sort of, I was going to say roving camera. It doesn't rove anywhere, but does a fine job.
Here comes Thompson bowls and played to mid-wicket by Pujara. Good stop again by Dahl, preventing a single. Yes, so thank you for getting in touch. He was, Spanish was saying about that sometimes at Hove that isn't the case. All I would say is, that, you know, all these clubs work really hard. There's not the resources at some clubs
tight
to make
budgets,
it.
very
It's
tight
very
budgets.
difficult. In comes Thompson bowls and Pujara flicks this onto the onside and picks up a single. Just Cheteshwar Pujara. He goes to 23, 173 for 2.
Matt is on the pushing the buttons to our left.
Right.
Next door but one
Right.
is
Okay.
replays and that kind of thing.
I mean, some counties have,
Graphics.
you know, several people working on the streams, but that's certainly not the case at Hove, and probably not either here, I suggest. In comes Thompson, bowls to Haynes, is up on his toes and cracks that one away through backward point. There's a good shot by Tom Haynes and a very good bit of fielding out on the deep backward point boundary by Haider Ali. Prevents it going for 4. It is the end of the 34th over. 175 for 2. Haynes 85. Pujara on 23. Is it Haider or Haider?
Haider.
Sorry, my
But
fault.
no, don't. Yeah, he's patrolling the boundary in front of the players' pavilion at the moment, Haider, with his green boots on that don't match anything.
Oh, yeah, they are, aren't they?
They're very green.
Yeah.
They're very much his one-day boots.
Very lime green.
They're much better suited to the Pakistan kit that he's worn on a few occasions, playing international cricket. Still only a very young player. I might ask you to do this, Adrian. While I do my update, then I won't get shouted at.
Don't forget.
No.
Well, it's going to be Sam Connors who's back into the attack. He got a bit of treatment earlier on, did Sam Connors. 4 overs for 31. But he's coming into bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara, who's 23 not out. He's in a bowl. So Pujara plays uppishly and only just out of the reach of Harry Kane, who's in there at short extra cover. The ball races away down towards extra cover. Pujara comes back for a couple of runs. But that was in the air, and it wasn't a million miles away from Harry Kane, who's in there at extra. But Pujara, as I was saying a couple of overs ago, is just showing signs here that he's looking to step on the accelerator. Pujara to 25 off of 30. Sussex 177 for 2. Connors runs away from us. Bowling to Pujara. Pujara is forward defence. Good delivery by Connors, and all Pujara could do is defend the ball to mid-on, where it's fielded by Alex Thompson. And it's another dot ball. At the field, there's a third man way down in the distance. A sweeper on the cover boundary. A deep square leg and a fine leg. They are the 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Then 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg. As Connors in and bowls. Cut away by Pujara. That's a very fine bit of fielding, because that would have been 4 runs. Excellent bit of fielding by Anuj Dal, who's in there at backward point. It's such a key position in limited overs cricket, and no better exponent of it at Sussex in recent years than Danny Briggs, who was brilliant in that position. The amount of runs that Danny Briggs saved at backward point was countless amounts of runs. And Dal, if he hadn't stopped that was 4 runs. Pujara will be annoyed that he didn't hit it a yard or so wider. In comes Connors again, bowls slightly shorter, and Pujara back on his stumps and plays it into the offside, and there is no run. So Connors, having been expensive in his opening spell, much tighter here as he wanders back to his mark. Pujara paces around. Tom Haynes, the skipper, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Really important part of the innings here. Sussex needing to step on the pace. In comes Connors, bowls. Pujara flicks this onto the onside. They'll take 1, and there isn't a second there because McKiernan is in very quickly from the deep square leg boundary and gets in the throw. 1 more to Pujara. He goes to 26 off 34. Had an email in, a lengthy email in, which I'll read in between the overs from Stephen Teal. Hello, Stephen. Thank you very much for your email. He says, hello, Adrian. I'm enjoying your and Fletcher's commentary from my home in Sussex. I'll read the rest of your email in a moment. Tom Haynes on strike. In comes Connors, bowls. Haynes looking to pull away onto the leg side. Doesn't time it at all. To a short delivery. The ball drops down onto the leg side, fielded by Harry Kane, but Tom Haynes manages to nip through for a single. He goes to 86, the total 179 for 2 at the end of the 35th. So Stephen says, I've recently been reading through some old county scorecards, and I thought I would share the details of a 3-day county championship game which was taking place between Sussex and Glamorgan exactly 100 years ago. Sussex batted first and posted a low score of 181, which was answered by Glamorgan with 161. Sussex's second innings of 3-3-8 effectively won the match, and Glamorgan, after being dismissed for 183, were beaten by the significant margin of 175 runs. The man who made this difference in this game was the great Maurice Tate. And I'll read more of this email when this over is finished from Alex Thompson.
Bowling from the city end, the off spinner, and 2, Tom Haynes, who defends the first ball straight back to the bowler. There is no run. Long off, man out on the cover boundary, mid-wicket. That's it at the moment, as this one is long on. Clipped up towards long on, where Mark Watt does the fielding. Haynes moves to 87. The partnership gone past 50 now. 51, 180 for 2. In the 36th of 50 overs. And we will get the full game in. Unlike some other competitions we play it, we can play it any weather, really. But it is glorious here as Thompson bowls a slightly quicker, flatter delivery to Pujara, who turns it into the leg side. Out towards Hayder. Square leg. They pick up another single. 181 for 2. Matt Lamb comes down the steps with a drink for somebody. Making his way around the boundary's edge. Even he's all kitted up, but next delivery is just dabbed into the offside by Haynes. They pick up another single, 88 to Haynes now, 182 for 2. One ball of the Thompson, 2 balls of the Thompson over remaining. He's given the drink to Anuj Dal. No, Sam Connors. This one is chopped away off a thick edge by Pujara, straight to David Lloyd, who's now here. You see that he's moving around a lot. Down at short third man.
Good over this.
Just the 3 runs off it so far. Thompson in to bowl to Pujara, who clips this into the leg side. There'll be another single, so 4 off the Alex Thompson over. His 8th, he's only got 2 left. He's gone for 44 runs in his 8 overs. Terrific effort, considering he actually opened the bowling as well with Sam Connors. 183 for 2 after 36. Then Pujara has 28 and Haynes has 88. And the batsman having a drink and a wipe down.
Let's go back to Stephen's email. So he was saying the man who made the difference in this game was the great Maurice Tate, who in 1923, a year after having replaced his spin with seam bowling, was just reaching the height of his powers. He goes on to say, after a decent knock of 23 in the first innings, batting at 8, he then worked through Glamorgan with 5 for 62 with 10 maidens. Another decent contribution with the bat of 44, again from number 8. He then worked a further 7 Glamorgan wickets for 62 runs. My reason for sharing was to ponder the impact that Tate would have had on the one-day game, considering his ability to regularly steer 3-day games in Sussex's favour. In comes Connors, bowls to Pujara. Down the wicket, hammers that away. It could be caught. Well, it just bounces a couple of yards in front of McKinnon, a deep backward square. A very un-Pujara-like shot, in fairness. He gets a single and goes to 29, 184 for 2. He says, how well would Sussex benefit from characters like Tate and Arthur Gilligan in the current side? Although I suspect that if they were playing their county cricket now, the ECB would be less likely to release them, as they are with Ollie Robinson. Oh, you're quite right about that, Stephen. Yes, what is the Tate Gates down at Hove? Legendary figure. In comes Connors. Bowls to Haynes, who belts that away, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Too short from Sam Connors. And Tom Haynes just rocked back and crashed the ball through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He goes to 92. Sussex 188 for 2. And just signs here that Sussex have decided that the time has come when they've really got to put their foot to the floor.
Seems more like pace on, slightly easier to get away as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree.
So I'm sure that Sussex will have taken note of that.
Connors again. And bowls to Haynes, and Haynes plays into the offside. They take a quick single. David Lloyd runs in from short extra to field. But they get through for a comfortable single. Haynes to 93, 189 for 2. Stephen says, back to the current game. I'm pleased to see Sussex currently have a good pair at the crease in Haynes and Pujara with wickets in hand. The hope is that despite some tight Derbyshire bowling, what could be shaping up to be a tight game, a decent Sussex total is posted and followed up with a Tate-like performance with the ball. Thank you, Stephen, for taking the time to drop an email to us down in New Haven. Good to hear from you as in comes Connors. Bowls to Pujara. Pujara was planning to play that sort of uppercut shot down towards third man, but it was a pacey delivery from Connors that went through to keeper Guest, and there is no run.
I think they'll have to start taking 1 or 2 risks, won't they, to get the total up to a... They want at least another 130, I would have thought, from the remaining 13 overs. So if you've got to go along at 10s, you've got to take the odd risk here and there.
Definitely. In comes Connors, bowls to Pujara, who drives firmly down the ground. They're going to take a single fielded at mid-on by Alex Thompson. Just 1 more to Pujara, who goes to 30, 190 for 2. As I say, a bit earlier on, I think probably what Sussex, just in this current side, they're lacking a David Visa type player who could come in and score a very quick 30, 40, 50 and smash the ball out the ground. And these 2 are in now, so what they don't want to do is give their wickets away. Someone else has got to come in, you've got to get set. I'm not relying on these 2. Connors in, round the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who plays into the offside, fielded by the lively Anuj Dal. But not before they've gone through for another single. It's the end of Connors' over. 37 overs gone. Sussex 191 for 2. Haynes at 94. Pujara is on 30. Benjamin has been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I'm tuning into the live stream from a sunny Brighton. Glad to see the top order making some runs, but agree with your point of the Sussex middle order missing a really explosive shot maker. In regards to the stream quality mentioned earlier, I've always found the Sussex stream to be more than fine. I remember a few years back paying £1 for a day's stream with just 2 static cameras. The fact that the counties provide the content for free apart from Kent is remarkable and should be applauded rather than moaned about, in my opinion. More of that to come. Thank you for your email, Benjamin. I'll read the rest of it at the end of the over.
Alex Thompson to bowl his 9th over, and he's caught behind Haynes, is trying to cut that one away to the cover boundary, and he's just got a little feather through to Brooke Guest, who's taken the catch, and Alex Thompson has his first wicket of the day. Haynes goes for 94, rather threw it away in the end, and Sussex 191 for 3 now.
I think he'd just be a little disappointed there, Tom Haynes. We were just saying the importance of Sussex. I mean, they've got to get on with it. There's no question about that. Particularly just 6 runs short of a century. It's been a good knock, though, by the skipper. As he wanders off towards the pavilion, gets a good hand from the Derbyshire public. James Coles, I suspect, will be the new man. And I'm just wondering whether they may look at getting...
Hudson Prentice?
Well, I wondered if they might get Hudson Prentice up the order here, you know, for Sussex.
See what I know. You should know. You should know.
I did wonder, because Paul Farbrace, after the game against Durham, he was asked the question about could Finn Hudson Prentice bat up the order in these limited overs games. It doesn't look much like James Coles to me, I'm sure. Let's just see.
It does look a bit like Finn Hudson Prentice to me. I saw a little bit of him, but we need him to turn round, really, don't we?
I think it is James Coles.
Is it? Not much difference between 30 and 33 either, so he needs to fully turn round. It's very difficult to spot batsmen. Yes, it is. It's a 30, I think, rather than a 33, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm fairly sure that is James Coles. Who won't have a lot of time here to get himself set.
No, indeed. No, they've got to sort of go hard from here on in, haven't they?
Partnership between Pujara and Haynes of 62.
Yeah, looks right to me.
Yeah,
it's Coles. 30 on his back.
Yeah, it is James Coles.
Always the giveaway.
And a slip in place now as well. Just finishing off this email, Benjamin says, wouldn't surprise me if we're a couple of seasons away from the ECP renegotiating with the counties and asking for a subscription-based model, seeing as there's very little free-to-air sport elsewhere in the world, in the sporting world. Thanks for the commentary, says Benjamin. Well done, Derby. It's been very, very good today, and people are enjoying it, so well done to the lads.
Thompson into bowl to Coles, who gets one off a thick edge down towards third man. It's been chased down by Harry Kane. Will he get there? Yes, he will. Puts the slide in. And just a couple of runs in the end. That's excellent work from Harry Kane, whose top looks a little whiter than everybody else's for some reason. 193 for 3. Coles off the mark with a couple. There is a slip there, but it was a long way to David Lloyd's right. Crouches down now, as does Coles, and waits for Thompson to come in and bowl to him. Oh, and he gets a leading edge. But in fact, he didn't get anything on that because there was an appeal for leg before wicket, and straight away, umpire Peter Hartley said too high. So I thought he'd got a leading edge, but he clearly missed it, flooded into the top of his pad and bounced back towards the bowler. Good stuff, this from Thompson.
It is indeed.
Who's in again and bowls, and there's another half-hearted appeal this time from Thompson as the ball loops up into the leg side, backward of square, off something. Cole has his back to us, so it's almost impossible to tell what the ball is either going to hit, has hit. But we're losing the slip now, and we're getting a man close in at mid-wicket. David Lloyd, of course, is the man who's moving there now, as he continues his quest to cover every blade of grass on the outfield. That one is a leading edge, definitely. Back towards the bowler as Coles tried to turn it into the leg side. Dot ball, 193 for 3 it remains. One ball of the 38th over to go. So just 12 after this one.
Yeah, pressure just building here, isn't it? I know Coles has only just come in, but there isn't a lot of time to get set here.
The overall run rate just 5.1. I'm not sure 250 is going to do it for Sussex. You never know, of course. It is a used pitch. It was used at the weekend. And it is turning. Thompson, tall man, in and bowls, and Coles launches him out towards the members' pavilion. It's going to bounce inside the boundary rope. He didn't get hold of that at all. He's going to come back for the second as well as the throw comes in from Sam Connors. They get back for 2. He didn't get hold of that, Coles. It was more of a miss hit than anything else, but he got enough of it to get 2. He moves to 4, and Sussex 197 for 3.
I thought that was the end of the over, but I miscalculated.
So did I. Well, I looked and thought it was the end of the over, but clearly there was a no ball. I missed the no ball, which has now appeared on my computer screen. So he's bowled a no ball. I mean, that's unforgivable. He's in again and bowls, and this time it's off an edge. It would have been caught by David Lloyd had he still been at slip, but he isn't. Harry Kame is giving chase and pulls it up just inside the boundary rope and almost stands on the rope as he throws it back. That was close. They go through for 2 more. Coles moves on to 6. 199 for 3 then after 38 overs. Pujara 30. Coles a run of ball 6. 12 overs to go. That was close from Harry there to the rope, wasn't he?
Inches. So if there was a no ball in that over, presumably a front foot no ball, presumably there was a free hit somewhere in there, was there? I don't know.
Perhaps the ball that he launched was a free hit, and I hadn't spotted the no ball nor the free hit.
Well, I didn't notice either. So there we are. Anyway.
McKiernan's back.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and ask, actually. I'm intrigued.
Martin in High Wycombe has been in touch with a compliment for you, Fletch. Well, I think it's a compliment. I don't know what this word means, so I'm going to have to ask you. But it is going to be McKiernan, 6 overs, 1 for 27. He's coming into bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara, so just 12 overs remaining. As in comes McKinnon over the wicket bowls, and Pujara drives into the covers. Not fielded cleanly, which is very unusual for Anuj Dal. Nonetheless, he stops the ball. Pujara picks up a single and goes to 31. 200 up for Sussex, 200 for 3. And James Coles takes strike. Coles on 6 off 6 deliveries. McKinnon licks his fingers and runs away from us. The leg spinner bowls, and Coles is back and places firmly down the ground to long off and picks up a single. He goes to 7 off 7, 201 for 3.
It was a no ball, it was a free hit, and it was the ball that he hit out towards the, which I just thought was a miss hit, so that's why he launched at it.
Thank you, Fletch. McKiernan again. In and bowls. Pujara using his feet, just dabs it onto the onside, picks up a single. He goes to 32, 202 for 3. Martin in High Wycombe says, I'm loving the commentary whilst painting a wall. And great to hear the mellifluous
Yes.
tones of Fletch once again.
I'm very kind.
You are. In comes pulled away by Coles onto the leg side. That was he's lucky to get away with that, is McKinnon, because that was short, and Coles pulled it onto the leg side, but he was looking for a boundary off that delivery. Coles goes to 8, the total 203 for 3. You are a master of English. Was that your degree in English?
No, politics. Political theory and institutions, my
mellifluous. What does that mean?
Well, I think it is a compliment.
Good.
Yeah,
I won't embarrass you anymore. But anyway, mellifluous. I need to look it up. Thank you, Martin.
Yes, thank you, Martin.
In comes McKiernan, and Pujara helps that one through the covers out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to him. He goes to 32. I wonder what colour you're painting your wall, Martin, and what sort of wall it is. A wall to me suggests like an outside wall. Maybe it means a wall in a bedroom or a.
I do like painting.
Do you?
Fletch, I've done the lounge already this summer.
Fletch, I can't think of anything worse.
No, I like it.
McKinnon in bowls, and Coles dabs that one to backward point, picks up a single. He goes to 9. It is the end of a very quick over from Matty McKiernan. Pujara 33, 205 for 3. So 11 overs remaining. Partnership between these two of 14. Really? You're right. You
and
like
if I was painting, I'd be doing what Martin was doing and listening to some sport. I'd have to find some sport.
Okay.
And if I can listen to the radio while I'm painting it, I absolutely love it.
Do you do it with a roller or a brush? Or?
I did it with a roller this year for the first time, really, because I was always a bit suspicious of rollers. Sort of spray the paint everywhere. Marvellous. Absolutely marvellous.
Right.
It's a sort of...
Is it therapeutic, Fletch? I mean,
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
It's a sort of deepish orangey colour that I've done the lounge in.
Okay.
Very continental. Thompson begins a new over and a slog sweep from Coles to backward square leg. Around the boundary goes Lewis Reese. They pick up 2. Coles moves to 11.
Sort of terracotta?
That's very much the colour that it is, really.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think it's really nice.
Nice, Fletch.
I'd say it's my house. I don't care what anybody else thinks. I don't get many visitors, so. Thompson in, and again, slog swept, but this time in front of square, out towards Hayder, who juggles with the ball close to the boundary, but keeps them down to a single. Coles 12, 208 for 3. Yeah, the kitchen could do with redoing. It was done a couple of years ago, perhaps a little bit more than that now. So
That's a winter job, Fletch?
yeah, I think so. August, September's a bit hectic. His next delivery is launched down the ground. Beautiful shot from Chiteshwar Pujara for 6. Out towards the long off boundary. Mark Watt barely moved, and why would he? He was on the edge of the 30-yard circle. That was a glorious stroke from Pujara, who moves to 39, 214 for 3 now. Sussex in the 40th over.
And I just wondered, I was talking about that innings at Edgbaston last year, where it was a very, very similar innings to this, that he took his time, and then when it was time to go, I'd never seen him hit 6s like he did at Edgbaston and 4s and innovative shots. So just a sign that he's looking to move on here.
They've lost the ball.
They have lost the ball.
In front of the permanent temporary stand. I think it might have gone underneath it, which is never good news, because there aren't too many ways of getting underneath it, I don't think.
So just go back for the painting, Fletch. You do the rolling. I mean, I'm useless at doing the cutting in. I'm dreadful. I mean, I'm not trusted. I mean, I'm delighted I'm not trusted to do it anymore because I'm useless. Not deliberately useless. I just am.
Absolutely love painting.
Do you? Good for
Yeah, yeah. And all the walls are just bare walls in my house, so that makes it even better. Thompson bowls, and that one is just padded away by Pujara out into the offside, fielded by Lloyd. I'm not suggesting I'd want to do anybody else's house. But,
well, I was just going to ask.
Thompson in again. Pujara just pushes this backward of square on the offside. Connors fields, single taken. Pujara 40 off 46 deliveries, 215 for 3. One ball left of the Alex Thompson 10 over spell, 1 for 62. So a little bit more expensive than the overall run rate, but he was bowling in the first power play. And he's in to bowl to Coles, who drives but mistimes it up to Mark Watt, whose throw hits the stumps. Even though Coles was comfortably home, the crowd enjoyed that. And at the end of the second power play, because we've now completed 40 overs, Sussex are 216 for 3, with Pujara on 40 and Coles on 13.
Stuart Glover has been in touch. Hello, Stuart. He's listening from a very wet Lao over in
near Vietnam.
Sort of Vietnam,
there,
Cambodia way.
Yeah.
Very wet. So I don't know if it's the monsoon, Stuart, but he says, regarding the streams, I think they've been a great plus for those of us living in far-off places. He says, I remember the infamous drilling back at Hove and the noise of the seagulls. Thank you, Stuart, for getting in touch. Applause there for Alex Thompson, I presume, for that.
Yeah, just come down the field below us.
10 overs. 1 for 63. I was going to say something else as well, Fletch, and I've forgotten what it was now, so it can't have been. Oh, yes, I was going to say. So the first 10 overs, Sussex scored 66. The second they scored 56, second 10. Third 10, they only scored 38. The fourth 10, they've scored 66. So they're going to need to get a bit of a shifty on here in the final 10 overs.
5.4 runs and over the overall run rate. Saranga Lakmal is back, bowling from the racecourse end for the first time. He tends to favour the city end, but needs must.
Is it you or me, Fletch?
I think it's you,
right?
But I'm equally happy.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, he's going to bowl to James Coles. You just feel here, as so often over the last couple of seasons with Sussex, an awful lot depends on Pujara. Pujara stays, he's very capable of scoring another 40 runs in these 10 overs. And with people batting around him, Sussex could get there near this 300. But if he gets out, then you're exposing a relatively inexperienced middle order. In comes Lackmal, in and bowls to Coles, who drives down the ground. He picks up a single. James Coles, he goes to 14, the total 217 for 3. As the ice cream man is somewhere around the ground, or maybe outside the ground, Fletch. What do you reckon? Definitely an ice cream van sound.
They quite often come behind the members' pavilion and park there, so everybody can see that he's here.
Yeah.
Can't quite see one at the moment, but there will be one on the ground somewhere, surely. Day like today.
Yep. Haven't been too many good days for ice cream salesmen over the last couple of weeks. So he needs to make hay today and tomorrow. Changing the field. Just the 4 men now inside the 30-yard circle in this final 10 overs. 5 allowed out. As in comes Lackmal, racing in bowls to Pujara, who flicks this onto the leg side. He'll look for 2 here. Pujara, look how fast he's running. He's picked up 1. They'll think for 2, but it isn't there. That's a really good bit of fielding out there.
Connors.
Very, very good indeed, because Pujara, as soon as he hit the ball, back to the square on the leg side, he was after 2, but Connors was up to the task. Good cricket all round, actually. Pujara to 41, 218 for 3.
He's an excellent boundary rider. Sam Connors, T20 and 50-over cricket.
Very good indeed. He was in really quickly. Lackmal again. Away from us, the racecourse end. Bowls short to Coles, and that was a slower delivery. Well disguised, actually, by Lackmal, and Coles was through the shot before the ball had got to him. He went through to Brooke Guest, and good stuff here from Lackmal. Just 2 singles and a dot ball so far in the over. Lackmal is moving his field around here. He's now brought up his fine leg inside the circle. Interesting now, because I was going to say he doesn't have to have 5 men inside the circle. He's now moved his mid-wicket to a straightish deep mid-wicket. So he's letting Coles have the single here. Lackmal again. In bowls and cut away by Coles, but straight to backward point. It's another dot ball, and Derbyshire are just building the pressure here, Fletch.
I like it. I like the way they've bowled and fielded in this innings. It's been very impressive.
Particularly after Sussex getting off to the fly that they did.
Yes, 66 in the first 10 overs, and you think about that. That's sort of been the norm in the 2 games prior to this that we've seen this season.
Well, again, in and bowls. Coles trying to make room, and he's just getting a bit twitchy as James Coles. He plays it through mid-off. He picks up a single. He goes to 15, 219 for 3. And you could just tell there, couldn't you? He's probably thinking, if I'm not going to score boundaries, I need to get Pujara on strike. And this is the dilemma now for Sussex. There are just 9 overs left after this.
Derbyshire have Hayder, who would come in that middle order and is a very fluent batsman.
Yeah.
So
I remember David Visa 2 or 3 years ago down at the Aegeus Bowl scoring 171, coming in at 6, and he could clear the rope with regularity. Pujara is forward to Lackmal. That's a really very fine over by Saranga Lackmal, just conceding the 3 runs. And Sussex 219 for 3. Pujara on 41, Coles is on 15, and there were just the 9 overs remaining. Fletch.
Yeah, if Derbyshire can keep these 9 overs tight, I mean, even if they conceded 6 runs and over, for Sussex to only get to about 270, 280. Thank you, Alicia. She just reminded me about my 130. I said, I'm listening. She's replied, encouraging. So a discussion going on here between Anuj Dal, Brooke Guest and Lewis Rees, as Mark Watt looks like he's about to return. He's bowled 5 overs for 20. Left arm orthodox, it says here on the big screen. Career best of 5 for 33. 26 years of age, the Scotland international. He's got a wealth of international experience. Mark Watt. As Bernard pointed out, it was the Netherlands who knocked Scotland out of the 50-over World Cup by restricting them all getting to a target it was getting to a target inside 44 overs. Here's Watt then, around the wicket from the City end. Reverse sweep comes out, but it's gone straight off Coles' bat to Alex Thompson, who's at, I suppose that's backward point really, on the edge of the 30-yard circle rather than third man. So encouraging start for Mark Watt. 219 for 3. Around the wicket he comes again. That one's played a little bit flatter, and it's going to go all the way for 6. For a split second, I think that Haider Ali was interested out there on the mid-wicket boundary, but he realised it was going to go over his head. It didn't get all the way to the advertising boards, but it did get over the rope. Coles moves to 21 off 18, 225 for 3. Watt in again, and he's heaved it really rather into the leg side. Coles picks up another single, 22 from 19, 226 for 3. Update for Sussex. We've got 8.5 overs left of the Sussex 50-over innings, and they're currently 227 for 3. Derbyshire bowled really well. Matthew McKiernan, 7 overs, 1 for 33. Mark Watt currently 5.5 overs for just 28 runs. And spin has been the key. The slower the bowler, the harder the batsmen have found it to score runs. Cheteshwar Pujara is still there, though. He's on 42, the Indian Test player. He's there with James Coles. Coles has just moved on to 23. And Sussex, with 8 overs and 1 ball to go, with 228 for 3. Was guided by Coles down to third man. Watt's in again, picked up a single. Oh, there's a swish there from Pujara. Good piece of fielding, tumbling by Suranga Lakmal. And he picks up another single. So 10 off the over, which is the most expensive over that Mark Watt's bowled, but that was mainly due to that 6 out towards mid-wicket, which may, in other circumstances, yielded a wicket. It didn't. 229 for 3 with 8 overs to go. Pujara 43, Coles 23. And Suranga Lakmal, whose first over back for this spell only cost 3 runs, is going to continue from the racecourse end. They've definitely been mixing it up, starting with a spinner at the top. Plenty of spin in the middle. Still got spin on now in the shape of Mark Watt, as well as one of their opening bowlers, although he didn't open today, Suranga Lakmal, the former Sri Lankan Test player, and he's bowling to the current Indian Test player, Cheteshwar Pujara, who takes 2 steps down the track and heaves him into the leg side, out towards Sam Connors at mid-wicket, and he picks up a single, 44 to Pujara, 230 for 3. That's Alex Thompson offering the encouragement down below us, fielding it long on the boundary. Long off is out as well, as is the man at cover. 2 men on the leg side, 1 at square leg, 1 at mid-wicket. Lakmal is in bowls, and Coles cracks that one away into the offside for 4. Nice shot, stand and deliver kind of shot really, not an awful lot of foot movement from James Coles, but very effective nonetheless as he moves to 27 off 21. And Sussex to 234 for 3. With 7 overs and 1 ball still to be bowled.
Maybe he's going to be the impetus and the innings that Sussex really need here.
As long as he doesn't use his feet as he didn't then, I think Suranga Lakmal will be reasonably happy.
Yeah.
That really was just brute force from Coles, but very effective. You can hear him tapping his bat on his creases. Lakmal is in to bowl to him. Again, he uses his feet, and this time it's a big yahoo.
Yeah.
Very much a baseball shot. Swing and a miss through to the wicket-keeper. 234 for 3 it remains. Doesn't want to go out of shape, which he did on that occasion, horribly.
Yeah, that was...
It's like watching Shan Masood last season. It was glorious to watch, but as soon as he tried to hit the ball hard, it just went all over the place.
And there's probably a couple of runs down here every time, isn't there? There's a big gap between long on and the fielder. In fact, the fielder sort of at cow corner has just come a little straighter.
Lakmal in again. Coles launches this. Now he might be in trouble here. Underneath it is Harry Kane, who takes the catch. And, well, Coles was determined to hit the ball out of the ground at some point. Unfortunately, didn't get enough of it. Harry Kane takes the catch. Coles goes for 27. And Sussex lose their 4th wicket on 234 with 7 overs and 2 balls left. he looked like a candidate to get out.
No, he did.
I'm afraid.
No,
And batsmen often do at this stage of an innings because they're desperate to get on with it. But as you said, Adrian, there are plenty of twos out there.
Yeah.
Pick up the twos, and when you get a really bad ball, dispatch it. But that was a fairly straightforward catch in the end for Harry Kane, I think it's fair to say. And Suranga Lakmal picks up his first wicket of the innings, 1 for 29 off 6.4 overs.
I just wonder, I mean, he's a fine young cricketer, James Coles, and we've seen a couple of county championship hundreds this year that have been of very high quality, but I just wondered if a little bit of an experience there. You know, you'd hit the boundary in the over. You know, maybe if you pick up a couple of twos, there are plenty of gaps around the field, because there are still 7 overs remaining, but this will be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's coming in. And say Sussex just need this bit of firepower in the middle order, because you get the feeling here they're just a bit short.
Well, even when he hit the 6 off Mark Watt, it only just cleared the boundary rope, and there was a fielder, Haider Ali, out there who was very interested for quite a long time. So I don't think he quite had the measure.
No, I would agree.
Of the Derbyshire bowling attack, sadly, for James Coles, but the man who we're very familiar with here at Derbyshire relaunched his career. Well, he relaunched his own career, didn't he? But gave him the opportunity to relaunch his career. Left with everybody's good wishes, which isn't always the case.
No.
Moved back down to his native Sussex. 99 on debut against Middlesex. Wicket with his first ball. Folk hero. Hudson-Prentice. Lakmal is in to bowl to him. And he pulls the first delivery, but really loops it into the leg side just for a single. So he's off the mark. Connors Fields, 235 for 4. I was hoping I gave him the big build-up there, and he fell on his own sword, but it didn't quite work out like that. He's a top man.
Pujara is absolutely key now for Sussex. I'm just sort of looking down the rest of the order to see where runs might come. I mean, they can all back Carter, Carson, but you need someone who's going to hit the boundary ropes here for Sussex.
Next delivery from Lakmal is pulled into the leg side by Pujara, fielded by McKeon, and only a single. At the end of Lakmal's 7th over. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 31, Suranga Lakmal. 7 overs to go then. Cheteshwar Pujara out there on 45. Finn Hudson-Prentice has joined him. He's got 1. Sussex at 236 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying, Fletch, so, I mean, 6 and over from here, 7 sixes are 42. That gets Sussex to about 280. May not be enough, they perhaps need sort of 8 and over off these last 7, 56,
I think 8 and over, if not more. But
yeah, you just feel Sussex are a bit undercooked here.
Only based on the 298 that was scored on the same pitch that was overhauled with about, I think it was about 16 balls to go, something like that.
The one thing you have to say that the spinners have been more difficult to get away. Sussex with 3 spinners in their side, Carson, Coles and Lenham. I mean, Coles and Lenham are only 19. But they've played a fair amount of cricket over the last 2 or 3 years. Of Sussex have blooded these younger players, but Sussex need a total. In comes Watt, bowls to Pujara, who cuts that one away through backward point. They've taken 1. They'll think they'll come back for the second, or will they? Well, they were thinking of coming back for 2. I think that was a good decision not to come back for the second. Really good bit of fielding by Connors, who was quickly to the ball and an arrow-like throw into Brooke Guest. And had Pujara come back for a second, he'd have been run out by a country mile.
24-yarder as well to start the over, which is unusual.
46 to Pujara, 237 for 4. And Hudson-Prentice takes strike. So he's been in excellent form with the bat, particularly in the championship. But he hasn't got a lot of time here to get his bearings. I think he's experienced enough to know that he doesn't need to go sort of hell for leather straight away, because there's not a huge amount of big hitting to come in this order. In comes Watt, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who straight away is a bit of a mow at that. Good bit of keeping by Brooke Guest, who whips off the bails. And there is no run. I think pushing the 1 here and getting Pujara on strike is the answer at the moment. Watt in again bowls. Hudson-Prentice drives, lofted down the ground. Well, he looks at his bat. He was a little lucky to get away with that. He picks up a single down to long off Hudson-Prentice. He's on his way to 38 for 2. Sorry, Hudson-Prentice is already on to 2. Pujara on strike. There's now a long off and a long on in place for Pujara, as well as a sweeper or boundary rider on the offside. Fielder at cow corner and a deep backward square as well. Watt in bowls. Pujara swings that one away. It's just a single, very good bit of fielding by Lackmale down below us, who that was excellent. Picked up the arrow-like throw, very good indeed, and the ball came in like a bullet to Brooke Guest. Whipped off the bails. Finn Hudson-Prentice obligingly knocks the stumps back in with the handle of his bat.
Brooke Guest does like to destroy sets of stumps.
He did destroy them, didn't he? 239 for 4, Pujara to 47. Watt in again, bowls. Hudson-Prentice forward and steers that down to long on. It's another single. 240 for 4, Hudson-Prentice to 3. Just 6 overs remaining after this. Watt again is in his 7th over. Because of 0 for 34 in and bowl to Pujara, who hammers that one away. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Good shot by Pujara, using his feet, getting down the track and drilling the ball. There's 2 fielders in there in that extra cover region, but he beat them both. Wasn't far out of their reach, but a very welcome boundary from Pujara, and the prolonged applause is for a half century for the Indian. Well, I think we have to say he's a master batsman. He made a wonderful 100 at Northampton on Sunday. 51 here off 55 balls. 244 for 4 are Sussex. 6 overs remaining, but Sussex need a little bit more than that, I think, in these next 6 overs.
Yes, I think you're right. I think you're right. 2 4s and 1 6. So a lot of running for Pujara.
Yeah.
Sensibly.
Yeah.
It's got to 50 off 55 balls, but without taking too many risks. That was only the second boundary that he'd hit. Sam Connor's coming back. Alexander Guthrie's been on from America. He says this format has the speed of play of T20 and the thrill of the red ball game. I think you're right, actually. I do like 50-over cricket. It's sadly becoming the forgotten cousin of professional cricket. Do you think, he says, county cricket, they'll have county cricket weekends with men's and women's clubs playing to help bring in the crowds? No, I don't think they will, because the ECB couldn't care less about county cricket, which is why Derbyshire have got one more game on a Sunday, but they haven't got any more home cricket on a weekend, and we're only on whatever it is, the 9th of August. Absolute lunacy.
That's madness, isn't it?
It works well for a freelancer who does football, but as for getting crowds into cricket, hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. They don't want the cricket getting in the way of making money or apparently spreading the word.
Connors comes in and bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who hammers the ball down to long on. I didn't know if that was you or me, Fletch, but it's fielded by Thompson down below us.
I think it's me, actually.
I think
yeah, no, you're right. No, you should have given me a nudge there. I'm being absolutely hopeless today. I've got no idea what's going on. Perhaps I'm thinking ahead too much. I should stop. Connors just wants his long on up and his third man back. So he wants it, and that's what he gets.
A bit more cloud now, Fletch, isn't there?
There is a little bit. No rain in the forecast, David. You'll be perfectly fine.
Good.
You'll be all right. Be all right. Yeah, I don't think there is anyway. Connors is in and bowls, and that one is lifted down the ground, not too far away from Lackmale. Was a shot at the stumps and almost runs Pujara out. So he was almost out twice there, Chiteshwar Pujara. He picks up a single, moves to 52, 246 for 4. They're almost slightly looking desperate at the moment, Sussex.
Do you think it's not that easy to time the ball on, Fletch? I mean, Haynes had no trouble early on, did he? He looked in great nick.
Yeah, and the balls, they're only 22 overs old, aren't they? Because he was one at each end, so this will be relatively hard, you would have thought, as Connors bowls a short delivery that's pulled into the leg side for 6. Harry Kane made a valiant attempt to try and catch it and throw it back in, but that's a fine shot from Finn Hudson-Prentice out towards the groundsman's hut away to our right-hand side. He moves to 10, 250 up for Sussex, 252 for 4, 44.3 overs.
Well, Sussex need a bit more of that. I'm wondering whether Hudson-Prentice here is going to play that, also that sort of David Visa type innings.
He's hitting into the breeze there. The prevailing wind comes from the west. There isn't an awful lot of breeze out there today, but just got to be careful of that. 252 for 4. Connors bowls, and he takes 2 steps down the track and smacks it baseball style down towards Alex Thompson at long on. Picks up another single. He's on to 11 in next to no time. Just 7 deliveries faced. Sussex 253 for 4. 5 overs and 2 balls left.
I've recovered my pen, Fletch.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you for the loan.
No, you're all right. No charge the first time. Call it a trial period. Don't forget what you've signed up to. Here's Connors again to Pujara. Oh, gosh, he gets a real thick inside edge. It goes down to a fine leg when it's fielded by Mark Watt. He punches his left thigh with his fist. Jiteshwar Pujara moves to 53, 254 for 4.
A more un-Pujara shot, I can't imagine. Really,
Horrible,
Fletch.
wasn't it?
Yeah, that was...
Horrible. I had to double check that it wasn't Finn Hudson-Prentice. That's nothing against Finn.
Yeah.
He's back on strike now. Connors to complete the over, bowls to him, and he just clips it nicely into the leg side, out towards McKiernan. And they go through for a single. Hudson-Prentice moves on to 12 and pinches the strike. Pujara has 53. And with 5 overs to go, Sussex at 255 for 4. The cut-off, a rather ludicrous 230. The amount of time they're given to bowl 50 overs is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours. I mean, it's nonsense.
Yeah,
3 hours would be sufficient.
I agree.
And it almost is. So they've got 5 overs to go, and if they were given 3 hours, they would have 14 minutes to bowl 5 overs. Well, that's more than enough.
Yeah. The building over the far side, Fletcher, is that the members' pavilion over there, were you saying?
Yeah, members, it used to be the players used to get changed underneath on the ground floor and then come out of the big sort of double doors there. Top floor, though, is the members' lounge, and far right of that building is where the chairman's box is.
Right.
The chairman, I'm not sure, I've got to get my binoculars out. It looks like the chairman there today, as he generally is. And then the players' pavilion, along with the, it's called something else as well. I can never remember what it is, but there's some offices over there. And then the club offices are in this building.
So I just seem to remember on one occasion coming here, Dave, and we went over there for lunch.
Yes, we went upstairs. We would have gone upstairs.
We did.
You could either go upstairs and queue up, or you could go when the Boundary Bar was a little cafe. Get yourself a sausage and chips, which was very good.
I remember eating upstairs once, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sarangan Lakmal is back into the attack, running in from the city end of the ground. Comes in a bowl to Hudson-Prentice, takes a step down the wicket, then drives the ball down the ground to long on and picks up a single. Hudson-Prentice, he goes to 13, 256 for 4. 4 overs and 5 balls, so 29 balls remaining in the innings. If Sussex could go at 2 and over here, 2 a ball.
2 and over would be okay for
Yeah.
Derbyshire. They're more than happy.
But they're going to need to go about 2 a ball to get near to 300. Blackwell in his 8th over. Very good figures, 1 for 32 in and bowls. And Pujara plays that one around to the leg side, but it's only going to be a single out to the fielder at deep backward square. I have to say, total goes to 257 for 4. I think Brooke Guest has done a good job here. I think his field placing has been excellent for Derbyshire today. The players have moved around. He's got, and also in terms of the bowlers bowling to their fields as well, which is pretty important. Here we go again, another change in the field. So Lakmal wants his. I think he wanted Thompson to go. So he's moving Anuj Dal from point to deep point. So they've got 2 fielders on that offside for Hudson-Prentice. 3 if you include the fielder at long off. The sun is back with us. Lakmal is running in from the city end, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who skies one, and he's going to be caught. Brooke Guest is underneath it, and he takes a good catch, because that was swirling around a bit. There's a good catch, and Fed Hudson-Prentice is on his way for 13. And Sussex lose another wicket, 257 for 5, so 13 in 10 deliveries, but can't quite deliver the sort of late order hitting that Sussex really need here if they're going to get themselves a... That's not to say they're not going to defend this, of course. But just from other scores here, and in 50 over cricket in general, you just feel Sussex are a bit light. Hudson-Prentice is on his way. I would imagine it's probably going to be Ollie Carter who's going to come in next.
Should be able to see the hair.
Yeah.
I think it's him. Looks like him, yeah. That's Ollie Carter.
Next year, of course, Sussex will have Danny Lamb is coming to Sussex. Now, he's the sort of
Good
player...
signing, by the way.
Yeah, who's actually on loan in this competition to Somerset, isn't he? I was quite surprised.
Oh, is he?
I think so, yeah. So presumably he'll be playing against Sussex on Friday. But that's the sort of player you need, isn't it? Someone who comes in and scores, 30 off, 10 balls or something. And I say, at the wish of sounding like a broken record, Sussex just don't have that in their armoury at the moment. But what can Ollie Carter do?
2 players left Lancashire at about the same time, didn't they? Rob Jones, it was announced that he was departing as well. I think he's going to Worcestershire.
I think you're right.
And one of them was told he'd never play for Lancashire again, and the other one was told that he could carry on playing for Lancashire. And I can't remember which way around it was, so I won't guess because it would be a 50-50 chance. But
in comes Lackmell.
Didn't understand that, really.
Second wicket of the innings comes in and bowls to Carter, who defends onto the onside. They've taken 1. They'll think about 2. They ought to go for 2 here. Well, I think there was 2 there. I think if Carter had gone, he might have got back. Nonetheless, he gets Pujara on strike, which is, in fairness, sensible cricket, because Pujara on 54 perhaps is the man most likely to carry Sussex through to a total field they can defend.
Yeah, he may well have decided there, we'll take the 1 and give me a couple of balls at Saranga Lackmell, but the Sri Lankan has bowled very well today.
He has excellent figures. What's he bowled? 7 overs and 4 balls, 1 maiden, 2 for 34. He's racing in. Bowls to Pujara, who drives to mid-off. He's going to have to go for the single here. And in fairness, Derbyshire are quite happy to allow singles at this stage of proceedings. Pujara to 55, and the Sharks 259 for 5.
Just 4 off the over so far, with 1 ball to go.
Sussex needs some boundaries here. Of course, you never know till both sides have batted, but Sussex with 3 spinners in the side. The spinners generally have bowled well here. What's 7 overs for 38? McKeon 7 overs, 1 for 33. But Lackmell has bowled excellently. He's in and bowls, and Carter swings away rather agriculturally down to middle. And he picks up a single as Carter. He's pinched the strike. He goes to 2, 260 for 5. Good over by Lackmell. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 36 for Saranga Lackmell. Sussex just with 4 overs remaining are 260 for 5.
Saranga Lackmell's never really, in his entire 2 years here, this is his 2nd season, he's never really been sufficiently injury-free to get a run going. And it's definitely held him back. But he's bowled beautifully today.
He looks fit today,
yeah.
Fletch. I mean, he's really been racing it.
Yeah, he has. But it has been a struggle for him. His elbow fell apart last season. That was the end of him. Didn't play in the 50-over competition. Was hitting the head at Chesterfield, which when he walked past us, he looked very, very, very bad. But he's come back from that.
Is that this season?
Yeah, for Chesterfield against Yorkshire, he got clunked on the head in the championship match. He looked decidedly unwell. Still manoeuvring his field here is Brooke Guest, just telling the 2 men on the leg side to come in off the boundary but be ready for the ball just clipped into the leg side. Here's Sam Connors in and bowls wide of the off stump. Carter had decided to step into the leg side and, of course, couldn't reach it by the time it went past him because he was so far down the leg side himself, inside the blue line. Ed Dawes suggesting a wide next door. Never been a wide in the memory of man.
I just wonder
Gotta
here
give
again.
the bowlers something.
Yeah, easy from here, but dab onto the leg side,
Yeah,
get Pujara on
absolutely.
strike.
Connors in again, and he has a swing and a miss.
I think that's poor cricket, Barley Carter. You're in a situation here. You've got someone of the quality of Pujara at the non-strikers, and surely here, and Pujara's going down having a word to Ollie Carter.
Yes.
They've wasted 2 balls here. Take a single, get Pujara on strike.
You see that thing in your hand.
Yeah,
Make sure it makes contact with the ball.
Yeah.
It's fairly straightforward cricket, isn't it? Really.
Well, I just think that would be the thinking, really.
Connors in again, bowls, and he does push it out into the offside. It's something he should have probably done 2 deliveries earlier. He takes a single, moves on to 3, 261 for 5. And now it's up to Pujara, of course, who will be feeling the pressure of being the man who has to get the boundaries.
Yeah.
But he's got 3 deliveries of Sam Connors to dispatch if he can. Connors went for a 6. Scored by Finn Hudson-Prentice at his previous over. He's on his way in now. And bowls to Pujara, who heaves this one into the leg side and gets a single as Harry Kane comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. Not quite the result that Pujara would have been looking for. 2 off the over with 2 balls to go. 262 for 5 with 3 overs and 2 balls in total.
Good field
Still
placing
to be
again.
sent down.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Fletch.
No, you're right. There's no need to hammer the ball into the leg side, though. There is a single in the leg side, wherever you want it. Connors bowls. He goes for the reverse and gets lucky and gets 4 off an under edge. He went for some kind of reverse shot. It wasn't quite a paddle. It was a full-blooded effort, and it comes off at the bottom edge of Carter's bat and runs away down to what would be the fine third-man boundary for 4 runs. 266 for 5, a welcome boundary for Sussex. Not necessarily the way that Carter was intending to get one. You cannot have a fielder everywhere, though, of course. And Connors to complete his 8th over is in and bowls to Carter. It's a slower ball. It turned into a full toss. He tried to heave it away. It came off a thick outside edge. He's pinched the strike, which isn't ideal for Sussex, as he takes a single. He's on 8. Pujara has 56. 267 for 5 then, Sussex, with 3 overs to go. Will they get to 298, which has been the first innings score in all or both of Derbyshire's previous matches? What's happening here is Lackmal swapping ends. Looks like he might be. He's got 2 overs left, so he could bowl the final 2 overs. He's going to from the City end, and Sam Connors can bowl the final over from the racecourse end, although Lewis Rees, Anuj Dal, Matty McKidd and Mark Watt could all bowl it as well. I think it will be Connors.
Some innings from Prithvi Shaw, who batted very nicely, but was out at Northampton on Sunday. He's a 198 not out for Northamptonshire off 127 balls, 24 fours, 8 sixes. Northants are 324 for 2 in the 42nd over. That is some knock,
Decent,
isn't it?
isn't it?
Lackmal runs in, bowls to Carter, who drives down the ground for 4 runs. Is it going to be cut off? No, it says 4 runs. That's a good shot by Carter. Straight down the ground. Gun barrel straight. Good shot.
Was a
He
good
goes
shot.
to 8. 271 for 5. It was a proper cricket shot.
I think for a moment Lackmal thought about sticking a foot out and then realised how hard the ball had been hit.
Yeah.
Could have done him some serious damage.
Just the point to make there was, it was a proper cricket shot, and he can play proper cricket shots on it. He's probably better playing that sort of a shot than a shot that's slightly alien and swinging. What do you do this time? Lackmal in bowls, and Carter is going to be caught at backward point by Alex Thompson, and another wicket goes down. Looking to heave the ball down the ground, big outside edge, caught by Thompson, and Carter goes for 12, and Sussex are 271 for 5, and Sussex, well, they were going to have to go for the runs in these last few overs, but they just can't get Pujara on strike enough is the problem.
Yes, I'm not sure about that from Ollie Carter, but there we go. 271 for 6 seems a little bit light, but as you said, you never know until both sides are batted. It is a used pitch as well, so perhaps 298 might have been more of a par score than it was on Sunday, when it was probably 30 light. So you'd say that 320 was par on Sunday. Used pitch, not 20-30 off. I think they probably still need to get to 300 if they possibly can, but with 2 overs and 4 balls remaining. And Jack Carson, the new batsman, will be on strike, of course. Might be asking a lot. Lackmal 3 for 40 now from 8 overs and 2 balls.
Yeah, very well.
Terrific effort from him.
Yeah, he has bowled extremely well. So what have we got left, Fletch? We got 12, we got 16 balls remaining.
They need 2 a ball, don't they?
Yes,
they need
they
2
do.
a ball from here to get them to 300, and that they would be in the game, no question about it. They'd be in the game. Derbyshire yet to get 300 this season.
Yeah. So Jack Carson takes strike. The off spinner. Who bowled very nicely at Northampton on Sunday. He wasn't one who went around the park. 9 overs, 2 for 45. He bowled up there, but what can he do with the bat? He waits for Saranga Lackmal, who's in and bowls, and that's short, and that was quick. That was quick,
Certainly was.
Carson was looking to put it on the leg side. It fair whistled past his helmet. That's probably the quickest ball we've seen today. And he's just making another change in his field. He's done this a lot as Lackmal. He's now bringing up his third man to the inside the circle. So the 4 men that Derbyshire have to have inside the circle at this stage are all saving one on the offside. Lackmal.
He's going to pitch this one up.
Yeah. On his way to bowl to Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson swings down the ground for 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that. Good shot by Carson. Took a step away and belted the ball down the ground for 4 runs. Lackmal looks at him as if to say, "You're not meant to do that." But Carson picks up a boundary. Welcome boundary for Sussex. At 275 for 6.
Yeah, it was a good shot. The mid-off rather was up. He's now gone back rather after that particular horse has bolted, and fine leg has come up to the edge of the circle mark. What?
I wonder if this one may be another short. He can't afford for it to be too short. Lackmal, as he runs in from the city end, bowls slow his delivery, hammered away by Carson. That's going to go for 6. Well, that's got a long, long way from Jack Carster. It was a slower ball, and Jack Carster just stood up and belted the ball over cow corner for 6, and the ball has ended up in the car park. A gentleman over there is just running after the ball to try and retrieve it from probably underneath one of the cars there. So this would have settled for that.
This is the kind of thing that can shift momentum, isn't it? It can, if they suddenly start go mad in the last 2 overs and 1 ball and hit lots of boundaries, it will be a complete momentum shift, and Sussex will feel that they've done pretty well.
This has got shades of Tom Taylor at Northampton.
No, do me update, Adrian. I don't want to hear about Tom Taylor.
Belted 42 in no time at all on Sunday. So that won't please Lackmal, who's bowled very well apart from last couple of balls. He's in and bowls to Carson, who's at it again. He's drilled the ball down the ground, but he's going to be caught at long off. No, he's not. It just bounces in front of the fielder coming running in. That's Matty McKiernan out there. It didn't quite carry. Then the ball bounced over him, and Jack Carson picks up a couple of runs. So 12 off the last 3 balls is just what Sussex needed. 283 for 6. Carson on 12. Pujara on 56. We were saying that Sussex needed 2 a ball. Well, they've got them off that over, and they're now 283 for 6. It is going to be the final over is going to be bowled this end by, now is that going to be Sam Connors? Yes, it is. Who's going to bowl the final over, the penultimate over, talking about 2 overs to go. Yes, it is Sam Connors. He's going to be bowling to Checheshwar Pujara, who's 56 not out. Sussex looking to get a few more here, get themselves up towards 300. In comes Connors, bowls. Pujara, full toss, hammered down the ground, and he's caught at mid-off by Saranga Lackmal, who, much to the delight of his teammates, dives forward and takes the catch. I would say that probably the Derbyshire lads probably think that Lackmal isn't the most athletic fielder, but nothing wrong with that. He dived forward, took the catch. It was a full toss from Sam Connors, and Pujara has played the ball straight to Lackmal. He's on his way for 56, and Sussex lose their 7th wicket on 283.
I was talking about momentum shifts before I went away to do that update, and that could be another one for Derbyshire this time. 283 for 7 in the 49th over. And clearly a very dangerous batsman is on his way back to the pavilion, having not really fulfilled the potential of the innings ultimately. 56 off 61 balls with just 2 4s and 1 6. I mean, it's been hard work from out there, which suggests that it might be hard work, of course, for the Derbyshire batsman.
Yes.
We should never forget that. But you're right about Saranga Lackmal. He took a catch at Chesterfield before he got clonked on the head, actually, because he was actually concussion subbed out of the game. He took a catch at Chesterfield, which was one of the more astonishing catches of the season, really, diving away to his right at mid-on. And they mobbed him because he has to be hidden to a degree.
Yes.
I mean, he's 48 years old now, I think. No, he's 38 years old. And clearly coming towards the twilight of his career, but can still move a little bit. Good catch.
The new man in is Henry Crocombe, who's facing Collins, is in and bowls, and Crocombe plays that into the offside. He's played a couple of handy knocks in this competition as Henry Crocombe. He finished 14 not out at Northampton on Sunday, and he made 47 against Durham in a losing, or both of them in losing causes. There was no pressure in that innings, but he He can get a few lower order runs, but Sussex need every run they can get here. 284 for 7, just 10 balls remaining. As Connors comes running into bowl to Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson plays that down to third man. He's going to pick up a boundary. I think the ball races away down towards the members' pavilion. And in fact, it's overhauled. That's a very good bit of fielding down there by Lewis Rees. Carson picks up 2. Probably no bad thing that he remains on strike, Carson. He's on 14 off 5, 286 for 7.
He did well there, Lewis Rees. I, like you, thought it was going to go all the way to the boundary. Placed it perfectly in between Rees and Thompson, who were sort of backward of square on the offside.
Connors. The field widely spread. In and bowls. And Carson hammers that one away, and it's gone over long off for 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that from Jack Carson. Just stand and deliver. And he's belted the ball over mid-off for 4 runs. A nice little cameo here from Jack Carson. He goes to 18 off 6. And Sussex to 290 for 7.
Yeah, nicely done. He's sending Lackmell out now after that particular horse has bolted, and he needs to bring somebody in.
He does, because he's only got 3 inside the circle
It's
now.
Fine leg who is coming up.
Yeah. So Mark Watt coming up inside the circle.
Never ideal to have all your men behind the bat inside the circle, I never think, but
In comes Connors bowls. Carson hammers the ball around to the onside, fielded by Harry Kay, who comes racing in off the cow corner boundary. Gets in the throw. Carson goes to 19 off 7 deliveries, 291 for 7. Carson and Croker have a little natter. How many balls left in this over? Just the 1. I mean, I'd imagine Jack Carson wants to be on strike for the final over, but by the same token, I guess if there's runs on offer at this stage, you've probably got to take them, to be honest. I'll be looking for 2 here. In comes Connors bowls, and it's short, and Henry Crocombe ducks underneath the short delivery. A dot ball to end the over, which leaves Carson on strike. So 291 for 7, 1 over remaining. Carson on 19, Crocombe on 1. Sam Collins has been relatively expensive. 9 overs, no maiden, 1 for 69. The final over of the innings is going to be bowled by the Sri Lankan. Saranga Lakmal, who's bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, has taken 3 for 52. His figures took a bit of a bash in the last over from Jack Carson when he hit him for 12 in the over. Can he do similarly now? Sussex would dearly like to get over 300 if, for, I guess, psychological reasons apart from anything else.
well, 298 Derbyshire scored in the first innings at Cheltenham College. 298 Derbyshire scored in the first innings here on Sunday against Glamorgan. And we're going to see 3 298s in a row.
Yeah, and it wasn't enough.
On either occasion.
Yeah.
It was 50 short at Cheltenham, at minimum 50 short. It was certainly at least 30 short on Sunday. So if they could keep them below 300, that would be great. But they don't want this over to go for too many. And Jack Carson waits as Saranga Lakmal is in to bowl to him. Wide delivery, just helped down to the point boundary, backward point boundary, where Anuj Dal does the fielding. 292 for 7. Carson moves on to 20, brings Henry Crocombe on to strike, faced just 2 balls for his 1. Number 5 on his back. It's quite a long way down the order to be wearing 5.
I don't know why he wears number 5.
Must be a story there somewhere.
Yeah, there must. I should ask him.
Yeah, there are often stories, aren't there? Crocombe just having a look round to see where all the fielders are. Inside the circle, cover, mid-off, third man and square leg. And Lakmal is on his way in, bowls to Crocombe, who, well, that ball goes nowhere. There might be a run out if he can kick the ball against the stumps, which he does, but Carson was well aware of that and scampered through for the single. Single's okay at this stage. Crocombe moves on to 2, 293 for 7, but it gives Carson the opportunity. He's already hit a couple of 4s and a 6 in this innings of 20. The opportunity to get Sussex over that 300 with 4 balls to go. 293 for 7. The men out for Crocombe are on the cover boundary, the backward point boundary, the mid-wicket boundary, where Haider Ali is practicing his bowling action. I wouldn't bother Haider if I was you. And on long on and long off. He hasn't bowled yet this season. He's unlikely to any time in the future, I would have thought. as Lackmal is in, and that's wide of the off stump and not signalled. Oh, it is eventually signalled wide by the umpire, who took his time. Suranga Lackmal's not 100% impressed by the decision. And it moves on to 294 for 7 with 4 balls to go.
Well,
Runner ball, 298, job done.
yeah. That's the favourite figure.
It's the #1 score on this, well, not just on this ground, but at Cheltenham College as well. But as you rightly pointed out, neither time was it sufficient. Lackmal is in, and that one is launched down the ground, and he's going to be caught at long on. He is caught at long on. For a moment there, I didn't think the long on fielder had spotted it at all. I think that's Matty McKiernan out in the far distance who takes the catch. Carson goes for 20. Wicket is very, very important for Derbyshire. 294 for 8 now as Jack Carson. It's Harry Kame. My apologies to Harry and his family. Harry Kame on the long on boundary. I do get Harry Kame, and I have no idea why. And the leg spinner mixed up all the time, Matty McKiernan. But wicket catch taken by Harry Kame. Suranga Lackmal now has 4 for 55. Well done to him.
Well, I would imagine this is Archie Lenham, I would think, who's coming out, who's from a great dynasty of Lenhams who have played cricket for the county. And he can bat a bit, can Archie, so he's hitting away a bit down at number 10. He's barely played this year. From memory, he played 1 game in the T20, but he hasn't figured in this competition so far. Slight figure.
Yes, very slight. Yeah.
But he can hit a long ball. He's certainly not frightened, is Archie Lenham. Made his debut when he was just 16 for Sussex. What can he do here?
He played here 2 years ago.
Yeah.
David Griffin was saying. Remarkable, really. So Lenham waits as Suranga Lackmal comes in to bowl to him. Full delivery. It's driven up to mid-off. That is potentially Matty McKiernan. It's not Harry Kame. 295 for 8. 2 balls to go then. What's Henry Crocombe got for us here? That was a nice little cameo from Jack Carson, despite the fact he was out. 20 off 9. Exactly what the doctor ordered. 2 4s and a 6. So he wanted to get a move on and just didn't quite get the connection he was looking for out to long on. 2 balls to go there. Then Crocombe waits as Lackmal bowls to him. This one's gone straight up in the air. Harry Kame is racing in. Is he going to get there? No, it drops inside the 30-yard circle and they come back for 2. Had to come all the way in off the long on boundary, and it bounced about 2 yards in front of him inside the 30-yard circle. 297 for 8. Single, please, chaps. Single, please. Wonder when that's David Griffin was hoping that Derbyshire would bat first and get 298 for 7, because they got 298 for 9 at Cheltenham, 298 for 8 against Glamorgan, so 298 for 7, and then just go through the entire competition, whittling it down.
I reckon this is coming down to third man.
Yeah, okay.
For a boundary, which will bring up the 300. We'll see.
Final ball of the innings then, 297 for 8. Crocombe on strike. Lackmal is in to bowl to him, and it's driven down the ground. Are they going to come back for 2? Well, they will come back for 2. There's a slight misfield. And it's 299 for 8 at the end of 50 overs. That makes it nice and simple. 300 for Derbyshire to win. Crocombe finishes on at 6. Lenham, just the single off the only ball that he faced. The major innings, Tom Haynes, 94 off 112. 50 for Cheteshwar Pujara, he made 56. 36 from Tom Clark. Lots of players got in and then got out. 26 from Tom Alsop, 27 from James Coles, 20 from Jack Carson, 12 from Ollie Carter, 13 from Finn Hudson-Prentice. We can't really count the Henry Crocombe one because he wasn't there for long enough, in all honesty. The scoreboard immediately changes to an advert, which is neither use nor ornament to anybody. Bowling figures, Sam Connors 9 overs, 1 for 69. Alex Thompson 10 overs, 1 for 63. Suranga Lackmal 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 60 he finished with. Lewis Rees 4 overs, 1 for 20. Anuj Dal 3 overs for 12. Matty McKinnon, 7 overs, 1 for 33. Mark Watts, 7 overs, 0 for 38. I thought the bowling was pretty decent, all told. The spinners in the middle really slowed things down. Sussex will have spotted that, I have absolutely no doubt about that. And in half an hour's time, we will return with Derbyshire requiring exactly 300 to win their first game of the season in the One Day Cup. And that Sussex will be looking to defend 299 for 8. In and balls to Reed. 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 Shaw in and balls to Reed. Shaw in and balls to Reed. Shaw in and balls to Reed.
Sussex Sharks, led by Tom Haynes. To open the bowling from the City end, Brad Curry. To open the batting for Derbyshire, Lewis Rees, Harry Kane.
So Brad Curry is going to get us underway, bowling from the City end of the ground. The left arm, who bowled very well on Sunday, comes running into bowl the first ball of the innings to Harry Kane, who just tucks this nicely through square leg and picks up a single. So Derbyshire are on their way.
Beautifully done. Honestly, Adrian, apologies. I should have been here, but I was too busy talking to Ed next door. He's coming in at 4 o'clock. And then David Griffin grabbed me because we're going to Durham tomorrow.
Oh,
and
what time are you setting off for Durham?
I probably won't leave for Durham until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I wouldn't have thought.
So you're up there
2
tomorrow
o'clock.
night and then come back Friday night, yeah.
Game Friday, come back Friday night, and then back into Burton for the local derby on Saturday.
Against. In comes Curry bowls, and Rees, that's a lovely looking shot through the offside, a misfield in the covers, and it's going to allow Lewis Rees to come back for a second. No, he doesn't in the end. It just remains on the 1 run, so 2 without loss. Sorry, local, I ought to know with the derby. Let me think who the local derby is against.
Burton's local derby.
It's against Derby, isn't it?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, this is going to show my knowledge. I didn't realise they were in the same division.
Both in League One.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And where's that at Burton?
At the Pirelli Stadium.
So that'll be a full house.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In comes Curry. Running in over the wicket bowls, and he's going to get 4 runs. He works that one down to third man. Well, if there was a second slip in place, it would have been a catch. There wasn't, and I suspect he wouldn't have played the shot had he known there was a second slip in there. And so Derbyshire off to a good start. Sorry, 6 without loss.
So you should be.
Harry Kane has got 5 of them.
Yes. Just a quick word of warning. The number on the board, you need to add 1. Because that's what they trail by. So if you suddenly look up and think, oh, they need 293 to win, they don't. They need 294.
Thank you.
Little tip. Nearly caught us out on Sunday.
Brad Curry running in from the City end and bowls to Kane, who is forward, plays to Bajara at mid-off. And there is no run. Much debate at lunchtime about, have Sussex got enough? What's the pitch like? I think the general feeling was that it was easier batting against the seamers and the pace bowlers than it was against the spinners. And you made that point, Fletch, that I'm sure Sussex would have realised that. They've got 3 spinners in the side, Coles, Carson and Lenham, all very young. I mean, Carson's the senior spinner, he's only 22. Coles is 19, Lenham 19. In comes Curry bowls. And Kane's going to get more runs here, down to third man, fielded down in front of us by Henry Crocombe, but it's another single. That was an involuntary shot by Harry Kane. Nonetheless, he goes to 6. And Derbyshire are 7 without loss in the first over, needing 300 to win their first game. Both of these sides have lost both their games so far. I was looking at this innings, Fletch, of Prithvi Shaw for Nottinghamshire, and it's extraordinary. They must have finished it now, I would imagine. I'll just tell you, in fact, they collapsed a bit at the end, Northamptonshire. He made 244, 11 sixes. In comes Curry, bowls, and forward comes Rees. Very languidly plays it down the track. Curry fields of his own bowling. It's the end of the opening over. 7 without loss. Derbyshire came on 6, Rees on 1.
Derbyshire's highest score in first-class cricket is 273. So that's not a bad effort, a 50-over game, is it? Derbyshire's highest successful run chase against Sussex in List A cricket, with, of course, thanks to David Griffin, 235 for 4 at Arundel in 2003. So this would be a record by some considerable distance should Derbyshire get to 300. Saranga Lackmel's 4 for 60, the first Derbyshire bowler to take 4 wickets in a list A game against Sussex at Derby since Devon Malcolm, who's the match referee today, took 4 for 42 here in 1993. We're going to see Henry Crocombe bowl from the racecourse end. He'll be bowling to Harry Kame, who's on 6, and Sussex continue to attack with 2 slips. The men out at third man and mid-wicket as Crocombe bowls, and that one is clipped towards, or just slightly to the right of the man at mid-wicket, who runs around to do the fielding. Wearing a white floppy sun hat. It's a shame they're not pink. And they come back for 2, and it's 9 without loss.
Yeah, James Cole's out there, and he'll be keen to rectify what happened. I think he went for 25, poor James, in 1 over at the end of the innings. I mean, it does happen, doesn't it?
Of course it does. Yeah. Crocombe in again and bowls. That one's pushed up towards mid-off. They think about a quick single. It's not there. Tom Haynes with the fielding. He's got the elbow protectors on at mid-off. Jiteshwar Pujara at mid-on with the long-sleeved pink Sussex top. 2 slips, cover, backward point, short fine leg. There is a third man as this next delivery is guided out into the offside by Harry Kame for 4 runs out to the point boundary. That was easy as you like from Harry Kame, who is in pretty decent nick. Got a career best list day score of 73, I want to say, in the last match against Glamorgan, and shared in that opening stand of 360 with Lewis Rees. They put on a century against Glamorgan. They put on 70 odd down at Cheltenham. They are key. As Crocombe is in, and back into his crease goes Kame, turns it into the leg side, just for a single though. He moves on to 13, Derbyshire to 14 without loss in the second over. Cut off 6:15. I'd be absolutely staggered if we got anywhere near 6:15.
They're great, these guys. I mean, it's amazing, really, Fletch, isn't it, that we have county championship cricket, 96 overs in the day, we're often here till 7 o'clock at night. Yeah. 100 overs, 50 over, you know, we're done by 6 o'clock.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, I've got to say. Crocombe bowls, and it's driven very pleasantly by Lewis Rees on this occasion, but Coles is there to do the fielding, tumbling away to his left-hand side. 2 floppy sun hats, the other one belongs to Finn Hudson-Prentice, or at least he's wearing it. I assume it's his.
Yeah.
And he's at point. Did play in the championship match and scarcely bowled in that second innings, I remember. For whatever reason, as Crocombe is in again, and that one is played off the back foot. Rees sets off for a single. Kame isn't moving, so Rees has to hair back into his ground, and then Rees sort of looks at him, tilting his head to one side as if to say, there was probably a run there. I'm not sure whether there was or not. Either way, they didn't take one. 14 without loss after 2. We have the Duckworth Lewis par across the screen. Derbyshire in front at this very early stage, but it means nothing because 1 wicket and everything turns on its head. But Derbyshire, steady start, 14 without loss.
Interesting that Sussex have only got the 1 slip in place for Brad Curry. We've already seen Harry Kame play a shot that he was quite entitled to play down to third man. There'd been a second slip, he might have been out. Now Tom Alsop has gone a bit wider now at second slip. In comes Curry in and bowls and came down the wicket driving. That's a lovely shot, nothing wrong with that. That's gone all the way for 6 runs. Just belted down the ground. Well, you said he was in good form, Harry Kane. My word, that's a shot and a half, isn't it? He just took a step down the wicket, thanks very much, and smashed the ball gun barrel straight down the ground for 6 runs. Thank you very much.
He's been in magnificent form, Harry Kane. No question about it. 73, new career best in List A cricket against Glamorgan. 40 against Gloucestershire. 65 and 141 in the championship match against Glamorgan as well here. So, yeah, he's in pretty good nick.
Well, immediately, that means Sean Hunt comes sprinting out of the dressing room with a helmet for Ollie Carter, who's going to stand up to the stumps and hopefully prevent Harry Kane getting down the track too much. I think this is always a test for Carter. In comes Curry, bowls and clipped by Kame onto the leg side, and they take a comfortable single fielded there by Archie Lenham. Kame immediately goes through for his 20th run, 20 off 10 balls. And Derbyshire off to a bit of a flyer, as were Sussex a little bit earlier on. Carter's going to stand back for Lewis Rees, and interestingly, they're putting in a second slip as well, Sussex, for the left-hander.
Well, he's not in bad nick himself, in fairness. 69 against Glamorgan, 50 against Gloucestershire, and 131 and 201 against Glamorgan. That after a 54 not out against Durham.
Sorry, in comes Curry bowls to Rees, who plays to mid-on, footed by Pajara, no run. I was slightly distracted. I was looking at Harry Kane, who I didn't realise was born in Basingstoke.
He's a Hampshire boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. His dad, Peter, afternoon Peter, as will be fed. He probably won't be fed up with me telling everybody, but he has an organic vineyard in Hampshire.
Oh, right, okay.
Still haven't had that bottle yet. But,
In comes Curry bowls, and good delivery by Brad Curry, well taken by Ollie Carter. Came looking to whip that one away through backward point. Rehearses the shot, doesn't get a nick, and there is no run. An organic vineyard. So what does that?
Apparently so.
Well, what does that mean then?
Absolutely no idea.
Yeah.
No chemicals.
Right.
I would imagine.
But there's lots of vineyards around sort of Surrey and Hampshire and Sussex, because hopefully you get better weather. It's probably been tough this July though. In comes Curry, and bright sunshine here. In and bowls to Kane, who works it onto the onside and picks up a comfortable single because Tom Clark needs to run to his left to field. Harry Kane goes to 21 and Derbyshire to 23 without loss.
He was out in a very bizarre manner on Sunday. It was Harry Kane, and I've seen it on replay, and I'm still not sure he was out. The ball was thrown as he went through for a single. It appeared to me that the wicketkeeper kicked to the stumps, then the ball hit the wicketkeeper, and he was given run out after running two. And I'm still not 100% convinced.
Curry racing in over the wicket bowls to Lewis Rees, who thumps that one away through the covers for 4 runs. Too much width there from Brad Curry. And Lewis Rees just said, thanks very much, belted it through the covers for 4 runs. And Derbyshire's very good start here continues. 27 without loss. Came on 21. Rees is on 6. And we've just had the 3 overs. At the moment, Derbyshire are racing along at 9 and over.
Thinking about it, that might not have been Harry Kane who was run out. Let's have a look. I should know. Yes, he was. It was Harry that was run out. Seemed a bit iffy. But there we go. It was Anuj Dal who was bowled, but again, the ball appeared to go past the stumps and come back off the wicketkeeper's pads. But hey-ho, these things happen, don't they? These things happen. It's going to be Henry Crocombe to continue. First over went for 7. He's on his way in now to bowl to Kane. Gets a full delivery and digs it out. Pushes it straight back to the bowler. Nicely done by Kane. Might have been caught out by that had he not been in such good form. It's the kind of thing that can catch a batsman out. Lancashire made 328 for 5 at Blackpool.
Yeah, some good scores. Well,
you'd expect to make you wouldn't expect to make 415, obviously, but you'd expect to make a good score at Blackpool. I think as Crocombe bowls, it's driven but not timed into the offside by Kane.
Interesting, Fletch, that Derbyshire opened their bowling with Alex Thompson. I just wonder if whether Tom Haynes may be getting the spinners into this Sussex attack fairly soon. Certainly, if the runs continue to flow, because it does seem to have been easier against the seamers than the spinners.
8 and over at the moment. Crocombe bowls, and that's cut away off the back foot for 4 by Kane. That was glorious, and he moves on to 25 or 15 deliveries.
Lovely.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? 31 without loss, I think.
So being a Hampshire lad, I mean, I'm just looking through the book here. I don't know whether he played at Hampshire.
He did.
Right.
He did. As I was saying on Sunday, I feel a bit sorry for him because you go to his biography on ESPN Cricinfo. Just wait as Crocombe is about to bowl the 4th ball of his second over. 31 without loss, came on 25, and he remains on 25 as he pushes that one out into the offside. And there's no run. Harry Kane, the great-grandson of former England captain and chairman of selectors Walter Robbins, made his Hampshire debut at the age of 20 as a concussion substitute at the Oval. So certainly some familial ties to keep up with, and clearly he was the second team skipper at the start of the season. Wasn't necessarily expected to play all forms, as a short delivery from Crocombe is a no ball. I think the first no ball for height that we've seen today. Harry's not very tall, as I mentioned occasionally, diminutive, I like to call him. And he just looked to the square leg umpire, Peter Hartley, and Peter Hartley said, yeah. Ben Peverell signalled the no ball, so 33 without loss. Not a free hit, though. As Crocombe bowls, and he's driven magnificently by Kane out to extra cover for 4. Wow. That was a magnificent shot.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? And Sussex have got a problem here immediately, haven't they? I mean, 37 without loss, already in the 4th over, and well, he's probably going to need to change the bowling here. He's had to move one of his slips out already. But that was a tremendous shot.
Yeah, he gave it everything, but it was all timing, really, wasn't it? As Crocombe is in and bowls, and that one goes down the leg side. Will be signalled wide, 38 without loss, with 1 ball of the 4th over still to go. All sorts of bowlers warming up at the moment.
Yeah.
Most of the team's warming up, ready to bowl. What's going on? Giving the captain some options as everybody is stretching.
That's right. Yeah, makes the bowler feel great, doesn't it?
Wow. Here's Crocombe in and bowls a full delivery that's clipped away out towards a very straight mid-wicket. I'm not sure it's going to have the energy to get to the boundary. It hasn't. It's been picked up by Coles, but they will come back for 3. And Harry Kane not only picks up 3 and moves to 32, but he pinches the strike. 41 without loss after 4 overs. You can work out the run rate yourselves at home. Well, 10.2 and over they're going at.
Wow. Brad Curry 2 overs for 20, Henry Crocombe 2 overs for 21. And I would say that Tom Haines hasn't got a lot of choice here, but probably he's going to keep Brad Curry going. He must be sorely tempted here to change the bowling. You'd have seen how well the Derbyshire spinners bowled on this pitch. In fact, he's making a sign, Tom Haines, toward Finn Hudson-Prentice, who I suspect is going to come on and replace Henry Crocombe. Bowled really well, Finn at Northamptonshire on Sunday, but crumbs Derbyshire off to a good start here.
Knows the pitch, of course. Hudson-Prentice.
Yeah. So, Harry Kane on strike, 32 not out. I'm ready in the 5th over, facing Brad Curry. Curry is in, bowls, and down the leg side, clipped away, 4 more. It's not a great delivery. And doesn't matter what field you set if you're going to bowl there. Harry Kane is in good form, is down the leg side, and he just says, thanks very much, and glances the ball for 4 runs.
I mean, the opening bowlers are going to have to bowl a certain number of overs. I mean, Lackmal and Connors, who I would regard as Derbyshire's opening bowlers, I think bowled 19 overs between them. Lackmal bowling 10.
Yeah.
So they've got to get some overs out of these guys, haven't they?
Well, at the minute, it's going round the park. 45 without loss. We're in the 5th over. In comes Curry bowls, and there's 4 more. And this time, I think that's probably come off the pad. No, it's come off the bat. 4 more down the leg side. My goodness me, Sussex are absolutely hemorrhaging runs here. 49 without loss. Harry Kane is on 40 in 21 balls, and we've only had 26 deliveries. So Sussex are rather starting off where they left off at Northamptonshire on Sunday. And already, Derbyshire getting themselves into a very strong position in the match. Long way to go, of course, but in comes Curry again, and this time Kane is forward and plays defensively to short extra fielded by Tom Alsop, and there is no run. Well, he bowled very well at Northamptonshire, Brad Curry. I was a little surprised he didn't bowl more. He bowled 5 overs and took 2 for 18, but he didn't bowl thereafter. Sussex went down by 3 wickets. But as Fletcher and I were saying, it's not sort of win or bust, but it kind of almost is for both these sides of the competition. Defeat today makes it very difficult to qualify. Curry in, bowls, plays that to backward point. Better delivery from Curry, fielded by Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run. Sussex heading down to Taunton on Friday for their next game. Derbyshire heading up to Durham for their next game. But as we were saying earlier on, Sussex won 6 games out of 8 last season in the group stages to head of the group. The other 2 sides went through with 5 wins each. In the other group, there were the top 2 sides went through with 5 wins. Kent squeaked through with 4. So 5, I reckon, is the absolute minimum. Curry in, bowls to Kane, who strokes that elegantly into the covers. A very good stop by James Coles. Harry Kane was after the single then, but it was never there. And Coles does a good job diving away to his right-hand side, prevents the single. But the Sussex lads already looking... You can always tell in the field, can't you, when sides feel a bit sort of deflated. And just need to get themselves together here to Sussex before this game runs away in the early overs.
A lot of people looking at the ground.
Yes, there are, absolutely. Curry again. In and bowls, and Kane plays firmly into the offside. So a better end to the over from Brad Curry, but he's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 28, and Derbyshire off to a flyer. 49 without loss. Tom Haynes pats Brad Curry on the back. I suspect that might mean that he is going to change things around.
He is. Finn's already removed his floppy sun hat. Finn Hudson Prentice.
Tying up his hair is Finn.
It's got to be the hairiest combination of bowler and wicketkeeper in the country. I
reckon it probably has, these 2. Yeah, Finn Hudson Prentice and Ollie Carter.
Entirely sure about Ollie Carter's hairstyle, but
no.
I'm not one to talk, clearly, but I'd love long hair. I would just love hair, but I would love long hair. Mine would be like Finn Hudson Prentice's.
Yeah. It makes very good. He's obviously very proficient at sort of pulling it up into a. What do you call it? A bun or
I guess a man bun. I think so.
Yeah.
Again, not an expert.
Well, they need some magic here from Hudson Prentice, because Sussex, nothing like a wicket to stem a run rate. But Derbyshire off to a really good start.
He's bowling to Lewis Rees from the racecourse end, and Rees cuts that one, but it's nicely stopped. Coles, I think, diving away to his right-hand side. Backward point does the fielding. He's the only sun-hatted fielder now, which makes it slightly easier to spot who he is. Pujara and Haynes in conversation, mid-on and mid-off.
I'm glad to see that, actually.
Yeah.
It's probably a bit tricky for Pujara in that you don't want to be seen to be constantly in the skipper's ear, but he is the experienced head here, isn't he?
Absolutely.
And I'm sure Tom is very happy to take advice from Cheteshwar.
As Hudson Prentice is in again, that one's turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees, who moves on to 7 of 8 deliveries, and Derbyshire's 50 is up. 50 up after 5 overs and 2 balls. 6 overs and 5 balls it took Sussex to get to 50. So not too far ahead. Not too far ahead. No panic on the south coast just yet. Long way to go. 5 overs and 2 balls bowled. Still 44 overs and 4 to go. So plenty of cricket to be played. And Hudson Prentice now to Harry Kane, who's on 40 bowls to him, and he just defends this out into the offside very calmly. It's fielded by Tom Alsop, and there's no run.
Just looking at the footholds there is Hudson Prentice. He does struggle, Finn, with an Achilles. It's like Achilles or ankle problem that he was telling me. It's something he's just got to live with. Really, there's nothing much he can do about it. So often he looks like he's limping after a couple of deliveries, and it seems to run it off, and he's fine.
He'll want to make his mark in this match back on his old stomping ground as he's in to bowl to Kane, who pushes this backward a square on the offside. Tumbling stop by the man at backward point. Tom Clark?
I think that might be, or is it Jack Carson? I think it might be Carson.
Okay. It was a good effort, though.
Yeah.
I named the player.
But better from Sussex, isn't it?
Yes.
Could hardly be worse, really.
Yeah. No, just the one run off this over so far. 2 deliveries to go. It was definitely a Sussex player who fielded that ball. As Hudson Prentice bowls and beats the edge of Harry Kane's bat, goes through to the wicketkeeper Carter. You're absolutely right. It's Jack Carson. He's turned around now to give me a much better opportunity of naming him.
Quite a few of them have got these sort of long sort of sleeves, and what are they, sort of like bandages or something they all wear under? So Tom Clark's got 2 sort of white elbow protectors or something
Yes,
on?
I think it's exactly that, just to protect the elbows if they go tumbling. If you're not wearing a long-sleeved top, which most don't, as this one is driven, but again, doesn't get past the fielder, Henry Crocombe, and the first over bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice is a belter. Just the one run from it. Derbyshire 50 without loss after 6 overs. They need another 250 to win. Rees has 7, Kame has 40.
Well, Tom Haynes had to do something, and he's going to return to Jack Carson, who is going to bowl the next over from the City end. Interestingly, at Northampton on Sunday, Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, spent the majority of the match walking around the outfield and talking to various Sussex fielders. I can't see him out there today, but he spent a long time with Jack Carson. Jack was fielding down at third man for a long part of the afternoon, and Farbrace was clearly out giving instructions or talking players through. Now, Finn Hudson-Prentice, he's not going off, is he? No, he's wandering towards the pavilion, but I think he's just going out to that position at deep mid-wicket.
Having a bit of a graze at the
Yeah.
cover boundary. It's good from Haynes, though, because obviously it wasn't working. Make the change earlier rather than later, otherwise it might be more damage.
In comes Carson, bowls to Lewis Rees, who plays the first delivery to short extra cover, fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run. So just the one slip in place. 3 fielders saving 1 on the leg side, 3 on the off. The 2 fielders outside the circle are a deep mid-wicket, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. In comes Carson, bowls, and Lewis Rees drives to mid-off, sets off with a single. Tom Haynes on the edge of the circle can't do anything about that. It's a comfortable single to Lewis Rees, who goes to 8. And Derbyshire to 51 without loss, needing another 249 to win. They're rattling along at the minute, over 8 and over. And Harry Kame, the right-hander, on strike. Sussex have bought, and haven't got a sweeper on the cover boundary, which is interesting. The 2 fielders they've got out of the circle are a long on and a deep mid-wicket for the right-handed Harry Kame, so he can't afford to drop short here. Jack Carson comes over the wicket, bowls, and Kame works this onto the leg side. They've taken 1, they'll think about coming back for 2. In fact, there's a comfortable 2. Hudson-Prentice needs to race round the leg side boundary. Throws in 2 more to Harry Kame. He goes to 42 of 30 balls in Derbyshire. 53 without loss, as a couple of Derbyshire lads come wandering out the nets.
Tom Wood with Alex Hughes, who's on the coaching staff, and another.
Comes Carson again, bowls, and Kame again just works out very comfortably onto the onside, fielded by Archie Lenham. A backward square leg, 1 more to the total, so 4 off the over without really taking any undue risk so far.
Derbyshire have lost almost as many members of the backroom staff as they have players to the nonsense. So Alex Hughes stepping up.
Carson bowls, Rees is forward, dabs it into the offside, picks up another comfortable single. Good batting here by these 2. They've got themselves onto the a quick start, and now they're just picking up the singles. 5 off the over so far.
As you say, relatively risk-free, isn't it?
Yeah. Sussex only they need a wicket. That's why Tom Alsop is staying in there at slip. Carson in again, bowls, and Kame works this out into the offside, fielded by James Cole. There is no run. So, what's the word I'm looking for, Fletch? Economic enough from Jack Carson, but 5 runs coming off the over. 55 without loss after 7 overs. Came on 43. Rees is on 9. Derbyshire needing to score at 5.7 and over to win the game. They're currently going along at 7.9.
Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong there, did he?
No.
Yeah, Jack Carson, perfectly good over of white ball bowling, but very comfortable at the moment, or it certainly was for the Derbyshire opening batsman. Tom Wood, who's walking around, left out of the squad for this match, was in the squad, left out at the starting 11. As Hudson-Prentice is in to bowl to Lewis Rees, who goes back into his crease and pushes the ball out into the offside. Clark does the fielding. Is the owner of 2 of the 4 fastest centuries in Derbyshire history. 1 in this competition against Nottinghamshire 2 years ago, which was the last time they won a game of List A cricket on this ground.
Wow.
And 1 in the T20 earlier this season against Leicestershire. So When he's in the mood, watch out, but not in the team today. It's Hudson Prentice around the wicket, bowls to Rees, who clips this nicely out towards the square leg boundary. They'll go through for a single. Rees is into double figures. He's on 10, 56 without loss. So he played in the first couple of matches, Tom Wood, without really hitting any heights with the bat. Bowled a couple of overs here and there of off spin. But obviously with the 3 specialist spinners in the team, not really required for this one. So Hudson Prentice is in again and bowls to Kame, who guides this out backward of square on the offside. He thinks about asking Lewis Rees to come through for a suicidal single, but decides better of it. And the score remains 56 without loss.
Great thing is when you get off to a good start in these sort of innings, Fletch, isn't it? It just takes all the pressure off, really.
Yeah.
You get someone like Hudson Prentice who comes on, bowls good line and length. You're not going to take liberties. You don't need to take liberties.
Hudson Prentice in again. Over the wicket, bowling to Harry Kame, who clips this away quite nicely, but perhaps a little bit too forcefully. Ultimately, as it goes quite quickly to James Coles, and they go through for another single. 57 without loss.
Well, he's not happy, Finn. Look at the way he's kicking at the crease.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
Sort yourself out, Finn. Nobody else has had any problems with them. Come on. Stop being a prima donna.
Yeah, he's kicking away at the crease there, isn't he?
He's not.
He's not happy at all, is he? No, he's fiddling around with his spikes, and he wants something brought out.
Yeah.
I think he wants the spanner brought out to tighten up his spikes.
The umpire quite often has one in his pocket.
Well, I tell you what, right on cue.
There we go.
How about that? That's umpire Ben Peverell.
Yeah,
They're
a pair of scissors to snip any bits off the ball that the bowlers aren't happy with, and one of those little keys with the 2 prongers that you can put your spikes back in with, and that's what he's just used there. Well done, Ben. That's saved us 5 minutes of our lives.
Yes, it has.
That's the last thing you want to be watching, instead of watching cricket, watching people tighten their spikes up. But there we go. Perhaps they'll be happier now. FHP.
He wasn't happy, was he?
No, not happy at all. 2 balls of his second over to go. He's in and bowls to Rees, and just wraps him top of the thigh pad. Ball dribbles out into the offside. Beating for a bit of pace there, I think. He's another one of those bowlers. I don't think Anuj Dal is one of them, but he's a bit quicker than he looks.
No, I would agree.
Finn Hudson Prentice.
Definitely.
He doesn't lollop in at all. That's nonsense. But he hasn't got the longest run up and all the rest of it. But I think he's got a bit of pace about him. He's got a big smile on his face anyway. That's good to see. He always seems to play cricket with a smile on his face. Seems to be enjoying himself. As Rees waits and Hudson Prentice bowls to him, it's defended back towards the bowler. He can't quite get it, but doesn't go much further than Henry Crocombe. And it's the end of the over. 8 gone now. 57 without loss. Came 44. Rees 10. And they just reeled it in a little bit.
I only said oh dear because...
I heard you say oh dear, and I wasn't sure what you were saying.
I just thought he'd looked that ball and I thought he just reached to the inside of his groin, Finn Hudson Prentice.
He's sort of touching it now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Right-hand side.
Yeah. He just sort of pulled up a little bit there. I mean, let's hope it's just a little tweak. I mean, I think at this stage of the season, and you do hear old pros talking about, all bowlers bowl with injuries. There's probably never I think Stuart Broad said it. You never get a bowler who's 100% fit. There's always a niggle or something going on. So, anyway, Jack Carson is coming in from the City end, bowls to Harry Kame, who works it onto the onside. There is no run fielded there by Tom Clark. So a dot ball. So Sussex just putting the brakes on a little, and they certainly need to. Gone round the park in the opening overs. Carson just waits and is in again. Bowls to Kame, and Kame works this between square leg and a fairly straightish mid-wicket, footed by Hudson Prentice, who throws on the bounce to Ollie Carter. One more to Kame, who goes to 45 off 36. Derbyshire to 58 without loss. Field switches over for the left-handed Lewis Rees. And Carson is in again. Bowled. Rees using his feet, drills the ball down the ground. They need to get a bit of a move on here. Haynes throws to the keeper's end. Not the best throw from Tom Haynes, unfortunately. I think, to be honest, Harry Kane would have probably got home, but he had a bit of a shift on, didn't he?
He did. I don't think he was expecting to be called through for that single by Lewis Rees. He's having a couple of tablets now, Finn Hudson-Prentice. The medical staff have just handed to him.
Yeah. So who's that over there today? It is because the normal physio, John Morelli, is away with the 100. So that is Rachel Doyle. In comes Carson and came down the wicket and just thrashes the ball away through Widishman on for 4 runs. Used his feet and belted the ball away. He goes to 49 of 37 balls and Derbyshire 63 without loss.
Yeah, nice shot from Harry Kane. Once he knew he'd got it over the fielder, he was okay. As I say, he's in... When you're in this kind of nick, I mean, I've no idea because I've never been in this kind of nick, but when you're in this kind of nick, it must be something special.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've got to make the most of it.
Yeah.
Because there's enough times when you aren't. In comes Carson, bowls, and Kane turns it onto the onside. And there we are. That's a very good half-century from Harry Kane. Wonderfully made, 50 in just 38 deliveries for the Derbyshire opener, who gets a well-deserved round of applause. And those runs coming up in just 8 overs and 5 balls. And it's a super start to the innings for Derbyshire.
7 fours and a 6. It's only the 3rd List A half-century of his career.
Wow, it's been excellent, isn't it? Carson round the wicket to Rees, who defends down the onside of the track. There is no run, so end of Jack Carson's over. 2 overs for 12 for Jack Carson. 9 overs gone. Derbyshire 64 without loss. After 10 overs, Sussex was 66 without loss. So don't despair just yet, Sussex supporters, but you can't take away from the fact that Harry Kane has made a very good half-century and gets a very well-deserved round of applause from the Derbyshire crowd.
It's only his 17th List A match, so as I say, he wasn't expected necessarily to be in the first team at the start of the season. He was the second team skipper. Billy Godalman falling out of favour gave him an opportunity to get into the team. He got 49 early on, but since then he's really flourished alongside initially Hayder Ali and then Lewis Rees as Finn Hudson-Prentice begins a new over from the racecourse end, bowls to Kane and beats him. Really nice delivery, perhaps holding its line as Harry Kane expected it to come into his pads.
He's not comfortable there, Finn, is he?
No, he's not. Right groin. Definitely.
Groin, abdominal area, it's somewhere around there, and you can see he's in quite a bit of discomfort
I
there.
thought he was smiling, but he appears to be grimacing now.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. And he's a key part of this Sussex side.
He's going to carry on for now. He's only bowled one ball of his 3rd over. He sets off, and he's in and bowls to Kane, who drives, but straight to Henry Croker when there's no run.
I just wonder if this is one of these situations where you're better off just bowling your overs if you stop.
Can.
Yeah, if you can. But he's just reaching for that area the whole time. I think he's just saying to Tom Haynes, yeah, something's not right.
The other one is, will it make it worse and prevent him from playing in the rest of the competition?
Well, that's a very good point.
Which is another sort of judgment call, isn't it?
Yeah, because he's a key player.
He runs in again, bowls to Kane, who turns this down to fine leg for 4 runs. Not the best ball that Finn Hudson-Prentice has delivered, but there are extenuating circumstances. 64 without loss, Derbyshire, with 3 overs of the power play remaining. Puffs out his cheeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rick Piper has been in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, a lifetime of Lenhams. It's good to see Archie Lenham playing for Sussex. I'll explain why in a moment.
In goes Hudson-Prentice and bowls up, wraps Kane on the pads as he tries to turn it into the leg side. It was a bit of a mess in the end, but no damage done as the ball is picked up by Hudson-Prentice.
So he says, 60 seasons ago, I was at the Neville Tunbridge Wells to watch Kent v Sussex in the first round of the first season of the Gillette Cup. When the 3rd wicket fell at 127, the Sussex number 5 young Jim Parks took guard. He was soon into his stride and quickly got to his half-century. At 2:17, the 4th wicket fell and Les Lenham came to the wicket, who is Archie Lenham's granddad.
Brilliant. Goes Hudson-Prentice again. Bowls to Kane, who clips this nicely into the leg side in front of square. Little run round here for Coles, who sort of fumbles it and then eventually picks up the get back for a comfortable 2. Kane moves to 56, 70 without loss. 1 ball of power play remains.
It goes on to say at 217, the 4th wicket fell and Les Lennon came to the wicket almost 6 decades later in 2020 in a Sussex Cricket Museum article. Young Jim still remembers Les Lennon promptly ran me out for 59. Thank you, Rick.
Quiet word in the pavilion afterwards. Hudson Prentice is in. That's whipped away for 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary by Kane. 60 off 44 deliveries, Harry Kane. Derbyshire 74 without loss at the end of the power play. They are absolutely flying at the moment. 7.5 runs and over. The required rate 5.7. All that can change, of course, but at the moment Harry came on 60 and Lewis Rees, who, as I say, has been a virtual spectator at the other end, just 17 deliveries. He's got 11. Got Derbyshire in a very good position. Paul Williams on Twitter is a Hampshire fan, listening now in Portugal, or living now rather in Portugal, listening today while sorting tomatoes for sun drying, and really happy to hear Harry came in such good form. Felt he didn't get enough chance with us. And then he adds, our local wine is as good as Peter's, with a couple of smiley faces. I'll leave you two to battle that one out, Paul. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, thank
Portugal.
you. Yeah, I was reading or seeing on the news when it's really hot in Portugal again. A lot of fires.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Not good. Not good.
Sussex need a wicket here. 74 without loss. Derbyshire off to a flyer of 10 overs. In comes Jack Carson, bowls to Lewis Rees, who eases that through the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, who could probably do with a bit of breather if he's struggling with an injury. I saw Tom Haynes just say something to Finn at the end of that over, and Finn sort of made a signal. I wasn't sure if it was sort of a yes, I'm okay, or no, I want to come off.
One or the other, though.
Yeah, one or the other. the physio, Rachel Doyle, is down there now on the boundary edge, so clearly there's some concern over Finn Hudson Prentice. Sussex at least now have the comfort of being able to put 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, and they decided to dispense with the slip. So there's 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg. There's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, deep backwards square, a sweeper on the cover boundary as Carson is in bowls and Kane just flicks this between the 2 fielders inside the circle on the leg side. Hudson Prentice again comes in and field. Well, he doesn't seem to be...
You see, there were 2 fielders out there and he decided, no, yeah, I'll get this one.
He did, didn't he? And he's throwing the ball in hard, which suggests if he was in a lot of discomfort, he probably wouldn't be doing.
Tom Clark appeared happy enough to field it, but Hudson Prentice wanted to.
Carson in again, bowls to Rees, who tucks this one back to the square. They're going to look for 2 here. They'll probably get them as well because James Coles has got a little, good bit of fielding actually by Coles. He was quickly in and got a good throw, and that was a good call from I think it was Lewis Rees who would have been in trouble. He just puts a thumb up as if to say, yeah, we judged that one correctly. Martin was in touch a little earlier on about the wall that he was painting.
Oh, yes.
And he said, you might like to know. In comes Carson, who loses his runner. You might like to know, I finished painting the wall, and it was a large outside wall. So, what colour do you reckon? An outside wall? White?
White. I would be surprised if it was anything other than... Well, you sometimes get that sort of brick colour, don't you?
Yeah.
That they paint walls with. But...
What colour, Martin? We'd like to know. In comes Carson bowls, and Kane plays to mid-wicket as well. And he's given me an explanation of the word mellifluous.
Mellifluous, yeah.
Mellifluous. Yeah. Well, I would agree with you.
Not very kind.
Carson, back to his mark. 77 without loss of Derbyshire. Carson in, bowls, and Kane. That's a beautiful... That's a shot of a player who's absolutely at the top of his game. He's just run the ball down to 3rd man. Oh, well done, Henry Crocombe.
That's hit the boundary.
That's hit the boundary. Yeah, it has. He chased the ball all the way down to the media centre, right in front of us, and we could see that a really good effort by Crocombe, but he couldn't stop it going for a lovely shot by Harry Kane. He just cut the ball very late.
Waited, didn't he? Waited,
and then just cut the ball beautifully with lovely timing down to the 3rd man boundary, past where first slip would have been. 81 without loss, Derbyshire. Crumbs. What a start. Carson in again, bowls, and Kane looking to play a similar shot, but he plays it slightly square on this occasion. Crocombe throws at the non-striker's end. Fortunately, Brad Curry was backing up. There was an element of frustration about that throw from Henry Crocombe, and the Sussex boys just look a bit deflated out there at the minute. And unsurprisingly, because Derbyshire off to a flyer, 82 without loss after just 11 overs. Harry came on 66, Lewis Rees on 13, Jack Castle on 3 overs, no wicket for 20.
Harry Kane almost dared Crocombe to throw the ball at the stump stand, and when it missed, he threatened to run an overthrow. So you're right, he's in good form.
I think it was the latter.
He's taken his cap here, Hudson Prentice, and his sweater from the umpire. That's not necessarily a good thing for Sussex. He's staying out there, but he's not going to carry on bowling by the look of it. It's going to be
the skipper
down to Tom Haynes to bowl.
Well, I'm sure Tom wouldn't have been expecting to be bowling in the 12th over, that's for sure. He's ignoring his other spinners. I wonder whether he might have gone... While there's still plenty of time in the game, I wonder whether he might have decided to go for Archie Lenham. You know, get your leg spinner in while there's still there's still plenty of time. I mean, I know with a leg spinner, you can go around the park, but you can pick up wickets, and Sussex need wickets here.
But this will be the 12th over, and we've already seen 5. This will be the 5th Sussex bowler used.
Yeah.
Haynes on his way into Harry Kane, who almost gets caught and bowled. He plays it back just to the right of Haynes, dived to try and reel it in, but couldn't. Picks up a single as Kane moves to 67. Slightly fortunate there. 83 without loss.
I reckon they might know each other, just sharing a joke there, I think, Harry Kane and Tom Haynes. A lot of these lads, of course, if he's from Basingstoke, he's probably played junior cricket at Hampshire, probably knows Tom from his days around... but full credit to him, because he's obviously come here, Fletch,
came here, spent quite a long time in the twos.
Yeah.
Got a contract, bided his time. Haynes around the wicket to Rees, who pushes it up towards Hudson Prentice at mid-off. And there's no run.
Well,
and then really taken his chance this season.
Good luck to him.
And recently signed a new 2-year contract. So he and Lewis Rees both signing new 2-year contracts for next season and the one after. 83 without loss as Haynes, medium pace around the wicket, bowls, and Rees tries to flick this one away into the leg side, but can't. And it's fielded by Clark at mid-wicket. Rees waits. Haynes is in and bowls to him, and that's looped up into the offside this time. Haynes is causing these batsmen all sorts of problems here. Just a quick guide. Duckworth Lewis at 11.4 overs suggests that Derbyshire should be on 43. They're currently on 83. Just as a guide, it's not going to rain. Duckworth Lewis stern, I beg your pardon. As in goes Haynes again, and this time he's launched down the ground. How far's that gone? All the way for 6. Nice shot by Lewis Rees. First real shot in anger from Lewis Rees. Derbyshire moved to 89 without loss. Rees up to 19. That's only the second time he's got the ball to the rope. 1-4 and 1-6. Harry Kane, 10 fours and a 6. And now the long on has gone out. And the long leg, fine leg, has come up. And Haynes, final ball of his over. Ball is driven out into the offside. Dot ball, 7 off the over. 89 without loss after 12. Who's going to? I think Jack Carson's going to continue. Carson from the City end. Bowling to Harry Kane on 67 from 49 deliveries. He bowls to him and he goes for the scoop. He's got it down fine, towards fine leg. It's not going to get all the way to the boundary. Finn Hudson-Prentice comes around. He does pick up 2 though, moves to 69. Derbyshire to 91 without loss in the 13th over.
Great start, isn't it? Martin's been back in touch. His wall isn't white, Fletch. It says it's summer morning blue, which is a very light blue. Maybe
nice.
a bit like the Derbyshire
Yes,
colours.
yes.
Bit duck egg, perhaps.
He could put some flashes on it, couldn't he? This is the next delivery. Oh, he goes to cut it too close. Goes through to the keeper. First really false shot that Harry Kane's played.
Catch it beautifully, hasn't he?
So far. So far.
Well, it's going your way. He's showing a full range of shots as well.
And comes Carson again. Bowls and Kane whips this into the leg side. Fielded by the man at mid-wicket, tumbling to his left.
That's Tom Alsop in there. He goes on to say a couple of Sussex hat-tricks and we'll be back in it. He's ever the optimist, is Martin. You never know.
No, indeed.
You never know.
I'm not sure if my update's coming up now or in a minute. He's gone for the little scoop flick again. He hasn't got it very far this time. He's only going to get a single, 92 without loss.
Carson's going to carry on. He's got 3 more balls to go in this over. Fletch doing his update. So I just wonder whether, in a situation like this where Derbyshire have got to a fly, whether you just get your leg spinner into the attack sooner rather than later. Here comes Carson round the wicket. Bowls and Rees hammers this one. I thought he was going to be caught for a moment. Played it in the direction of Brad Curry, who's one of the best fielders in the Sussex side. You may have well seen earlier on this season in a T20 game, a magnificent catch that Brad Curry took. It sort of went viral on social media. Didn't quite reach him. Dot ball. Carson again, round the wicket, bowls. Down the wicket, Rees hammers it away, 4 runs. Well, it's a little bit too easy at the minute for Derbyshire. He just danced down the pitch as Lewis Rees, and the Sussex lads need somebody to cut the hands and say, come on, this isn't lost yet, because there's 1 or 2 heads going down up there, I'm afraid. Tom Haynes walking along, having a discussion there with Chetish Pujara. 96 without loss, came on 69. Rees is on 23. We're just in the 13th over. Archie Lenham is warming up, and I think that's a good thing to see. He just might as,
Get him in.
Get him into the attack. Derbyshire wouldn't have seen anything really of Archie Lenham. Leg spinners are full of tricks. You might go around the park, but you might pick up a couple of wickets that could just stem the flow of runs, because at the moment, Derbyshire are cantering along.
Yeah, it's been very, very straightforward. 7.5 runs and over they're scoring at as Harry Kane whips the first ball of a new over from Tom Haynes into the leg side for a single. Moves himself on to 70, 97 without loss now. We're only 1 ball into the 14th over. And for as much as I'm looking forward to this evening, I will be very disappointed to miss a Derbyshire win, because I haven't commentated on many of them this season. Here comes Haynes again, cut away into the ground and palmed over the bar by the man at backward point. Tom Alsop, the throw comes in, the batsman had run 2. They think about an overthrow. They think again as Hudson-Prentice collects it. It was a bit wild from Coles. 2 more to Rees, who moves to 25. 99 without loss.
And that's a sign that things are not all well, are they? Tom Clark is looking in the direction of James Coles. What on earth was all that about, he was saying?
Next delivery from Haynes, turned around the corner. The 100's up for Derbyshire. They've run 1. They'll come back for a second. Rees will move on to 27 at Derbyshire. 101 without loss. 13 overs and 3 balls. The 100 coming up in 17 overs and 2 balls for the 100 for Sussex in their innings. By my reckoning, this is the 3rd century stand between these two in their last 4 innings together. As that one is played back to Haynes by Rees, and there is no run. So
well, it's been terrific batting, Dave, and I would say they played, they played authentic shots, haven't they? There's been no slogging, no swinging across the line. It's just been very, very good cricket shots.
Rees on 27, waits. Haynes bowls to me, flicks it over the wicket-keeper's head for a 1-2 bounce 4 into the title sponsors' advertising boards at the far end of the ground. Rees joining in now, moves to 31, 105 without loss. And whereas Rees was sort of going along steadily, he's now got 31, just slightly better than a run a ball. And Derbyshire continue to make hay. Just for reference, as Haynes is in and bowls to Rees, who clips that one into the leg side. Yes, yes is the shout. There's a shot at the stumps that misses. I think Kane might have been in a spot to bother there. A Tom Clark hit. As it is, he gets home comfortably. Rees moves to 32. And at the end of the over, 106 without loss, 14 gone. Harry Kane has 70. That comparison, Duckworth Lewis says they should be on 53. They're on twice that. They're 106 without loss, with 36 overs in which to get the remaining 194 runs. I should be listening on the way to the Pirelli, Adrian. I should be listening on the way to the Pirelli.
Well, to Sussex up against it here is an understatement, and they're having to turn to young Archie Lenham. Now, I think this is good captaincy by Tom Haynes. He's getting him in early. It's pretty pointless in a situation like this, leaving a leg spinner till there's another 30, 40, 50 runs. Get him on while he's got a chance. I'm not saying he's going to take a stack of wickets. He might go around the park, but at least get him into the attack. I might be inclined to get a slip in there as well early on, just because these players won't have said anything about Archie Lenham. Well, you say he played here. Did he play a championship match maybe a couple of years ago?
I believe he did.
Okay.
According to Griff, anyway.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he's right.
Yeah, well, even if he isn't, he'll tell you he is.
Yeah, but they may not remember him anyway. Hasn't bowled a lot as young Archie, as he comes in and bowls, and Lewis Rees plays that to backward point, put it by Hudson Prentice, who shies at the bowler's end. Lenham does well, actually, to stop the throw. So he absolutely hurled that in, did Hudson Prentice. There would have certainly been an overthrow if he hadn't stopped the ball. Lenham again, straight approach to the wicket. In and bowls, Lewis Rees stretches forward, plays into the offside field of this occasion by Tom Alsop, but that's better from Sussex, and a couple of sort of claps of the hand and people saying, oh, well bowled, Archie.
Just need something to G them up, don't they?
They do.
Just G themselves.
They do. They seem very flat in the field, Sussex. Unsurprisingly, perhaps. But nonetheless, in comes Lenham, bowls, and forward comes Rees, plays down the onside of the track. Lenham fields off his own bowling. It's another dot ball. So 3 dot balls to start for Archie Lenham. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Made such an impact when he came into the side. His career was stalled a bit in the last couple of seasons. Well, that's not a great delivery. That was short, and he's rather lucky to get away with that. That was a bit of a long hop played into the onside, I should say, footed by James Coles, who gets in the throw. It's 1 to Lewis Rees, who goes to 33, 107 without loss. Another 193 needed for Derbyshire to win, and they've got plenty of time. 35 overs after this one. They're rattling along at 7.3 and over.
They have got a collapse in them, though, Adrian.
Okay.
5 for 26, I think it was, against Glamorgan.
Let him in again. Bowls, well, it's short and hammered away, and that's not a good delivery by Archie Lenham, and I'm afraid that's going to go for 4 runs. In lesser standard of cricket than this, that was a long hop really outside the off stump, and Harry Kane just, he didn't have to belt the ball away, just eased the ball away through backward point for 4 runs. He goes to 74.
Which is his highest score in List A cricket.
Very good knock indeed. 111 without loss. Yeah, you can't afford to bowl there, young Archie. As he waits and is in again. Bowls. Oh, that's a full toss and eased away by Harry Kane. Is he going to? Oh, I thought for a moment he's going to be caught. He's lucky to get away with that. He's played onto the leg side by Harry Kane. Not Harry Kane wasn't lucky, but it was a full toss that Harry Kane on another day might have hit over the members' pavilion, I suspect. But on this occasion, he didn't quite time it, and it's just a single. So Archie Lenham's opening over goes for 6. It could have been worse in reality. 112 without loss. Kane on 75. Rees on 33.
Almost got himself out, though. You just never know with a leg spinner, do you? You can bowl a bad ball like that. And used to see it, not a lot, but you'd see it with Matt Critchley, who bowled an awful lot of overs for Derbyshire in all forms of cricket. He'd bowl a bad ball and the batsman, his eyes would light up. He'd try and smash it into next week, and he'd hit it straight to a fielder. James Coles is coming on from the racecourse end.
So 7 bowlers, Fletch, in the first 16 overs.
Yeah, it sort of tells a story, I think. Nobody's bowled more than 4 overs yet.
Well, I think, you know, if I'm trying to be positive from a Sussex perspective, and it's becoming a little tricky at the moment, but, you know, to get your spinners in early, I think now James Coles is...
We're going to change the ball here, I think.
Oh.
It's just been shown, the ball was shown by James Coles to umpire Peveril, who decided to go and have a chat with.
Is it about the ball? I'm not sure it is, you know. Tom Haynes is involved. There was a debate.
He's got a bandage on one of the fingers of his right hand. Could that be it? You're not really allowed to, are you? It's on his little finger, so I don't think it's going to affect how the whether the ball turns or not. Is he right-handed?
No, he's left-handed.
No, well, that won't make any difference at all.
Well, I thought the bandage was on his left hand, actually. Have a look.
Okay.
Coles bowls. And it's reeled down the offside of the track by Harry Kane. I think I've pitched you over, actually, Fletch.
No, you're all right. I'm busy looking at his hand. It is. He's got a bandage on his left hand. I wonder if the umpire was just saying, he's got a bandage, it's smooth, let him carry on. And if the batsman don't object, let's just go with the game, shall we? Blimey.
Kane goes to 76, 113 without loss.
His hands were made of sandpaper, it'd be different.
Coles in again. That's over pitch, drilled away in the offside. Good tumbling save at backward point by Tom Alsop. Sussex need a bit of that. That was a good stop by Alsop. What a great delivery by James Coles. Waits again. But well on Sunday at Northampton until the final over. Swept away by Lewis Rees, and that's going to be 4 runs. Well, it's just belted away by Lewis Rees. Out towards Cow Corner. Nothing wrong with that shot. An authentic shot. Pulled away off the front foot. 117 without loss. Lewis Rees to 37. At the moment, Derbyshire are absolutely cruising. Would you say it's still a long way to go, but the more the ball disappears, the more Sussex look. Now there's a debate going on between James Coles and Tom Haynes about who's going to change in the field. Now I think Tom Alsop is going to come to cover. Tom Haynes is coming across to mid-wicket. So we have got a change in the field. Still 4 fielders on the boundary edge. In comes Coles, and Rees tucks this one up backward of square on the leg side. It picks up a comfortable single, fielded out there by, I think that's it's Jack Carson, who gets in the throw. 1 more to the total, which goes to 118 without loss.
Yes, it's looking ominous for Sussex.
Coles in, bowls to Harry Kane, who's forward and plays that out to the covers, fielded by Tom Clark. And there is no run. Coles again. Final ball of the 16th over. He's in and bowls, and Kane whips this one away through square leg and picks up a comfortable single, does Harry Kane. He goes to 77. At the end of the over, the end of the 16th over, Derbyshire are 119 without loss. The opening over of James Coles go for 7, and hard though Tom Haynes might try, he just cannot stem the flow of these runs, and probably the only thing that's going to stop it is to pick up a wicket or two, because if they don't fairly soon, this game, if it hasn't already got away from Sussex, is going to certainly go that way. Derbyshire needing 180 to win in 34 overs with 10 wickets in hand.
134 they put on for the first wicket against Glamorgan in defeat at the weekend. As Lenham is in, and that is driven very pleasantly by Harry Kane up towards long on. Coles is fielding down there in the far distance. They pick up another single. Kane moves to 78, 120.
So to give
without loss.
Sorry, so to give Sussex a bit of hope, there must have been a bit of a collapse after that then, Fletch.
There was that 5 for 26. There was a decent knock from Hayder, but not much else from anyone else. There's Lenham bowls driven up towards long off by the left-handed Rees. He picks up another single. But this is 300 stands in their last 4 innings.
Very good.
I was hoping somebody might tweet it. Next to the ball is dropped in the distance. It's gone for 6. He's pulled it into the leg side. The fielder out there
Jack Carson.
leapt, and it went straight through his hands and over the boundary rope for 6. And that was, well, that's a fielder who's having a look round and thinking, where on earth is this wicket going to come from? Came dropped on 78. So I wasn't entirely concentrating. There comes Lenham again, bowls, and Kane guides this one out into the offside. Picks up another single to move to 85. They will have, well, they have now put on 4 century stands in a row here. 2 against Glamorgan in the County Championship, 1 against Glamorgan on Sunday, and then today. Thank you for flagging it up, Stephen. As back into his crease goes Lewis Rees. He turns it around the corner, fine on the leg side. They scamper through for a quick single as a little misfield from Henry Crocombe. And the over comes to an end. 2 overs for 17 for Archie Lenham. 17 overs gone then. No, there's 1 ball left. Calm down, Dave.
I mean, in
Calm
fairness, the ball that went by 6, it didn't deserve a wicket, really. Should
No,
have been
but
out.
it's one of those, it's sort of a leg spinner's wicket ball, isn't it? As that one is pushed up towards long off. That is the last ball of the over. 2 overs for 17, Archie Lenham. 17 overs gone then. Derbyshire 130 without loss. Harry Kane has 86. Lewis Rees has 40. Can Harry get to his century before I leave?
I think I'd hang on a few minutes.
I think I might.
Yeah.
I think I might. I'm not letting Ed Dawes have the glory of the Harry Kane century.
How long does it take to get to Burton from here? Not long?
Yeah, about half an hour.
Is that all?
Yeah.
You're obviously, you like to be there early, though, do you, Fletch?
I like to be at play. Well, we're on from 6.
Okay.
So, and
Kick-off is at...
8.
Oh, wow, crumbs. Wow, you've got a long night ahead of you.
Well, yeah, but the first half hour will be an inquest into last night's match, so I don't have to partake in that.
James Coles.
I hope.
130 without loss, comes in and bowls to Harry Kane, who flicks this to short, fine leg fielded by Lenham, but not before they nip through for a single. You can tell these two enjoy batting together. They've got an excellent relationship in terms of running between the wickets. As soon as Kane clipped that one, Lewis Rees was calling him through. It was back good a square, and Kane clearly trusted his partner. He goes to 87, 131 without loss. Coles in again, bowls to Rees, who just dabs that one to Archie Lenham. On this occasion, Harry Kane says there isn't a run there. Lewis Rees says that's fine. Coles again. Left arm over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, that's a horrible delivery. Well, he really got away with one there. That was a full toss. And Lewis Rees can't believe he hasn't smashed that for 4. It was a wide full toss, and he just completely mistimed the ball to Tom Alsop in the covers. And there is no run. Lewis Rees retakes his guard after missing out on that boundary. Lots of hands on hips from the Sussex lads. I mean, it's understandable because in fact, James Coles is coming around the wicket now. In he comes, bowls, and Rees places to Haynes at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Well, we speculated about this pitch, didn't we? Was it difficult to get the ball away on? But these two are showing it's a pretty good pitch, in all honesty. Coles. Rees drives 4 runs. No point chasing that. Open pitch from James Coles, and Lewis Rees just says thanks very much. He just belts the ball away through extra cover for 4 runs. He goes to 44, and Derbyshire to 135 without loss. And this is one-way traffic at the moment, Dave.
I would say that the bowling hasn't been top draw.
I think that's probably being generous.
That's me all over, Adrian.
It
Me all over.
comes Coles, and Rees just dabs it into the offside and picks up a single, followed by Tom Alsop running from cover to field. 1 more to Lewis Rees. He's within 5 of a half century. He's on 45, obviously. Harry Kane on 87. Derbyshire 136 without loss. They're going along here at 7.6 and over. They only need to score at just over 5 and over to win the game. They need 163 in 32 overs with 10 wickets in the bank. And I think if Derbyshire don't win this, it'll have to take something miraculous from Sussex or some poor batting from Derbyshire.
I think we've just fallen straight into our trap there. 164 to win, Adrian. Come on, I told you. Always add one. No, but always add one.
Yes,
it's a trap that's been beautifully set. Archie Lenham to continue. Oh dear, he's bowled a full toss from the city, and it's been punched down the ground by Lewis Rees for a single. He moves to 46. A run a ball. Harry came 87 off 64, 137 without loss. No, I just wanted to reinforce that so that when it gets close later on, you don't. It
4 to win, or it isn't.
Yeah, exactly. It's pushed this one out, scored on the offside for another single. Quirks of scoreboards around the country and around the world. 138 without loss.
This is a competition, though, Dave, that Sussex would have hoped to have done well in. As I say, they've lost very few players to the 100. Only Tamal Mills, George Garton have gone to the 100.
Lennon bowls, fullish, pushed out into the offside by Rees, no run.
Ollie Robinson, I guess, perhaps having a breather after the Test series, though to be fair, he didn't play much after Leeds. I don't quite know the situation with Ollie. The expectation is he'll be back for the Championship, but this is about as strong as it gets for Sussex in reality.
Bowls, he spotted Rees advancing towards him and dropped it a little bit short. Old bowled. 138 without loss it remains. Tosses himself a catch, stands at the top of his mark. As you'd expect, not a particularly long run up. He's in now, and Rees just guides this down a short third man. Hudson Prentice, who's still on the field, which I suppose is promising, although he's still feeling his groin.
Yes.
Does the fielding. It's sort of slightly above that, isn't it? I think you're right. I think it might be stomach, sort of lower stomach area. Abdomen, do they call that? I don't know.
Yeah, that sort of.
That kind of area. Lennon bowls, and that one's driven by Rees out towards the cover boundary for another single. And the Lennon over, a good one. Only 3 runs from it. 3 overs for 20. He's bowled now. 139 without loss, Derbyshire after 19. Kame has 88. Rees has 47. They need 161 from 31 overs for their first win of the season. Give them a little boost before the trip to Durham. And boy, oh boy, do you need a boost before a trip to Durham.
Yeah, don't they call that your core, Fletch? That area around there, I don't know.
Oh, yes, I believe so.
I think that is your core.
I've heard of it.
James Coles is into the... Carrying on from the racecourse end, comes in and bowls to Lewis Rees, who swings the ball away on the leg side. He picks up a comfortable single, fielded out. A deep mid-wicket by Tom Clark, who gets in the throw. One more to the total. It's something of a procession here at the moment for Derbyshire. 140 without loss. Rees goes to within 2 of a half century. Harry Kame is within 12 of a century. And a fine knock it's been. He's only faced 65 balls. Coles in again, bowls. And Kame with a flick of the wrist just steers the ball through the vacant mid-wicket area. Picks up a single. He goes to 89, 141 without loss. And it's sensible cricket now, isn't it? And there's plenty of gaps. They're picking up the 1s, the 2s. No need to take any risks. Coles. In and bowls. And switch hit by Lewis. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but he's going to get 4 runs. I'm not quite sure how he ended up going down the leg side. Has he picked up 4? No, he's picked up 2. As the throw comes in from Chetishwar Pujara. That was a strange shot, wasn't it?
He's definitely hit it.
That's his half century as well. So I wondered if they might be leg buys, but they haven't been signalled as leg buys. And Lewis Rees goes through to a half century. Fine half century as well, coming off of just 52 balls. Harry Kame comes down the wicket. They touch gloves. And these two have got Derbyshire, well, you'd feel almost at this stage into a winning position. Coles in, bowls to... Full toss helped away by Lewis Rees to deep backward square. He picks up a single. He goes to 51. What were the details of that innings, Fletch?
52 balls, 5 fours and 1 6.
Fine innings. I was thinking he's such an elegant player, Lewis Rees. He batted very nicely down at Hove in the Championship match as well. In comes Coles, and Kame just eases that one through mid-wicket, picks up a comfortable single. Does Harry Kame? He goes to 89. Derbyshire to 145 without loss. Coles again, and switch it, and dropped. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I'm afraid that rather sums up Sussex's day. It was reverse swept by Lewis Rees. It was straight to Archie Lennon, who's at backward point became sort of short fine leg really. It was straight in, it was a regulation chance. And it's gone downhill. It needs someone to go and pat him on the back, actually. well done, Tom Alsop, who's just gone up and said, look, just don't worry about it. But he will worry about it, and that's a dreadful miss. Let's be honest. 145 without loss. I think if you put that down in a club game, you'd be people wouldn't be very happy. And you know, Sussex are just contributing to their own downfall here. That's a very, very bad miss.
I refer Archie to a Tim David drop in the 100 earlier this week. Lennon begins a new over. Decent start, pushed out into the offside. Harry Kane single taken. One of the best paid players in world cricket for some reason. Was at mid-on. Ball came straight to him. Didn't have to move. Should have caught it though. Lennon in again, bowls, and Kane just guides this down to a short third man. Crocombe Fields. There is no run once again.
No one means to drop them, do they? And,
no.
But it's, you know, but at this level, you just cannot afford to drop that sort of a chance.
Comes Lennon once more, bowls, Kane goes back and tries to force it. He does force it out into the offside, but Alsop's there, straight to him.
Just an observation here with Archie Lennon. I just wonder whether, he obviously doesn't want to get hit, so he's bowling a little bit quicker. I just wonder maybe you just give it a little bit more air here, just...
Well, one wicket and you never know
Yes.
what might happen. He pushes this one through at some pace.
Yeah, he does.
Clipped into the leg side by Kane. They've gone for one, that's all they'll get. They're happy just to take a single. Kane moves to 91, 146 without loss.
I can understand why he's doing it, because Sussex are under the pump here, but I would just suggest there's more chance of getting a wicket if you could just float the ball up a little, just give it a little bit more air. Of course, you run the risk of being smashed down the ground, but...
Next delivery, pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees. And he picks up another single as a sliding stop from Tom Alsop. Loses his sunglasses in the process. 147 without loss. One ball remains of Archie Lennon's fourth over. 22 runs conceded so far. He bowls, and that one is driven very pleasantly up towards long off. And Harry Kane moves on to 92 and keeps the strike. Lewis Rees has 52. They're 148 without loss. Derbyshire after 21 overs. They need a further 152 runs to win this game. And if they don't win it from here, it will be something spectacular.
I think your boss is in, Fletch, and I think he's going to commentate on the Harry Kane 100.
Well, yes, I'm happy to make way.
Yeah,
at some point.
I'm sure he won't. In comes James Coles. Harry Kane's on 92, 146 without loss. Bowls, and Kane just eases the ball through the onside, picks up another single. Does Harry Kane? He goes to 93, 149 without loss. We are only in, Fletch, the
22nd over. It's remarkable, isn't it? It has been remarkable.
Coles again. Left arm over the wicket, bowls to Lewis Rees, who's down the wicket, and he thumps the ball high, wide and handsome. And this is really just a walk in the park at the moment for Derbyshire. I mean, he hasn't belted that as he's kind of just beautiful timing. He's just eased the ball straight down the ground for 6 runs. He goes to 58 off 56. Derbyshire 155 without loss.
Well, if Derbyshire don't win this, it'll be Ed Dawes' fault. I'm just going to do an update, and then I'll get out of everybody's way.
Coles in again, bowls to Rees, who just eases that through the offside, fielded by Brad Curry, who comes running in from the cover boundary to field, gets in the throw, but there's some pretty demoralised figures in the Sussex field out there at the moment. They put down both openers, Jack Carson spilling a chance, and Archie led him in the previous over. Coles around the wicket, in and bowls to Harry Kane, who eases that down the ground, 2 log on, fielded just down below us by Henry Crocombe, but Kane goes through for another single now within 6 of his century. Total goes to 157 without loss. Derbyshire needing 143 to win, with lots of overs and lots of wicket in hand. In comes Coles again, swept by Lewis Rees to the fielder on the deep square leg boundary. All the way out there is Jack Carson, who throws the ball in with real venom to Ollie Carter. I think that's annoyance and frustration more than anything else. 158 without loss on Derbyshire. Rees goes to 60. Coles in again. Came is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. You should have commentated on that ball, really, Fletch, because if it hit a 6, he'd have gone through to his 100. And we'd have liked you to have been on commentary for that. End of the over. 158 without loss at Derbyshire. Harry Kane is on 94. Lewis Rees is on 60. Derbyshire needing another 142 to win in 28 overs. They're going to need to score 5.1 and over. And they are in the box seat and some. So, Archie Lenham's going to carry on from the city end of the ground. He's bowled 4 overs for 23 as Archie Lenham comes in over the wicket, bowls to Lewis Rees, who eases that to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Clark. And there is no run. Henry Crocombe down below us claps his hand, trying to gee up his Sussex teammates. Lenham again juggles the ball from hand to hand. He's in and bowls and cut away by Lewis Rees. That's a really good stop by Tom Alsop at backward point. That's the sort of stop that can gee a team up, because had he not stopped that, the ball would have probably raced away for a boundary. A good stop by Alsop, who loses his sunglasses in the process. Nonetheless, Rees picks up another single. He goes to 61.
He's told me to stay until he gets to his 100.
Oh, that's kind. Oh, you better do this ball.
Lenham bowls and he's tried. Oh, he's been caught at mid-wicket. Archie Lenham bowled one halfway down the track. Harry Kane's eyes lit up and he's clubbed it straight into the man at mid-wicket. Oh dear, Harry Kane goes for a career best 94. I'm not staying to do any more. 76 deliveries. It's been a terrific innings from Harry Kane. 11 fours and 2 sixes. But he's been caught by Tom Haynes of the bowling of Archie Lenham. And Sussex have their first wicket, 159 for 1. Oh dear.
Well, you could just tell, Fletcher, a good hand for Harry Kane and why not? That's been a wonderful knock, but you're quite right. It was a long hop, wasn't it? And he was looking at hammering that one probably over the members' pavilion, I would think. Horrible delivery, and he's just pulled it straight to Tom Haynes at mid-wicket. And you could tell just by the reaction of the Sussex players, couldn't you, that the catch was taken, everybody just sort of stood there. So, drinks have been bought out. Lewis Rees enjoying a well-earned drink, and Harry Kane has missed out on 100. And it was 100 that was there for the taking, really.
It was. He's really only got himself to blame. I wouldn't attach too much blame to him, of course. I'm trying to see who's come out next. It's David Lloyd, of course. Future captain material, I would have thought. David Lloyd.
Well, on loan from Glamorgan.
At the moment. Yeah, so Adrian, it's been an absolute delight, mate. I shall see you in September.
We'll do. Look forward to it. Always enjoy trips to Derby. Always enjoy working with you, Fletch. So, safe trip to Burton and safe trip on your football travels as well over the next few weeks as Dave Fletcher makes his way off. He's got a busy day off to Burton Albion against Leicester in the Carabao Cup. And Ed Dawes is going to come and join us on commentary. Sussex picking up a wicket. Well, it's never too little too late in cricket. You can never tell what's going to happen, but it would be a major surprise if Derbyshire don't win from here. 159 for 1. A couple of wickets there might make it interesting, but in reality, Sussex have bowled poorly. They haven't held their catches. In comes Lenham, bowls to Lloyd, who straight away is on his way with 4 runs. It's just a poor delivery by Archie Lenham. It's down the leg side. You've got a new player in. Surely you want to put that new player under a bit of pressure, make him think about it. You just give him a wide delivery down the leg side, and David Lloyd's a fine player who just says, well, thank you very much, I'll hit that for 4. 163 for 1. 136 needed to win for Derbyshire. Let him in again, bowls, and Lloyd plays this one firmly through the covers. Fielded by Brad Curry. Sweeping on the cover boundary, gets the throw in. Lloyd goes to 5. Of course, the other important factor here for Derbyshire is that in this competition, run rate could be very important in the latter stages. Just 3 sides qualifying for the quarterfinals. In comes Lenham bowls, and Lewis Rees just nudges that onto the leg side. Henry Crocombe has to come in from short fine leg, gets in the throw. There's nobody backing up. Well, there is now. James Cole's backing up. But it was just sloppy cricket, really, from Sussex. And Tom Haynes holds his hands out as if to say, well, why are you shying at the stumps there? There was no need to. End of the over, 165 for 1. David Lloyd is on 5. Lewis Rees is on 62. Another 135 needed for Derbyshire to win. They've got 27 overs in which to get them and look set for victory. And it's a very good afternoon to Ed Dawes. Ed, lovely to see you.
It's been a very long time.
It has been a long time.
Yeah,
it has been a long time since those visits to Pride Park with the Albion back in the day. I remember a playoff semi-final that Derby won and knocked Brighton out a few years ago.
2014.
Right.
Yeah, all ended in tears as it normally does. So.
That's the joy of football, isn't it?
Absolutely.
But Derbyshire here are cantering to victory, and I think Harry Kane would be very annoyed with himself that he's got himself out, and it would have been a deserved 100.
Yeah, he's looked solid, hasn't he? And as Dave mentioned, those two batting together, and it was quite formulaic the way they were going about the run chase, which is it's still a long way to go in this game.
Well, it's Henry Crocombe who's going to come in from the racecourse end. He's coming into bowl to Lewis Rees, who punches the ball down the ground. Crocombe gets a hand to it, deflects it to Tom Haynes at mid-off, and there is no run. But the oldest adage in the book, Ed, is hold your catches, win your matches. And I'm afraid Sussex, certainly the Archie Lennon drop was one that I don't think anyone could quite believe he'd put it down.
Yeah, that was that one over there.
Yeah,
on the right,
it was.
Wasn't it? Yeah. I just looked up at that point.
Yeah. Crocombe around the wicket. Lewis Rees is 62 not out of 62 balls, and he just eases this to backward point, fielded there by James Coles. And again, there is no run. So a couple of dot balls to start off from Henry Crocombe. His first 2 overs went for 21. And Sussex have really struggled for any control at all. You look down the bowling figures. They've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bowlers. They'd used 7 bowlers by the time they got to the 17th over, which in itself tells a story. Crocombe around the wicket, bowls, and Rees clips this one down towards fine leg. It's going to race away for 4 runs. Was a loose delivery, and Lewis Rees just clipped the ball away down towards fine leg, and the ball just raced away for another boundary. He goes to 66, and Derbyshire to 169 for 1. 131 needed to win.
Well, considering Derbyshire have lost their first 3 matches in this competition, this is a confident run chase, isn't it? I was unsure of how the pitch was in the first innings.
Crocombe in bowls, and Rees eases that one to backward point, footed by Coles, no run.
Just because, Sussex had to work really hard for their innings, for their runs. It looked like it wasn't coming on as much as the batters would like, and you know, approaching 300 is a good score, but Derbyshire seemed to have come out and just set fair on it and sort of really batted quite well.
Crocombe on his way in bowls, and Rees drives to mid-off. Tom Haynes is there, shies at the stumps, but Rees was always going to get home from there. The throw came in well backed up by Tom Alsop. 1 more to the total. Lewis Rees goes to 67, 170 without loss. We've had an update we had John Malone in touch earlier, Ed, and he was on a train from Bexhill. He was going up to London to watch the Phantom of the Opera.
Of course.
Today. It was a matinee performance, and Fletcher and I were wondering how much an ice cream was. You get a tub of ice cream when you go to the theatre. Anyway, in the West End, it's a £5.
Oh.
£5 for a tub, and he says there's a spoon included. That's good of them.
Oh, that is good. It's like one of those little ones in the top of the lid.
Probably, yeah. In comes Crocombe again over the wicket, bowls, and driven by David Lloyd into the covers. There is no run, fielded by Tom Clark. And that is the end of the over, the end of the 24th over of the Derbyshire innings. And Derbyshire are cruising here. They're 170 for 1. David Lloyd is on 5. Lewis Rees is on 67. The man out, Harry Kane, an excellent innings of 94. And Derbyshire needing to score at 5 and over in these remaining 24 overs with 9 wickets in hand.
I've already been told by the chief exec that I can come back again, touch wood, if they win today. But I do have this habit of turning up and they cruise to victory but then don't win. Here they go then. The next over begins, and Lewis Rees turns that into mid-wicket. They take 1. They'll come back for a second. No is the cry. You heard it as they go through for a single. Lennon bowling from the City end. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 31 so far. As Lloyd takes his guard and just assesses the field. There's a slip in as well for Lenham, who hops, skips and jumps in and bowls, and it's cut away backward of square, and it will find the boundary rope as well. That's a good shot.
Beautifully played, wasn't it?
Lloyd moves to 9. Derbyshire moving on to 175 for 1. Experience at the crease in Lloyd.
Absolutely, and he's been a terrific player for Glamorgan down the years. I think it's a really good signing for Derbyshire, both in this competition and going forward into next season as well. An experienced campaigner, plays all forms as well, Ed. Good player.
That's key for consistency with Derbyshire, isn't it? Because they have had in recent years people coming in playing all different forms. Here's Lenham again bowling, and it's on the back foot and driven through cover for a single. Man on the boundary comes off to collect, and they go through for one more to the total. 176 for 1.
An email in from Steve Rook, which I'll read at the end of the over, Steve, but thank you for sending it in. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Rees on strike, and he's cutting this time out to the boundary. It's a long chase for the fielder on that far side. They come back for a second, and he gets there in the end. And it's a short delivery, that, and he shot onto it and cut it through extra cover.
Yeah, he did. He's just bowling a mismatch of deliveries here. We were saying that I just feel he's bowling for the leg spin. He wanted to give it a bit more air. He's just pushing a bit through too quickly.
Here he bowls again, and he's hit him on the pad. It's gone ballooning up in the air. There was a stifled appeal, but nobody really interested.
Henry Crocombe at least clapping his hands down below us, because the body language of the Sussex lads isn't great at the moment, Ed. You know, perhaps understandably when you're getting a bit of a pummeling like this, but you need everybody, you've got to remain optimistic.
Here he comes, Lenham again. Forward is Rees this time, driving to the man. Short extra cover. That's a dot ball. That's the end of the over. 178 for 1 is Derbyshire's total. And ticking over nicely.
They are. Steve says, hello, Adrian. Firstly, a shout out to the excellent camera work from the Derbyshire live stream and for the commentary as well. Thank you, Steve. And well done to the lads. Fletch was giving them a shout out a bit earlier on, but we've had several emails in today saying how good the camera work has been here at Derby. So well done to all the fellas who are involved in that. He says, I hate to repeat the obvious, but the Sussex bowling attack without Robinson and Archer looks to be totally ineffective. The team seems to be somewhat demoralised in the field. Although they've just taken a wicket, some of the bowling is bordering on the embarrassing, says Steve. Well, thank you for getting in touch, Steve. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk as Henry Crocombe is in, bowls to David Lloyd, who plays to backward point, fielded by James Coles. And there is no run. He seems to be building something, though, here at Derbyshire. You get the feeling with David Lloyd coming in.
Yeah, you know. Absolutely. Yeah, and it's interesting because he came in and he's very much part of the project. That's what we keep hearing. It is a project of a number of seasons.
Crocombe bowls and Lloyd works this to backward point. Good stop by James Coles at backward point. Again, there is no run.
My question is, though, you've got to win games of cricket, and they're not winning games of cricket very often. And you just wonder sometimes how the members will react to, yeah, it's a project, but we're not seeing games of cricket won very often. So where does the balance lie?
In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Lloyd plays firmly to mid-on, fielded by Haynes, and there is no run. I think it's a great point, Ed, and actually it's a similar situation with Sussex and Paul Farbrace, who has come into a situation, Paul, and he said in an interview that we did a couple of weeks ago, he's found it a real challenge. He's brought in a couple of new signings for next season. He's clearly looked at the squad and thought, we need more experience, we need better players. In comes Crocombe. Bowls and clips onto the leg side. Ollie Carter throws away the glove and chases the ball out to square leg. He slips over but prevents anything more than a single being taken. The total goes to 178 for 1. Lloyd goes to 11. Lewis Rees is on 70. And I think from Paul Farbrace's point of view, he's only in his first year, so he's really just getting to grips with things. And you know, you like to think with all coaches, they're given time to implement their plans and bring in the players that they feel that they need. Crocombe in again, bowls down the legs. That's a poor delivery by Henry Crocombe, and it's a wide taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. And certainly with, you know, what Sussex have been giving these younger players a chance now, Ed, for 2 or 3 seasons. And I think the feeling has been, well, that's all well and good, but sooner or later you've got to say, are the players good enough? Do you bring in reinforcements? And that's exactly what Paul Farbrace is in the process of doing. Crocombe again, round the wicket, bowls. Oh, he's clubbed away, 6 runs, effortless, absolutely effortless. He's just picked that up from around middle stump and just drilled the ball straight back over Henry Crocombe's head for 6 runs. Gorgeous shot. He goes to 76, 186 for 1.
That was dreamy, wasn't it? He just lifted it over the infield and it just carried on going. He used the spring in the pitch and just got onto it, and there was no doubt once it hit the bat where it was going to end up.
Well, beautiful shot. In comes Henry Crocombe again, bowls down the leg side. That's going to be another wide, I'm afraid, and Henry Crocombe's rather losing his head here. He's bowled 3 overs and 5 balls, no wicket for 34. Tom Haines, you've got to feel a bit for Tom Haines, fielding just down below us here at mid-off. He just hasn't had a bowler who's given him any control whatsoever. And all you could do is set the field and hope your bowlers bowl to the field, but it just hasn't happened. They haven't held their catches. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Reece dabs into the offside. He needs to get a bit of a move on here, but David Lloyd was backing up, although Tom Clark's throw hit the stumps. It goes through for a comfortable single, does Lewis Reece. End of the over, 188 for 1. Lloyd on 11, Reece on 77. Derbyshire needing 112 to win. They've got 24 overs in which to get the runs. They've got 9 wickets in hand. And I think Derbyshire will kick themselves all the way to Durham on Friday if they don't win from here.
If you think about the wickets that fell in the first innings, I mean, Sussex had a good few runs on the board before they started to accelerate towards the end of the innings, and then Sarangalakmal ended up with 4, and you know, they were taking risks at that point, but Derbyshire haven't taken any risks really. Nope. There's been one drop catch, hasn't there, which we saw. There was the wicket that's fallen, which was a poor ball, yes, that Harry Kane did not get rid of, and it just seems like if you can get in on this pitch, you're going to fill your boots. Change of bowling. Finn Hudson-Prentice from the City end, round the wicket, bowling to Lewis Reece, who turns that around the corner backward of square leg, and they take a single, and man comes in off the boundary. Brad Curry in his baseball cap and pings it over the stumps to Ollie Carter. 1 run, 189 for 1 is the total.
Well, it's a great point there, because they haven't slogged at all. It's been proper cricket shots all the way through. There's been some poor bowling. They've waited for the bad ball. They go off to a flyer, and they've just batted beautifully.
Over the wicket this time, Hudson-Prentice bowling to Lloyd. And he smashed it, and it's gone high, over, long on. Will it go all the way? It just does bounce over the rope in front of the main pavilion here at the county ground. And now Lloyd is getting in on the act. 6 to him, 17 to his total, 195 for 1. And Derbyshire well on course. They need 104 now.
They'll be thinking, Ed, as well about
now.
Sorry, they'll be thinking about run rate as well here. That, you know, it could be really important here at the end of the competition.
7.4 is the one that they have at the moment. Here he comes again, Hudson-Prentice. Nice little cut or glance down to third man. Crocombe's off the boundary, keeping it to a single. They go through. Yeah, I mean, the required rate now is 4.4, isn't it? And the run rate is 7.4 on the field. So they're streets ahead of that.
They are.
And as you say, it will guide them well. Should it come down to that, Derbyshire, as I mentioned, losing their first 3 games, but more or less, as is par for the course in white ball cricket, they don't start well, but they get up ahead of steam and nearly get there. Here is Hudson-Prentice again bowling. This one forward is Reece. He's just leaning on it and getting a single to the man who's just shy of point. 1 more to the total, Tom Alsop. Hot pink, love that outfit.
I tell you what, Fletch said that. He said he loved the outfit as well. We were trying to work out what the colour was that Derbyshire playing. Fletch, someone at the toss said Cambridge blue, which I understand. Fletch like duck egg blue.
Oh yeah.
Quite surprised Fletch came up with that. That sounds quite sophisticated.
A man of many talents.
Isn't he?
Hudson-Prentice bowling again to Lloyd, who's forward in that one. Smothers it out to the man at just around the corner. No run.
He did say, though, Fletch, because someone got in touch, Martin Mahoney got in touch from High Wycombe, who was painting a wall today. And so it got us onto decorating, and Fletch was saying how much he likes decorating.
Yeah.
And he said he's decorating in his house, and he said he loves it. It's very therapeutic, and he's painted his room. He said it's like an orange colour. He said a bit sort of terracotta. He said, I don't really care if anyone else doesn't like it. He said, I like it. So
It's his house.
absolutely.
Lloyd on strike. Hudson Prentice bowls. He beats him outside the off stump. He's fishing for that one, and he looks to see where the ball went, and it went through to the wicketkeeper Carter. That was a good ball by Hudson Prentice.
Was indeed.
End of the over. 197 for 1. 103 to win. 79 to Lewis Rees. And 18 to Lloyd. And the partnership's already 38 off 27 balls.
Yeah, terrific partnership, and Derbyshire are going cruising along here. I've had an email in from Noel McCarthy, who's listening in Portrush, near Port Ballantrae. Thank you, Noel. I know Port Ballantrae because my sister-in-law comes from that part of the world, so it's right up by the Giant's Causeway, beautiful part of the world. So I know exactly, well, I don't know exactly where you live, Noel, but I know the part of the world that you're listening from. So thank you very much for getting in touch. And it's regarding, we were talking about Jim Parks and the Lenham family a little earlier on. And he's got a little story as Jack Carson's coming into the attack. He said, I remember going to Eastbourne to watch Sussex v Glamorgan. I think it was the late 1980s. I can't find the scoreboard, but on the second day, Sussex were batting. Matthew Maynard chased a ball down to the boundary in front of the pavilion. As he threw the ball back, it hit the square leg umpire on the back of the head. And he had to be taken to hospital. There was a delay of about an hour. But eventually 2 umpires appeared. One was the original umpire, the other was Les Lenham, who had to stand at square leg, and the other umpire made all the decisions at the bowler's end. I'll finish the email in a minute. In comes Jack Carson, bowls to Lewis Rees, who's forward defensively. Played to Tom Clark at extra cover, and there is no run. I think Les has been a first-class umpire. The next day, another umpire replaced him. It was a strange event. He says, I don't go to matches nowadays for health reasons, so I enjoy all the live streams. In comes Carson, bowls, and played into the offside by Lewis Rees, who picks up a single. He goes to 80, total to 198 for 1. Thank you, Noel. Thank you for taking the time to write from over in Northern Ireland. Beautiful part of the country, and I wish you well. And thank you for your support of the cricket on the BBC and the live streams. And as I say, the Derbyshire live stream has been excellent here today. So well done to all the guys involved in that.
I have to say, I've watched a lot of the live streams, and I find that some are, you get the commentaries out of sync, some don't, the picture's not fantastic, but Derbyshire's, and I'm not just saying that, Derbyshire's is spot on, because it's frustrating as a watcher when things are slightly awry.
Yeah. In comes Carson Bowles, switch hit by David Lloyd. It ends up with Pujara at point, and there is no run. No, it's been excellent. We've had several comments today about that, and terrific for people like Noel, who can't get out to watch cricket anymore, to watch the live stream. So thank you, Noel, for getting in touch.
Help or hindrance to the actual game?
Oh, I think help. In comes Carson Bowles, and played to backward point again by Lloyd, and again there is no run.
I just say that, I mean, it's great for Sussex supporters who are watching and listening to us now, but what do you think about how it affects crowds in home grounds?
In comes Carson, round the wicket and bowls, and played by Lloyd through the infield to the sweeper on the cover boundary, filled up there by James Coles. One more to David Lloyd, 199 for 1. Lloyd goes to 90. Yes, I mean, I guess there's always the argument, isn't there, that people might decide to stay at home instead of coming to the ground. But I think it's probably a bit like football, really, isn't it? If a game is televised, would you not go to see the game? And with very little cricket on terrestrial TV, bar the 100, I think it can only be good for the game as Carson Bowles drilled down the ground by Lewis Rees, and Jack Carson dives across and fields the ball. There is no run. Tidy over from Jack Carson, who's now bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 28. Derbyshire 199 for 1. They need 101 to win, with Rees on 80 and Lloyd on 19. So I think it's a fair point, Ed, but I would like to think that it spreads the game and spreads the word of the game. It's like this, because apart from the 100 and I guess the Test match highlights, there's just so little cricket on terrestrial TV these days.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting debate, isn't it? Because you just wonder, I know there's money paid out for clubs anyway, so that kind of nullifies the people who would come and stay at home. But on a day like this, it's a decent crowd in. New over starting from the city end. Hudson Prentice bowling, and forward and covering up is Lloyd. And there is no run there.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. Levo has been in touch, watching down on the south coast. He said, this is embarrassing. I'm switching to Tipping Point. What's Tipping Point?
Tipping Point is basically a quiz game on ITV of which you put counters into a fruit machine, not a fruit machine, an arcade machine, and it goes down like that, and then there's those things that push them back forward. Here comes Hudson Prentice again, and it's cut by Lloyd straight to the fielder at, how would we describe that? Backward point?
Yeah, I would say backward point.
Yeah, so you know you put your two P's in, you'll follow it all the way down, it drops, and then it pushes.
Yes,
falls
I know.
off
Like the thing you just used to get on the pier and that sort of.
TV show out of that game. Incredible.
Well, Levo has decided to watch that instead of listening to us. I don't know what to make of that.
Well, he's not hearing, so we can give him some stick. Hudson Prentice on his way again. Sunshine beaming across the county ground. Here he comes. Lloyd's advancing down the track, and he's hitting that high up off the bat and doesn't really get much on it. And Hudson Prentice collects on through his run-up.
We were saying that in terms of going through in this competition, Ed, last year Sussex won 6 of their group games. That got them through as top of the group. The other 2 sides who came second and third won 5. In the other group, the top 2 sides won 5 and Kent got through with 4. So you might get through with 4 wins. I think it's a minimum 5, really.
Derbyshire have it all to do. They need to start with a win here. See this one through. Great shot there from Lloyd. He's cut that backward point all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. It was a despairing dive by Allsop, I think it was, at backward point.
Yeah, it was.
And 4 more to the total. 200 up for Derbyshire. They are 203 for 1 in the 29th over. And they're well on course.
I mean, I think one of the conclusions you can, I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, Ed, and Fletch was kind of alluding to it during the innings that Sussex were short with 299. But you know, well short on the way that this is panning out. 298 weren't enough wasn't enough against Glamorgan.
Hudson Prentice on his way again. Lloyd defends back up the pitch. No run.
Hudson Prentice, who we thought was struggling with an injury a little earlier on, he seemed to be sort of feeling around his abdomen and his groin area. He looks okay now, and I'd have thought, I mean, nothing is ever a lost cause in cricket because you never know how games can go, but it would take some sort of a miracle to Sussex to pull something out of here. So he must be okay. I'm sure Tom Haynes wouldn't be bowling him if he was, if there's anything serious.
He's running in now, bowling again to Lloyd. And Lloyd is pulling over square leg. 1-2 bounces and fielded by the man out on the boundary with his floppy hat on. They go through for a single. That's the end of the over. 204 for 1. Derbyshire. 24 to Lloyd. 80 to Rees. The partnership is now 45. Derbyshire need another 96 to win this game, and their first game in the competition. And as we mentioned, the crowd, it's a decent turnout today here in Barbados, as locals like to call it. I'll let you work out the play on words. But it really is cracking the flags, and I'm significantly overdressed to sit outside and quite happy to sit out of the sun. New over starting from the racecourse end. It's Carson bowling around the wicket to Lloyd, who glides that one through point for a single. Some good fielding out on the boundary there. And Derbyshire moved to 205 for 1. 25 to Lloyd, 80 to Rees. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Derby listeners shortly. Carson again, bowling to Lewis Rees, who takes a couple of paces and then drives it up to long on. Harry Crocombe comes off the boundary and keeps it to a single. Derbyshire just ticking over this scoreboard. No mistakes, no urgency in the sense that they're running out of overs, but they're doing pretty well so far. Here comes Carson again, bowling, and it's defended there by Lloyd. No run. Derbyshire back in action again on Friday, and they go to Durham. And here comes Carson once more. And he swept that has Lloyd, but he didn't get much on it. And in the end, he swept and he rehearses the shot once more. He's got Ollie Carter, the wicketkeeper, right up behind him as well, so he's no margin for error. Here comes Carson once more, bowling. And this time he has pulled it backward of square. Man out on the boundary comes off and takes a single. As Lloyd looks to the skies, just to have maybe a rethink. Maybe he was trying to steer it away from the man on the boundary, but a run is a run. He's off strike now. Rees on 81 takes his guard, 207 for 1. And Carson will bowl once more, and Rees is flicking it through mid-wicket. They'll take one. They'll run the first one quite leisurely, as I mentioned. No need to take any risks. The scoreboard is ticking over nicely for Derbyshire. And Rees moves to 82 at the end of that over. Carson, 6 overs for 32 now. 208 for 1, Derbyshire. They need 92 to win in the remaining 20 overs. Earlier today, Harry Kane, 94, career best, caught by Haynes at mid-on. It was a poor ball by Lennon, but poor balls do get wickets because batters aren't expecting it sometimes. Then they get overconfident and balloon it to the catcher. Hudson Prentice begins a new over from the City end. Lewis Rees is on strike. He runs away and bowls, and he's driving straight to the man who is at mid-wicket, who fumbles it. But it was a good stop by Tom Haynes. Well, Sally, Derbyshire totally in control of this run chase here at the county ground. Sun-drenched county ground. We talked earlier about Harry Kane, and he got out just before his century. It was a career best 94. He was caught at mid-on by Haynes off the bowling of Lennon. It was a poor ball by Lennon, but his eyes lit up, did Kane, and he ended up just giving an easy catch to the man fielding close in. Since then, Derbyshire's partnership has gone to 50. With Lloyd and Rees at the crease. Rees is 83 not out. Lloyd has 26. And Derbyshire 209 for 1. They need a further 91 in the remaining 19 and a half overs. That's an update for BBC Radio Derby listeners. Hudson Prentice bowling to Lloyd. And Lloyd is pulling that one over the infield for 4 on the bounce. A really good shot, and 4 more to the total. He looks totally into this innings, doesn't he, Lloyd?
He does. That's a lovely shot, isn't it? And it's not that bad a ball from Finn Hudson Prentice, but you just look at the Sussex lads. I know this is difficult, and they're getting a pummeling, but people looking at the floor. This is a pretty demoralising performance from Sussex. It has to be said, Ed.
Goes around there, doesn't it?
It does.
Here's Hudson Prentice again bowling to Lloyd this time. He's just defending that one into the offside. No run.
Trevor Cox has been in touch. He's one of the stewards down at Hove. Hello, Trevor. Lovely to hear from you. Hope all is well. Look forward to seeing you at the weekend when Sussex play Glamorgan. Trevor says, I recently stood as a square leg umpire last season on the tour match between Sussex and New Zealand. Graham Lloyd went sick overnight. Had to borrow a sun hat and white shirt from the club shop. I stood at square leg wearing brown chinos. I don't remember you being out there, Trevor. How observant is the commentator?
Hudson Prentice bowling, and again it's pulled by Lloyd for 4, straight in the area that he did 2 balls previously, beating the man at mid-wicket, and it's a vacant boundary area out there. 4 more to the total. Lloyd moves to 34. Derbyshire 217. They need 83.
Well, that was a poor ball from Finn Hudson Prentice, wasn't it? I mean, it was short and there's no protection in that area at all. It was just pulled away. And the ball is just disappearing around the park here. Still another 19 overs after this, Ed, and Derbyshire just needing to score just over 4 and over.
And their run rate is 7 at the moment.
Yeah.
As Hudson Prentice on his way again, bowling to Lloyd. And he's beaten him outside the off stump. Yep. Again, fishing with a wandering bat, and not much movement in his feet there. It was kind of I'm going to try and glide this, and he got nothing on it, and that's the end of the over. So Hudson Prentice, 0 for 36 from his 6 overs, 217 for 1 Derbyshire, and they need 83.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Adrian Harms, Ed Dawes on commentary. Dave Fletcher has gone off to commentate on the Burton Albion against Leicester game in the Carabao Cup, so you can hear Dave a little later on the airwaves. And don't forget, every ball of every match in every competition right through to the end of the season on your BBC local radio. Jack Carson is going to pick up the attack for Sussex. 6 overs for 32 for Jack Carson. But Derbyshire just needing a further 82 to win this game, and 19 overs in which to get them. Carson around the wicket, bowls, Rees sweeps, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Too wide outside the off stump, and Lewis Rees just turned the ball with a turn of the wrists down to fine leg for a boundary. He goes to 87, I think that's going to go to. Yes, there we go. 221 for one. In the other games around the country, just 2 other games in the 50-over competition. Kent are 106 for 4 in the 23rd over, needing 329 to beat Lancashire. So that looks like a Lancashire victory, a century there for Josh Bohannon. In comes Carson again, bowls, Rees is forward, plays that into the offside, picks up a comfortable single fielded by Tom Alsop. Rees goes to 88, total 222 for one. And the other game at Northamptonshire 415 for 8, a double century there for Prithvi. How many did he get? Let's have a quick look here. 244.
Wowzer.
Prithvi short. In comes Carson bowls to Lloyd, who plays that into the offside, fielded at short extra cover by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. In reply, Somerset are 143 for 3 in the 24th. So Northamptonshire looking good for a victory there. That will be their second of the competition. Carson in, switch hit by Lloyd, and that's another boundary. Ball races away across the outfield, second boundary of the over. As Derbyshire continue this march to victory, 226 for one. Lloyd goes to 38, and this partnership between these two is somewhere on the screen there, Ed. There we are, 67. There you go, great big letters.
Absolutely
Or
rocketed
numbers, I
along.
should say.
Rocketed along.
Carson in, bowls to Lloyd, who just eases that to backward point. And there is no run. He's enjoying himself, David Lloyd, and Fletcher was saying how committed he is to what's going to happen here at Derbyshire. He was here at the weekend, and he's clearly enjoying himself batting at number 3 here today. Carson in, lovely sunshine in and bowls, and Lloyd defends.
Going back to that conversation we had earlier about Mickey Arthur's plan, 3 or 4 year plan, and they have to win games of cricket. It's signings like Lloyd that will cement and bolster, and I know that's an obvious thing to say, but they keep getting players picked off by opposition.
Yeah.
You know, bigger counties, talk around Leas deployed, talk around some of the bowlers. They've lost players like, you know, promising spinners before.
Yeah, Matt Critchley's one.
Matt Critchley been here a long time,
Yeah.
and you know, you can understand why he wanted to go on and test himself. Whether he's done that, it's up for debate. But you know, Finn Hudson-Prentice clearly was here for a good couple of years and wanted to go home, so you can understand that. But where are the local cricketers coming through from the Derbyshire Premier League? You know, the players like that, and that is the lifeblood. But it's also keeping them here as well.
I think it's James Coles who's coming back into the attack, Ed, from the city end.
Okie doke.
You just get the feel that this is sort of going through the motions a bit here for Sussex.
There he comes, bowling to Lewis Rees, who sweeps around the corner and takes a single. What have you lost?
A pen.
You left it next door. They go through for a single, 227 for 1, Lloyd's 38, Rees is 89, the partnership is 68. Lewis Rees is on target here to hopefully see this game out to the end, although I've probably just given him the kiss of death, as we did with Harry Kame earlier. On strike is Lloyd as Coles bowls, and he's turning that one around the corner, and they'll take a single. What do they think about 2? No, the fielder off the boundary on that far side, who is Finn Hudson-Prentice in his white floppy hat. Is a white floppy hat allowed?
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, I think
Not
so.
wearing a baseball cap like everyone else. Coles again to bowl, and that's swept again by Rees. He's not got the trajectory on it, but it has gone through mid-wicket for a single. I thought he was trying to find the gap between fine leg and backward of square there, but he went a bit more central across the square. Another single, 229 for 1. Race into the 90s. As Lloyd is on strike this time, and he's sweeping, and he's getting nothing on that. It's hit him on the pad and come out on the offside, and there is no run.
I think the disappointment for Sussex in this competition will be, Ed, that having reached the semi-finals last year, and with so few of the side having gone off to play in the 100.
Here he comes again, Coles. A shuffle of the feet from Lloyd, and he drives that to the man at it's a sort of mid-wicket area, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And there is no run. Here he comes again. Bowls, and this time he's driving up to the man at long off, and they go through for a single, and Lloyd moves to 40. And Derbyshire to 230 for 1. They need another 70 in the remaining 17 overs.
Well, it looks like we're going to get a bit more leg spin from Archie Lenham, who's going to change ends, and he's going to come in from the race course end of the ground. As Ed was saying, 70 needed to win in 17 overs. Run rate required of 4.1 and over. Yeah, I think the disappointment will be from a Sussex point of view. Really, they've only lost... Well, Tamal Mills wouldn't have played in this competition anyway. He's playing in the 100, as is George Garton, who you'd have thought would have played. George has barely played this season. I'm not entirely sure why. So this is about as good as it gets for Sussex. The only player really missing would be Ali Orr, who's been missing since about May time with a knee problem he sustained at the Oval, trying to take a catch. And Steve Finn, who has had a scan on his back, and hopefully we'll find a little bit more about that a bit later on. But this is about as strong as it gets for Sussex. In comes Lennon, bowls to David Lloyd, who hammers that one away into the leg side. It's high into the air. It's going to drop exactly between two fielders, one coming around from deep mid-wicket, one from long on. It's Brad Curry who gets in the throw, but not before Lloyd comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 42, Derbyshire to 232 for 1. Partnership of 73 between these two as Derbyshire race towards victory, and certainly a victory that will do their run rate no harm at all. In comes Lenham again, bowls, and Lloyd cuts this way. It's a short delivery to the sweeper on the cover boundary. James Coles is out there, who gets in the throw. One more to the total, 233 for 1.
I was going to ask you about Jofra Archer. What's the latest with him?
Well, the latest seems to be, and there was some noise. We've seen him down at Hove quite a bit this summer, not playing, but going through fitness drills and various things. The latest seems to be that they're hoping he's going to be fit to play in the 50-over World Cup.
Wow. In
October. In comes Lenham, bowls, and Lewis Rees plays to mid-wicket. There is no run.
But can they get him fit and keep him fit?
Well, that's the big question.
It's an elbow injury, isn't it?
Yes, it was an elbow injury. Then there was a stress fracture of the back that Jofra has had before. So he's had a range of injuries, but he has looked... In comes Lenham, bowl, short, horrible delivery, pulled away onto the leg side by Lewis Rees. He gets away with that, really. It's just a single.
That's the delivery that got the wicket.
It was. You're quite right. Sometimes bad balls do get wickets.
Yeah.
But, 234 for 1. Rees goes to 91. So he has looked very, very fit, running up and down the outfield. I'm sure the England coaching staff are keeping a close eye on the medical staff, because everyone would like to see him fit for the World Cup. In comes Lenham, bowls to Lloyd, who hammers that one away through extra cover. They've taken one, and that's all they'll take, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Lloyd goes to 44, 235 for 1. But he hasn't played for Sussex. Now, whether the view might be they might want him to go and play a championship game maybe before the World Cup, I would doubt it somehow, because I think England would just want to keep him wrapped up if they can. Lenham bowls. There's a bit of extra bite there from Archie Lenham, who looks very demoralised as he bowled that delivery. Lewis Rees leans on his bat. End of the over, 235 for 1. So Derbyshire needing 65 to win in 16 overs.
Is this where the pitch starts misbehaving?
Well, let's hope so, Ed. Anything to give Sussex a little bit of cheer. So no, I haven't seen Jofra to speak to, but all the sounds seem to be that England are hopeful he's going to be fit for the World Cup, which starts in October. I think it runs alongside the Rugby World Cup as well, so it's all World Cups in the autumn as well. That Cricket World Cup over in India.
It just seems like yesterday that England won the Lords, doesn't it? In that farcical over.
Yeah, bowled by Jofra.
Yeah, absolutely. Bowled brilliantly, though.
Yeah, he did. So James Coles again.
Indeed, from the City end. And Lloyd is on strike. And he waits, bat in the air. And Coles has got a thin edge on that, and it's gone down to third man. There is a chase and a slide and a really good stop from Crocombe as they come back for a second. It was a slithering edge, wasn't it?
It was very fine, wasn't it? If there'd been a first slip, and I guess he wouldn't have played the shot, Ed, if there'd been a slip in place.
Well, there was previously.
Yeah, there was.
I think it was more to Lenham, though. Here comes Coles again, bowling with his sunglasses on. He's gone high this time over that area, away mid-wicket, and it's 1 bounce 4 into the club shop and book shop. And that takes Lloyd to 50. And it's been a really solid innings. And he's looked totally in control. 50 from 43 balls. Derbyshire moved to 241 for 1. And they need... Oh, it's a pie that time. And that might go out to the boundary as well. And it does. 1 bounce and 4 more in the same area. That was a full toss. And it was a help yourself buffet ball. That's probably about right, isn't it?
I think that's very fair, Ed. It was a pie, and it looks to me like the Sussex lads just can't wait to get off the field.
Yeah. Lloyd moves to 54. Derbyshire 245 for 1. They need 55 to win in the remaining 15 overs. And Lloyd is on strike again. He's sweeping. He's getting a little touch on it, but it's gone fine. Down to fine leg. Crocombe in pursuit, can't get there, and it's 4 more to the total. 3 fours in a row. That one very fine off the gloves, perhaps, as he went to sweep it. And Lloyd is filling his boots. 7 fours in his 50, 1 6 from 43 deliveries. Lewis Rees at the other end, 91 not out from 88. Lloyd on strike. Man goes back out to long on, mid-wicket, and a ring as well as he bowls. And this time he's miscued it, but he's going to get away with it because it's gone to the place where the man had left. And they go through for a single. And them's the breaks, as they say. He just miscued it high off the bat. Maybe it was a quicker ball that rushed on him. And it went to safety. 250 up for Derbyshire, 250 for 1 in the 35th over. Cole's final ball of the over coming. And Lewis Rees is on strike, and that man at long on comes back up as he bowls. And Rees drives up to long off, where it's fielded well and thrown in on the stumps quite viciously. They get through for a single. End of the over, 251 for 1. Cole 6 overs for 49. He's been expensive, especially in that over with, I think it was 13 off it, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
14,
very expensive over. And just giving out the details of David Lloyd's innings, as you were saying, Ed. 7 fours and 1 6.
16 off it, actually, over from Coles. So all to do for Sussex. Derbyshire need 49 in the remaining 15 overs.
The first of which is going to be bowled by Archie Lenham with his leg spin from the racecourse end of the ground. It's a lovely afternoon in Derby. Lots of blue sky, just some high-level cloud as Lenham is in over the wicket bowls. And is he going to be caught? He's going to be caught, I think, Lewis Rees. He is caught by Cheteshwar Pujara. A top edge from Lewis Rees. He'll be really disappointed to miss out on his 100. 92 he's made of 89 balls, and he can't believe it. He's wandering off like Harry Kane before him, who made 94. David Lloyd just comes off and just gives him a little pat on the back, but you can tell by Lewis Rees, he's desperately disappointed, isn't he, to have missed out on his century. It's been a wonderful innings. Archie Lenham picks up his 2nd wicket of the innings. But let's just listen to the applause for Lewis Rees, because that's been a wonderful innings by the left-hander. Raises his bat, takes off his helmet. But he's more than played his part, as did Harry Kane. 92 to Lewis Rees. He was dropped when he was on 51 by Archie Lenham. Lenham eventually getting his revenge, but far, far too late for Sussex. And that partnership comes to an end.
It does. Haider Ali, the new batter, who hit a career best 118 in this form of the game. He's a right-handed bat. And he comes out to join David Lloyd, who's on 59.
Partnership between the two, I think that was of 92, between Lewis Rees and David Lloyd. So caught by Cheteshwar Pujara, running around from backwards square leg off of the bowling of Archie Lenham. So a bit of respite for Sussex, but you can't help but think that it's just that, a little bit of respite and maybe a little bit of respectability, but make no mistake, Sussex have been battered here, really. They've not been in the game from the moment that came and Lewis Rees came out. Sussex have had no answers. They haven't bowled well. 300, well, 299 is obviously an under par score, but I think when you don't bowl well, you're always going to be under pressure. Anyway, in comes Archie Lennon. There's a slip in place now. Comes in and bowls to Haider Ali, who just dinks that back to the square on the leg side. Throw comes in from, is that Jack Carlton? Yes, it is. He hurled the ball at the non-strikers, and I think that's just pure frustration.
Yeah, it's very odd.
Yes, it is.
Could have hit a foothole and gone anywhere.
Could have gone anywhere. Eventually, it was backed up, so there wasn't an overthrow, but it just goes to show the degree of frustration that's out there from Sussex. Lenham in, bowls short, hammered away through the covers. That's going to race away towards the boundary for 4 runs. It's just much too short from Archie Lenham, who looks frustrated and wanders back to his mark. And he kicks away at the ground, but in reality, that's meat and drink for David Lloyd, really, or any player on the county circuit. It's just short, and it's just pummeled away through extra cover for 4. 256 for 2. Lenham again on his way over the wicket bowl. That's better. Gives the ball some air. He's going to get another wicket here. Yes, it is. Is he caught it back or has he put it down? Maybe it didn't carry.
Yeah.
Just in front of Tom also. Now, what was interesting there, Ed, was I thought Archie Lenham gave that some air. He's tended to push the ball through, but he gave that some air. It was edged in the direction of backward point. Tom also couldn't quite get there.
Yeah.
And David Lloyd breathed a sigh of relief. In comes Lenham again, bowls to Lloyd, who punches that one down to long off and picks up another single. He goes to 64. It's the end of the over, 257 for 2. Derbyshire needing another 43 to win, and they've got 16 overs in which to get them. Lloyd on 64, Ali is on 1.
I just wonder about the positioning of Pujara there, because maybe he could have caught it.
Sorry, I thought it was the end of the over, but it wasn't. That was bad from me. This is the end of the over as in comes Lenham bowls, played down the onside by Lloyd, and there is no run. So that is the end of the over. I do apologise. 257 for 2. 36 overs gone, 14 remaining. Derbyshire needing 42 to win, 43 to win. They need to score a 3 and over, which I think is pretty inevitable, to be honest.
Yeah.
Will take them through to their first win of the competition and a win that will do their net run rate no harm at all. If indeed it does come to the final few matches, run rate could well be important because just 3 sides from each group go through to the quarterfinals.
Let me tell you a little story about my ability to destroy a Derbyshire win. They played Notts in a T20 game, and they were cruising to victory, absolutely cruising to victory. And then they lost a clatter of wickets and tied.
Well, you can stay, Ed. You stay.
Anyway, here comes Curry from a new spell at the City end. It's cut down into the ground by Lloyd, and it hits the wicketkeeper's, I think, boot or pad and goes out to the man at point, and there is no run.
Michael picked up on your point earlier on in an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You were talking about, developing players around Derbyshire. What would be the nearest minor county to here where maybe players, because Lincolnshire play...
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah.
Staffordshire.
Staffordshire, right, yeah.
Curry on his way. He's only bowled 3 overs before this, and he's been tatered, and he was tatered there by Lloyd off the back foot, driving up and over the infield for a single through mid-wicket. 258 for 2. And Lloyd moves to 65. It's hotting up in the commentary box, isn't it? It's warm. The sun is on us because it's now beaming through the glass. We have a overhang from a balcony above, but now the sun is actually coming through the glass. So we're in direct sunlight as that's cut there by Haider Ali to the man at backward point on the bounce. No run. Just going through the motions, it seems,
we are.
at the moment, aren't we?
We are absolutely going through the motions. I think Derbyshire know they've won this game. They don't want to lose any more wickets. They want to cruise to victory by 8 wickets. As I say, the run rate could prove important, win the game and get set for a game up at Durham on Friday.
Absolutely. Here comes Curry once more. And it's cut again this time by Haider Ali. They run the first one quick. They think about a second. They're going to take it. Because it's not Finn Hudson-Prentice,
No, it was-
but he does have a white hat on.
Yeah, it was James Coles down below us,
Coles.
but you're right. It was. He got to the ball, but it's good running by David Lloyd, wasn't it, and Haider Ali, because they recognised there were two there, and it was Ali who was coming back to the danger end.
He moves to 3, 260 for 2, and 40 to win now, and the remaining 13 overs. Ali on strike, and Haider plays that one back up the pitch. No run there. Crowd have stayed. I'm going to see this one out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the crowd will be absolutely delighted to see Derbyshire winning so convincingly. But there's always a little bit of me that thinks they probably wish it was a slightly closer game, or perhaps there was a bit more jeopardy. You always want to see a tight finish. They want to see Derbyshire win, of course, and they'll be delighted to have seen wonderful innings from Harry Kane and from Lewis Rees. But it's been a canter, really.
Here comes Curry again. Final ball of the over this time, and it's pulled away through mid-wicket for a single. Finn Hudson-Prentice comes off the boundary and chucks it back in over the stumps, and they go through for that single. 261 for 2 then. Haider Ali moves to 4. David Lloyd has 65. Haider's stolen the strike. Last wicket was Lewis Rees for 92, caught by Crocombe off the bowling of Lenham. And as Adrian was saying, he joins Harry Kane in the nervous 90s, a career best 94. And David Lloyd is at the crease, batting at 3. 65 from 51 balls. And he will watch as a new over starts from the racecourse end.
And it is going to be Archie Lenham, who's picked up both wickets to full. Harry Kane and Lewis Rees, both of them caught off short deliveries. In he comes, bowls. That's better. It gives a bit of air, does Archie Lenham, and forward comes Haider Ali. Plays it straight back down the track. Lenham fields off his own bowling and then tosses himself a catch as he wanders back. Sussex with a slip in place. Lenham tosses the ball from hand to hand. And he's in again. Bowls to Ali, who's forward. Carefully just guides the ball, threads the ball through the cover fielders as far as the sweeper on the cover boundary, who's Brad Curry, sends in a shocking throw. And Ollie Carter's got no chance of stopping that. Thankfully, it's backed up by Jack Carson. And it's just a single. And he goes to 5, 262 for 2. Sussex out cricket hasn't been great. In comes Lenham again, short. Oh, my word, that's a shocking delivery. And Archie Lenham, he knows he's lucky. That just goes for a single, and he stands there. He can't quite believe he's bowled that ball. It was halfway down the track. It was wide outside the off stump, and David Lloyd sort of heaved the ball into the offside. He goes to 66, does Lloyd, off 52 balls, 263 for 2.
It's how you deal with these situations as young cricketers, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. In comes Lenham, bowl. That's a better delivery, but Ali's up on his toes and steers that through backward point. They've taken one. Curry is onto the ball quickly, gets in the throw on the bounce. Better throw this time to Ollie Carter, but it's another single, 264 for 2. But Sussex supporters would say that Sussex have gone down this route, Ed, of young cricketers and giving them a chance. A lot of them have got quite a bit of experience now. In comes Lenham, bowls. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I'm afraid that's a shocking delivery. It's a full toss, it's pulled away. It could have gone anywhere around the ground, to be perfectly honest, but it's pulled backward a square on the leg side. 4 runs, he's annoyed with himself, Archie Lenham. He's kicking at the ground.
Shaking his head, hands on hips.
Yeah, he knows it's a really poor delivery.
Practicing his deliveries.
268 for 2, brought into the side today, Archie Lenham. Hasn't played a lot of cricket, in fairness, first team cricket, so maybe a little rusty, but even so, that's a full toss. That's an absolute gimme. 268 for 2. Lenham again, bowls. That's a better delivery, and Lloyd just works that one to backward point, fielded by Pujara. It is the end of the over. Tom Haynes probably doesn't know where to turn, who to throw the ball to. I think he said to Archie Lenham, you've got one more to bowl, and I think he's going to probably... He might as well let him bowl it, really. He might as well... I mean, Sussex are going to lose this game. Let him get some practice in, let him get some bowling, because he probably hasn't bowled a great deal. 268 for 2. 32 needed to win from Derbyshire. They need to score at 2.70 red. I think they're going to do that. 12 overs remaining. And the Sussex lads have all the feeling of a side who know they've been well beaten here. It's another night in Derby, then a coach down to Taunton tomorrow, and Somerset on Friday.
Curry on his way. He's bowling to Hayder, who just glides that one down to the man at third man for a single. Crocombe does the fielding. We'll do an update for BBC Radio Derby listeners shortly. 269 for 2, Derbyshire. And Ali moves to 7. Lloyd has 70. Lloyd is on strike, retakes his guard. Curry makes his way back to his mark. You can hear Lloyd smashing his bat into the floor as he sets himself, bat in air as the bowler approaches the wicket. And he's gliding that through mid-wicket. There's a man out on the boundary. He does the fielding, and they just go through for another single. Lloyd moves to 71. 270 for 2 now, and Derbyshire need 30.
Well, he's certainly...
Derbyshire cruising to victory here, 270 for 2. They need another 30 in the remaining 11 overs. David Lloyd is there on 71 not out. Hayder Ali has 7, and he's just hit a huge 6 into the grandstand away to our left-hand side. Earlier, Harry came out for 94, a career best, and Lewis Rees fell short while ago for 92. But Lloyd is steering the Falcons to victory, which would be their first in the competition. They're 276 for 2 and need a further 24. So that was a massive stroke by Hayder Ali, wasn't it?
Huge blow, Ed, wasn't it? I mean, just pulled away. They're just enjoying themselves here, the Derbyshire batters, aren't they? That was a big hit, way over the mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs.
Curry, who's gone for 40 in 4.3 overs, sets off again from the city end and bowls and glided through the gully region, shall we say, and out to the boundary where the fielding is done very well by Crocombe, I think it is.
Yes,
and
they
come back for 2.
Yeah.
2 more to Hayder's totally, moves to 15. 278 for 2, Derbyshire.
Well, it's not too often in these games you get them done by just after 5 o'clock.
No.
But that's going to be the case here because Derbyshire are going to win with oodles of time left.
Oh, good word. Here's Curry on his way, bowling to Hayder once more. Turns that onto the onside, and they go for a single backward of square. There was a very fast, very quickly taken first run.
Yeah.
And then they thought about a second, but realised that Finn Hudson-Prentice had come in off the boundary rapidly to do the fielding. A couple of Derbyshire members walking around, or squad members walking around the boundary away to our right, opposite us. You can hear.
Probably enjoying themselves, I should think, Ed.
Yeah. Curry on his way once more. Lloyd on strike. Driven through the hands of the man at the cover region. And they go for 2 as the fielding is done out on that far side by James Coles. And that's the end of the over. Curry's 0 for 45 from his 5 overs. Derbyshire 281 for 2. Hayder's got 16. Lloyd's 73. This partnership's 30 already. And they need 19 runs in 11 overs.
Well, Tom Haynes made a signal at the end of the last over to Archie Lenham. He said, "You got 1 more to bowl." And I think in a situation like this, well, there's 2 ways of looking at it. Do you take Archie Lenham out of the attack because he's gone for 56? He's taken 2 wickets in his 9 overs, but he has bowled an assortment of poor deliveries. But maybe you just give the young leg spinner a chance and say, well, let's get some more practice in. He hasn't bowled an awful lot this season, certainly not for the first team. Let's see what he can do here. Coming into bowl to Ali, he bowls, and Ali just drives a full toss straight back down the ground and fields of his own bowling, no run.
That seemed to be a better length, though. I mean,
Yes, it was.
It turned into, what, a full toss, but
Yeah.
just drag it back slightly, get him playing forward on the front foot, and then who knows what might happen.
Well, definitely. At least it's not halfway down the pitch. In comes Lenham, bowls, and this one is work. It's a better delivery as well. Played to backward point, fielded by Alsop. And there is no run.
It's the consistency which is difficult when you're getting smacked all around the park.
Most definitely. And I think with the spinner as well, then the inclination is you try a bit too hard, you drag the ball down, you get hit again. In comes Lenham, bowls, and again, that's a better delivery. Played to mid-off. I still like to see him bowl at a slightly slower pace. Came into the side when he was just 16 years of age, Archie Lenham, and he's a huge talent. There's a dynasty of Lenhams around Sussex cricket. Maybe that puts a bit of extra pressure on his shoulders, I don't know, but here he comes again, bowled. That's short, that ought to go. Well, it shouldn't have gone where it did. Ali takes a single, it should have been pulled to the leg side. In the end, he got a thick inside edge and the ball just rolls through the slip corner, fielded by Cheteshwar Pujara. Another single to Haider Ali, who's having a little discussion there with Archie Lenham. 282 for 2, 18 needed to win for Derbyshire. Lenham back to his mark. In bowls, and David Lloyd similarly plays a very full shot. He gets a thick inside edge. The ball runs down towards the city end of the ground. He gets a couple of runs, not at all where David Lloyd intended that to go. He was looking to play that away in the offside. Nonetheless, he gets a couple of runs. He goes to 75.
This has been a really good over from Lenham, really good comeback, and the runs that have been scored have been false shots.
They have, absolutely, yeah. 16 needed to win for Derbyshire. 10 overs remaining after this. And 8 wickets remaining. In comes Lenham. Bowls, and that's a better ball as well. Played away through the offside. It wasn't much wrong with the delivery, but it's been played away to the sweeper on the cover boundary. A couple of runs taken by David Lloyd, who goes to 77. And that's the end of Archie Lenham's spell. 10 overs, no maidens. He's taken both wickets to fall, 2 for 61. He looks demoralised, doesn't he, young Archie? He's got his cap. He's wandering away to his fielding position, looking up towards the sky. Well, there'll be another day for Archie Lenham, and it's a tough business, county cricket. It's an unforgiving arena, and you've got to learn your trade, but you've got to learn fast. And Sussex are getting a pummelling here. 286 for 2. Derbyshire needing 14 to win. They've got 10 overs in which to get them. They've got 8 wickets in hand. So I think if you can get a certainty in sport, I think this is pretty much as close as it's going to get.
Yeah. Bradley Curry is going to continue from the city end. He's gone for 45 in his 5 overs. Been hit for 2 sixes and 4 fours. As he just waits for Haider, who's 17 not out, to take his guard. There's a man out on the on boundary who's just trotting back as well. Curry on his way then. Left arm over the wicket, and it's brilliantly played out to the boundary for 2. And good fielding actually out there from James Coles. He drove that with some venom, didn't he, Haider Ali?
Yeah, good shot, wasn't it? Good cricket all round, actually. That was a good bit of fielding by James Coles, chasing around the boundary, but all to no avail, really. So.
It's not a lot of fun being a boundary rider on a day like this, is it?
No, it's not.
Back to his mark then, Curry. Ali on strike. And bowls to him now, and this time he's chopping, and it's bouncing over the stumps, and Haider puts his hand on his head, and he was so close to playing on there, and he has a little chat with wicket-keeper Ollie Carter. Bit of fortune nearly.
It's been Derbyshire's day, hasn't it? On another day, that rolls back onto your stumps.
Absolutely. Curry goes back to his mark now. And sets off. Haider waits, bat in air. He bowls, and he turns that into the onside. They take a single through mid wicket. Brings Lloyd on strike, who's 77 not out, 289 for 2. And Derbyshire now need 11. Can they do it in the remaining 3 balls?
Yeah.
Lloyd has looked solid in this innings. It's a really good performance by him.
Full of intent, hasn't it, from the minute? I know the base was laid by Harry Kane and Lewis Rees, but he's come in and just picked up the mantle where they left off.
Absolutely. He waits as Curry comes to the wicket and bowls, and he glides it down to third man, and they take a single. He likes that shot, doesn't he?
He does.
He gets himself well set, and he just angles the bat, and it just runs off the face, and they take a single to bring Ali back onto strike. 20 to him, 78 now to Lloyd from his 59 balls. Curry's nearly reached his half century. He's got 2 more balls of this over, and Derbyshire need 10. You can hear the roar of the traffic in rush hour around the roundabout outside the ground. Driven perfectly back up the pitch there by Haider. They'll go through for 1, and they'll come back for a second. And that was effortless, wasn't it? He just timed that to perfection. And they go through for a couple. 292 for 2, 22 to Haider, 78 to Lloyd, and 8 to win.
Well, Derbyshire won the toss here this morning. They decided to ask Sussex to bat first, and the wicket just seems to look better and better throughout the day.
Baked.
Ed, yeah. So whether it's... Sussex really seemed to struggle to get the ball away, certainly in the latter part of the innings.
Not so here for Derbyshire. Here comes Curry again, bowling to Hayder. Turns it around the corner. They go for one. They might come back for a second, and they do so. Scampering fielding by... is it Archie Lenham?
Yeah, Archie Lenham out there, who looks completely demoralised, doesn't he? Finn Prentice, I think, is just giving a pat on the back, saying, "Come on, Archie. It's not the end of the world, but these are professional sportsmen, aren't they? You're getting a bit of a drumming in a game, and I'm sure that say the Sussex lads have got a night in Derby tonight before the coach trip down to Taunton tomorrow. I'd imagine they want to get down to Taunton and maybe get in the nets or whatever and sort of get this out of their system. However, Jack Carson's going to bowl next over, just 6 needed. Would you like to do this, Ed?
Yeah, why not?
Derbyshire are going to win the game?
Yeah, why not? 294 for 2 then. And Carson's bowled 7 overs already and gone for 41. Lloyd has 78. Hayder has 24. It'll be Lloyd on strike as Carson will bowl from the racecourse end. And here he comes, and Lloyd just on the back foot defends that into the onside again. A little bit more bounce in that, perhaps.
Yeah.
Am I seeing things?
Yeah, no, a little bit more perhaps. Yeah. But the wicket's been a good one, hasn't it? It certainly got better as the day has gone on.
Carson again. And a sweep, a reverse sweep by Lloyd, and he might get 4 for it. He does. He connects with it brilliantly, and it goes to the boundary. Backward of point on the reverse sweep. 4 more to the total. Derbyshire 2 runs away from victory. 298 for 2 now, and Lloyd moves to 82. When it comes off, it looks amazing.
Absolutely. I often think that. It looks fraught with risk when some players play it, but David Lloyd plays it, and I'm sure they practice it all through the winter in the nets, and it always becomes second nature. And although it looks risky from here, I guess when it doesn't come off, it looks horrible. And you think, why on earth have you played a shot like that?
It's like the scoop, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Scooping it into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Fielders have come in now as Derbyshire need 2 to win. Here comes Carson, bowling to Lloyd, and Lloyd's defending into the offside. No run. Motorbike screams away around the Pentagon Island, away to our right. There's Carson. Bowls again to Lloyd, who turns that away, backward of square. That'll go all the way, and Derbyshire will win this game by 8 wickets as Lloyd ends on 86 not out. 302 for 2, Derbyshire. Hayder, 24 not out, but the damage was done earlier in the day when Harry Kane made 94 and his opening partner, Lewis Rees, made 92. David Lloyd, as I mentioned at the end, could play his shots freely because of the setup given to him by the opening pair. And he and Hayder Ali have glided Derbyshire to victory. They're first in the competition. And now it means they go to Durham on Friday, full of confidence, with an opportunity still alive to progress in this competition, Adrian.
Well, I think they've been excellent today, Derby. I thought they bowled really well. I thought Brooke Guest skippered the side really well. I thought his field placings were innovative. He juggled the bowling around. He was supported by his bowlers. We always felt 300 maybe a little, or 299 maybe a little under par, but Derbyshire made light of that. I think we have to say, as well as Derbyshire batted, and congratulations to Harry Kane, Lewis Rees and David Lloyd, who were all excellent. I thought the Sussex bowling performance was poor in the extreme. Far too many 4 balls. The fielding rather fell apart, 2 catches going down. And at the end, I'm afraid Sussex looked a fairly ragged and demoralised side. They've lost 3 of their matches now in this competition, 3 out of 3. Derbyshire with 1 win out of 3. They'll feel if they can go to Durham and win on Friday, they've still got a chance of getting themselves further in this competition. And well played, Derbyshire. Sussex completely outplayed today, and a lot of work for Sussex to do if they're going to qualify. I think it's probably out the question now, and all they're playing for now in this competition is pride.
I'll just run you through the Derbyshire batting scorecard. It'll only take a couple of seconds. Harry Kane caught by Haynes off the bowling of Lenham for 94. 11 fours, 2 sixes, in that 76 ball knock. Lewis Rees made 92 from 90 balls, 7 fours, 3 sixes. He was caught by Pujara off the bowler of Lennon, but David Lloyd, 13 fours, 1 6 in a 63 ball, 86 not out. Haider Ali 1 6 in his 24 from 22. Derbyshire close and win the game by 8 wickets, 302 for 2. Earlier in the day, runs early on in the day for captain Tom Haynes of Sussex. He made 94 before he was caught behind off the bowling of Thompson. And the only other contributors, shall we say, was Tom Clark, his fellow opening batter, made 36. Chiteshwar Pujara 56 before he was caught by Lakmal off the bowling of Connors. And at 191 for 3, you would have expected Sussex to probably push on over 300, but they lost wickets at regular intervals in the closing 10 overs of their innings, and Saranga Lakmal ended up with 4 for 60 from his 10, and there was 1 apiece for Matty McKiernan, for Lewis Rees and Alex Thompson and Sam Connors.
Yeah, I mean, an interesting point you make there, Ed, because we were saying in commentary, Sussex just haven't got that player in the middle order, a David Visa type of player who can come in and play the big shots and set a target which is defendable. I still don't think 300 clearly wasn't enough, but I think if you're going to bowl like that, you're not going to win many games. But congratulations to Derbyshire, by far the better side on the day, and wish them well for the rest of the competition.
Adrian, it's been a pleasure, and we shall talk again soon. Thanks for joining us.
Great to see you again.
Good stuff. From us, we'll see you next time.